make sure you
So someone's connected with an issue. Who just connected?
Yeah, no, we're both muted. No, it's the this is
Who just connected? Because whoever just connected, there's an issue. You have to mute something.
let me see.
This computer is not muted.
Let's try it again.
Okay, it just
It was
got better.
better, yeah.
Whoever was on.
It was mine. I was muted, but I joined with our audio.
Okay. All right. I think we are all up and running now. Good morning again. This is 2022 CV361741. It is Jimenez versus Ghouchani and Ghouchani Homes. We have Mr. Haidari here again for his client, Mr. Jimenez, and we have Mr. Oldham here on behalf of his clients, Mr. Ghouchani and Ghouchani Homes. This is day 2 of a damages hearing. We got partway through in February. It's April 15th, tax day. And I have most of the day for us to finish. We will finish today, I hope. Mr. Haidari, I'm hopeful your approach is a little more organized as we move forward as to what the damages are and all that. And then obviously Mr. Oldham has an opportunity to put up whatever evidence he wants. We do have to break at lunch, and that's all I've got so far. It's just need to make sure excuse me, that we break at lunch. So tell me what your plan is for the remainder of your presentation.
Your Honor, we had our expert testify last time, and now I believe Mr. Oldham has him on cross.
Is that where we stopped? Let me see. We had, is that Mr. Sayari?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm glad you brought him back.
You told him to be back. But Your Honor, just to make things easy, I'm going to reserve my right to cross him until he finishes putting on his case. So I think I can do that.
So when we stopped on the 24th, whatever the date was in February, you had completed your direct examination, Mr. Haidari?
Of Mr. Sayari, yes, Your Honor.
Got it. So what you're saying, Mr. Oldham, is no questions right now, but you may call him as a witness.
I'm going to call him as a witness after they finish presenting their case, Judge.
Well, let me do this because I don't want to keep Mr. Sayari here all day. How many more witnesses do you have? Because if you've got a bunch, which you're entitled to, then I'm going to ask Mr. Oldham to do his cross now so we can get Mr. Sayari out of here rather than he has to sit around. But if you've got an hour worth of witnesses, and I'm not rushing you in any way, then I don't mind having Mr. Sayari wait. But if you've got 3 hours of stuff, then unless it throws you way off, Mr. Oldham, my thought was let's just wrap it up with Sayari.
There's a reason I'd like to call him after the case is.
A strategic reason.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And so I believe based on, I know that Mr. Jimenez is going to testify. I know Mr. Ghouchani, so we can certainly schedule around, but I do want to call him after they presented their case.
Okay. Well, why don't you give me an estimate of how much more time you have, and Mr. Sayari could take a break and come back today so he doesn't have to sit in the courtroom.
The only other witnesses I have are the plaintiff himself, and I think that his testimony is probably going to be a few hours.
Okay.
2 to 3 hours. That's my estimate.
Okay.
And then there's brief attorney fees, which will take 5 minutes for me.
Okay. Not planning on calling Mr. Ghouchani?
Not on my side, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Oldham, what do you plan to do in your presentation?
I plan on cross-examining the plaintiff, on calling Mr. Ghouchani, on cross-examining the expert, and possibly prevent some rebuttal witnesses depending on what the testimony is, Judge.
Okay. I'm not sure what you mean by rebuttal witnesses. I mean, it'll be your time to put up
It'll be my time to put up my case. Yeah,
Okay.
But I'm just saying depending on what the testimony ends up being, will depend on
Who all you call.
Yes,
Understood. So why don't we do this then? If you are not interested in calling Mr. Sayari right now,
Right.
then you may have to call folks slightly out of order when you present your case. In other words, if you were thinking he would go first, I was going to excuse him till after lunch, because we'll clearly fill up that time with Mr. Jimenez's testimony. And then even if plaintiff rests at 11 and we go for another hour, you're putting up enough that as long as you don't have to have Mr. Sayari first, but could call your client or someone else, then I'd like to excuse Mr. Sayari and say, why don't you be back here at 1? And that way, be at ease. Just make sure you're back in here by 1 o'clock. Okay?
That'll work, Judge.
Great. Let's do that.
Thank you.
Okay. Then Mr. Hadari, you're up. Who is it?
I guess I will call the plaintiff.
All right. And do we have you all day, or do you have to be in 1C at some point?
So Judge Taylor has reached out.
Judge Taylor?
I know 1C, no pros, Your Honor. That case is done.
Oh, you're out.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay. You're a free man now.
No pros, yes.
Oh, when did that happen?
August.
Oh,
It only
I'm
took
out
me-
of touch.
Only took me 8 months.
Yeah.
To get it done.
Okay. 8 months you don't get back.
Yeah.
Okay.
But no, you have me, you have priority. I thought conflicts everywhere else. I am here.
Okay, great. Then why don't you come take the stand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Surinder K. Chada Jimenez, Surinder Chadhajimenez.
Your Honor, if I may approach,
Sure.
I do have a demonstrative that basically breaks down a few things and goes through.
Great. Thanks.
We go through our testimony last time and what was discussed there.
Okay.
And then more importantly, what's relevant here is it's going to serve as a roadmap for what the plaintiff's going to testify beginning on page 7.
It ends on page 7 too, so I guess beginning and ending on page 7. All right, got it.
But before we jump into the actual numbers, I'm just going to provide a little bit of background. And all right, Suri, could you please tell the court a little bit about, and we'll skip all the background about you being an attorney and all that, and just jump into the case.
He's a homeowner for purposes of this case.
For the purposes of this case, tell me about your house and what were your plans for your house?
Well, I have a home in Smyrna. I bought that home from my mom a long time ago. I think back in 2005. She bought it in 2001. Then the banks wanted to take it. So then
Hold on one sec. I don't know how that thing turned on. I don't know if you slightly touched it or what, but it's going to be hard to hear. That may do it. I'm not sure. Every once in a while, someone will put something on it and don't break it. No, just don't, where it's in a happy place. It just there we go. Needs to not be on high. Okay, great. Thank you. So, you purchased your mother's home in Smyrna.
That's correct.
And
So I purchased back in 2005. There was going to be a foreclosure. So I was lucky enough to have credit to purchase it and avoid that. And I've been paying for that home ever since, been living in that home ever since. My intention is to live there till I'm no longer here. And I have a bunch of kids. I got
what's a bunch?
4 children.
Okay.
I have 4 children. My wife, she's here. She lives with me and my children. And then also have always had the intention that my father can move in with us because he's older and he needs to be taken care of. And so we needed more space. So it was either buying a new home or building. And I was exploring the idea of building up. because that's as much as I can go. The lot is not that big. I think it's a quarter acre. I know of an attorney who is Ms. Sheila Parast. She is an attorney that does closings for closings, a real estate attorney. And she said that her brother-in-law is a builder, and I checked out the Instagram. I've met him a couple of times at social events, and apparently he was a luxury, custom, high-end builder, which is what I was interested in, because if I was going to build something, it's not a flip. It's my home where I'm going to stay for a very long time, and hopefully give it to my kids. Now, I don't have that much money, so I was clearly on a budget, and the idea was going to be that my house being paid for, because I was always because of the experience my mom had. I was like, I don't want the bank coming after me, have any reason. So the first thing, what I did is paid off the house as soon as possible. So my house was paid for. But then to build, I had to take a loan. So I explored that option. I am self-employed, so I don't have, it's hard to get a loan when you're self-employed, but the bank would give me up to the maximum of, even though my house was worth more, up to the maximum of 180,000. So that was my budget, 180,000 plus maybe all the savings that we had, put us around the range of 250. That was the budget that I was expecting to have for a complete build, turnkey, to be able to move, to have space for my kids, because originally it's a ranch home with an unfinished basement and two bedrooms, one living room turned into a bedroom, and one bathroom for 6 people. So obviously we need space. Or the alternative was, let's go buy something. But I was introduced to this Ghouchani Homes LLC and Mr. Ghouchani, which is known as Frankie. And the idea was, no, you don't have to buy something new. We can build, we can add. And that's when we started exploring, talking about budgets and what could we do with my budget.
All right.
And when you guys spoke about your budget, tell me about those conversations and what the two of you ended up agreeing to.
It just pretty much came down to, this is all the money I have. I don't come from money. I don't have daddy's bank account. Every dollar I have, I made. So this is all I can get from the bank, and this is all I have in my checking account, in my savings account, and that's the top. We kept talking, and said realistically, for about 270 some thousand, we can build this. We can expand to the back all the way to the borders where the city will allow. Let's maximize the space that the city will allow you to build, because I live in the city of Smyrna, so there are restrictions. We wanted something slightly bigger, again, because I have a lot of toys, I have a lot of cars, I have a lot of motorcycles. The kids have things, they have, bicycles, skates, skateboards, all that kind of stuff that needs space. So we needed a lot of storage and a lot of living space. And so at many points, I even brought up, well, maybe we got to do a variance. I'm not a builder. I don't know the laws, but I know at least sometimes when you want to go beyond the rules, you ask for a variance. The response usually will be, no, variance will take too long. That's not worth it. Let's just go within the limits and we can go up. So we went up, and it's massive. The structure is massive. It went up from being a ranch home, one level, underground basement, to a garage, a second level with 3 bedrooms, a third level with my main bedroom and the main bathroom, and a 4th level, which is my office. And then we behind the existing home, and the existing home is essence where my dad lives. And during all these conversations, my wife and I ourselves, especially because it was right around COVID, we finished the downstairs basement. We did it ourselves. We hired people family to help me with the framing. We hung every single piece of drywall ourselves. We hired somebody to do the mudding, because that takes a little more expertise. I did all the electrical. So we had already done that. That gave us an extra bedroom and a gym and a movie room for the kids to hang out. But we still wanted to build bigger. And so the idea was, the contract, as we can see from here, I think I can manipulate it. No, I can't.
No, you can mark it up. That's a touch screen. You can't move things around. The person sharing the screen would move them around. Why don't you ask another question now?
Well, is that a true and correct copy of the contract you entered into with the defendants?
It is. I recognize this because I gave this to you. This is the contract that I was presented to me by Ghouchani Homes LLC through their agent, which is Mr. Farag Ghouchani. This is where we talked about what was going to be done, the addition. I always had issues with the fact that it says total zero on almost everything. There is no details as to how much what cost, but it didn't matter because he was going to go from start to finish. And then if you go to page 2, I think we went a little too far. Page 2 shows, again, more details. And if we go to page 3, keep going down. I'm sorry. It's hard when I can't manipulate. Right there, that one's flipped upside down. So maybe, I don't know if we can be flipped, but that is the total of doing the addition, 276,000, pushed me above the money that existed. But I was confident that in my job and with the success I've had ever since I went on my own, and I work by myself. I don't have staff. I don't have anything. I do everything myself. So, but I was confident that I can make it. I can make it happen. I have about 250, and the extra we can make it. And this is why we had actually the industrial garage. That's what I'm going to refer it to. It's an additional garage that was not part of the original thing. And that thing, I think that was going to be another about $30,000. I didn't sign up for that immediately. Why? Because I didn't have it. I didn't want to commit to something I didn't have. I was confident I could, but that was the goal. The goal was to stay within that range. And that's why I took out a loan and I had the extra cash.
And Your Honor, I'll move to admit what's marked as P5.
Hold on 1 second. Judge Taylor just wrote. All right, P5,
Yes, Your Honor.
that's this?
The contract, yes.
Okay. Do you want to tender it or was it already in? I don't remember from last time.
No, we want to tender it as well.
All right, Mr. Oldham, any objection to the admission of P5?
Judge, I think there's more to P5, just as far as I saw some handwriting in that as you go down it. So as long as he's going to talk about all of that, that's fine. I think P5, the contract itself, there is a clean version of it, but.
Got it. And it may end on page 5. I don't know what, why don't you tell us what is on pages 6, 7, 8, and 9?
What's on pages 6, 7, and 9 is what after to keep track, because I didn't make a lump sum payment. I made I think $15,000 to get started, and then just monthly payments because of what I wanted to do. The reason I broke it up, part of the reason I broke it up is because I think it makes good business sense to not pay everything up front. And also I was going to try to make more money out of the money I got from the bank. I was going to invest it. But anyway, this is how I was keeping track of how much I was giving him and any other money I was paying. This is a spreadsheet that I created myself. It is true and accurate. I will say it's part of the regular course of business as I would do any type of payment. When I have clients that pay me in installments, I do something similar. I do a spreadsheet, and there's nothing. The comments are just to say what the money, where did it go, how did it go there. Those are the notes, which again is something that I do in the regular course of business.
And then your initials are in the column labeled Suri, and Mr. Ghouchani's are in the column labeled Frankie.
That's correct. Up all the way up to when he stopped signing off on it, but I still made notations of the money that I had.
Okay.
Paid.
I'm going to admit P5 is a little bit more than the contract, as you observed.
No objection.
But it's in, and you'll be free to explore it with any witness.
All right, thanks, Judge.
Sure.
And just because there might be a question here, at some point, Mr. Ghouchani stopped signing off on it. What happened there? Why did he stop signing off?
There's a breakdown in communications. He just throughout the entire build, this was a ongoing complaint that me and my wife had, that he was just never there. When I had cash, he would come through and pick it up and sign off. But on a day-to-day basis, I only saw workers. It was very rare when he was there, and after a while, he stopped responding to text. And I would send money through Zelle or Cash App or Venmo. I'd send money to him directly, to his business account that he gave me, or when it came to Venmo or Cash App payments, it would go to his wife's accounts. Or I would also give him just cash, which from other trials I've heard that it's not very common, but sometimes just handling things with cash seems to be easier. So I've given him many payments that were just cold cash.
When was this project supposed to be complete?
I think the conversation started, if I can go a little farther up so I can remember can you just a little, so I can do the date of one page up?
Up as in a lower number page?
There, yeah. Is that, I think it's about March 2020 is when the initial deposit was made to formalize this and get going. If we look at the signature page, it would show exactly where we were. So it was March of 2020. So one page higher, please. Right there. I guess it's not dated, but yeah, it was March. We had conversations. We started conversations around 2019, which is that's where I met him. One of the couple of times I met him in a social setting, it was at a Christmas party for the Paras law firm, and that's what we started talking. Yeah, I hear you do great work. I'm interested in adding to my home, and then we formalized it on March 20th, 2020. And the idea was that this was going to be a major project. It was going to take months, and months is a long time. It was going to take months, probably, ideally, hopefully around October of that year, if everything goes well. Our goal that we expressed multiple times is our kids are growing. They were all sharing 2 bedrooms, 4 kids sharing 2 bedrooms. And the goal was that we would have space for they all to have their individual room no later than when my daughter starts high school. So right around this time, we wanted her high school experience to be with more privacy and have her own room. She graduates from high school in a few weeks.
And so just to recap, the house is supposed to be completed that year before 2021, sometime in 2022.
No, sometime in 2020. It was supposed to be completed sometime in 2020 by the fall. I do know that he had other projects going. At one point, I could follow on the Instagram for him and his sister-in-law. She had a project that started after mine. It got completed by Christmas because she wanted to have her project done before Christmas of a new home she built and completely redid. So I thought that he was capable. He definitely has the ability to, I thought, had the ability to complete projects and get them done. But my project was not completed, I think, until late 2021. He stopped working. I forget when he stopped working. It'll be in the last page of this document. But yeah, he stopped working sometime in late 2021. And then I had to jump in and finish the project. I think we got the permits. I don't remember correctly. It will be in one of the documents, but around either late 2021 or early 2022.
And we're going to jump into the numbers in a second, but I just want to recap just briefly some of the issues you've experienced with your house since Mr. Ghouchani has built the addition.
I'm focused on the main, most frustrating and ridiculous issue is that the person that I thought was a designer, architect, engineer, I don't know what he supposedly was, but I think it ends up being that he's nothing but just a friend of the defendant, was doing the plans. It was his idea to do the plans through him. So he was going to give us plans, and then we would make changes to those plans. We went through the whole process. He made a design, not much input from us, but mostly like, let's see what he does. And the reality is that even though we sent Pinterest boards and pictures and images, we kept getting told, well, your house is the house. We can't really do that, but we can do this. So it's sort of a mid-century modern 4-story addition that he designed. We made a little input, but the biggest, going back to your question, I'm sorry, I sidetracked a little bit. The question was, what was the issue? After the plans were done, supposedly approved and getting ready to submit, I'm not an architect. I'm not a designer. This is why I'm outsourcing all of this stuff. I started looking at it and I turned to one of the pages of this thing, and the garage where it is meant the intended purpose is to drive cars into it and get those cars stored outside of the weather, was underground. Was according to the plans, the level of the floor of the garage was at the same level as my existing basement, which is about 4 feet underground. So when I brought that up, I said, that's a problem. We got to fix that. And in essence, the issue was, don't worry, we'll fix it in framing. It's okay. We just need to get the plans approved for the city to get going. We'll fix it in framing. Well, that framing fix ended up having to, if you can imagine, the stairs would have come from underground upstairs. If you drive and when you bring your car, you drop your car 4 feet underground and in essence create a pool. If those plans were kept, the stairs would have gone and the layout would have been the layout that we agreed on. But once you have to shift it up, the stairs have to get moved. When those stairs have to get moved, the upstairs stairs have to get moved. When those stairs have to get moved, the layout of the rooms has to change. The utility closet is not where it was meant to be now.
This is the closet that looks like it's just like in the middle of the garage.
That is the Frankenstein closet. That is where my motorcycles and my riding mower was supposed to be in to make it easy in and out, make the job. I could be candid with the court. I don't do any work at home. My wife is the one that takes care of the yard and makes a great job, but I was trying to make it easy for her to be able to get in and out instead of having to squeeze between cars and possibly scratch something or have to move cars to get the lawnmower out. That was the intent. But no, now that the stairs are, and I sent you a video, an updated video, but the stairs are where the utility closet would have been. So now the utility closet gets moved, and now the venting system is all out of whack. And at no time after I discovered that issue did they come back. Okay, let's start from the beginning again, because the excuse I was given, well, the city already approved this, so we're gonna have to start a whole process again. And the city approval was quite a process in its own. So if we already got the approval, now we can make changes and then we'll do amendments. But the changes were never sat down with a proper engineer, a designer, with our input as to what we want. It was just, let's put doors here, let's put hallways here. If you walk through my home, and hopefully when this is all done, I'll be able to have you over, and then you can have a little social gathering, and you'll see how uncomfortable it is to just live in it, because the hallways make no sense. When you turn, the door it's in your way. There's vents. The AC system in the second level controls the second level temperature, because if the kids want to be hotter or colder than me, that just makes sense. The third level is its own AC system. The venting and the return for the bottom level is sucking air from the upper level because they put it behind a door where the stairs are. Again, at no point did anybody actually sit down and think, how are people going to live in this home? They just put it in a software that I'm sure that's all he did. He just bought the software and put it in there and see what fits. So that's the problem, that we had to make a lot of changes because the original design was underground.
Before you go forward, you brought up two things I want to address. So the Frankenstein garage, that was never your original intent, to have a utility closet in the middle of the garage that could not open all the way, was it?
Absolutely not. I mean, I ordered custom garage doors, one for the oversized double garage door so I can have two cars go in. I don't like those little two garage doors. This is the whole point. Whole point is I want a custom home of luxury level, because that's the type of homes he builds. At least that's what I was led to believe. And so I wanted a garage where I can park in 3 cars, drive in without an ugly pole in the middle. I also wanted a garage for my motorcycles and riding mower. And I wanted a garage for my oversized, lifted, built out Sprinter camper van. And those were the specs and the expectations I had given for the garages. But now when we had to move stuff, if we have to move stuff, those were some of the things I go, okay, let's just move. Let's just get it over with. Let's just get this done. The kids need to move in. There's construction debris everywhere. There's a big dumpster outside. It's mosquitoes everywhere from the stagnant water. There's mud everywhere. We can't enjoy our home. Just get it done. Whatever. Put the utility room right there. But that was the problem. I should have stopped it from the beginning. I should have stopped at the moment I noticed that those plans were wrong, and that was my mistake.
So we'll jump to the Sprinter van in a moment, but basically it was because the plans had to be modified sort of on the fly that the garage was altered, the utility room was put behind it, and now the garage isn't open correctly.
That's correct. So the garage goes, we even had to make because the door wasn't opening, they had built the wall the whole way up. So then I was like, for the door to even open so I can get the mower out, y'all need to make a cutout. So it was, and it looks horrible. It looks ugly. My whole point was for every single piece of my home to be finished. I don't like it when I walk into a home and the garage is unfinished, the basement is unfinished. I wanted everything to be painted, coated, beautiful.
And you also mentioned something else about the HVAC. And if I understand correctly, you wanted to have separate zones, but those separate zones are all commingled now.
The top zone and the middle zone are commingled, correct. I got somebody else to come do the garage. Even the garage is which is rare. The people don't have this, but my garage is conditioned. It has AC and heat, but I had somebody else come do that because I just didn't trust the person that was doing the other work.
And then something else you also just mentioned a second ago was the other garage for your Sprinter van. Tell the court a little bit about your Sprinter van and what your intent was with that garage and what the purpose was.
I bought this van in 2019. I had to order it and had to wait for it to be built. It's a 2020 Mercedes Sprinter 177 extended. It's the biggest van they make. And I bought it as it's like a work van. It's like a kidnapping van. It has no windows, has nothing inside. It's like the kind you pull up, like, get in, we got free candy. And the goal was to have a company build it out. It's just like my home, custom and luxury. I found a great place. It's called Inner Space Builds. They were in the West End, and I gave him the van, and we had deadlines, we had changes, we had builds, and surprisingly, he did everything as needed. Now my van has bunk beds inside that raise as an elevator. It has 6 captain's chairs that are embroidered and stitched with Mercedes leather. It has it's bulletproof. It's raised. It's a great van, and I've spent a lot of money building out that van. We just came back from Davis. We went to California. We drove 5,000 miles with the kids comfortably because that's the goal. But when I'm not actually driving it, I want it to be stored so the solar panels on top don't get damaged from acorns falling on them, so it doesn't get dirty just from all the Georgia pollen. I wanted it to be stored, and I said, you know what? I love this van so much that I'm gonna give up a little bit on the extra room, making the kids' rooms bigger or making a 4th bedroom. Let's make a ridiculous big garage, and these are the sizes of the van. My van is from factory. Because I told them how the dimensions of the van. Factory dimensions, meaning what it says on the Mercedes website, is 300 inches long. It's not that I'm a math genius, but I've been going through this too many times and it obsesses me. So I know that 300 inches are 25 feet. It is 25 feet from bumper to bumper. That's not even accounting for when you park a van, you still want to walk between the van and the garage to get out of it. He built this garage. And again, I wasn't going through line by line. He gave me a whole stack of plans, and I'm assuming that he knows what he's doing, that his friend Darius knows what he's doing. I didn't check every single inch dimension of those plans, but now that it's built, he built it. He certainly built it 300 inches from outside wall to outside wall. So if you factor in 2x6s, which are what makes a wall, the siding, a 1/2 inch for drywall, and 1/100 of an inch for paint thickness, the garage door, inside between the back wall and the front wall, and we can show you those pictures. It'll be on
We've seen them. I saw how the van sticks out.
It's 24. I think it's 24 feet and 3/4 inches, which again, even if it was 25 feet in the inside, I still couldn't park a van because I would have to park it right before I destroy my wall. I couldn't even have the room for that little golf ball that some people put.
And so you specifically provided these measurements and told Mr. Ghouchani, this is how big your van is. And even with those measurements, he designed the garage so that it wouldn't even meet the specifications of the van.
Well, I'll be accurate. He didn't design anything. His friend Darius did. And his friend Darius did that. And I did not think I had to go check every single thing after him, because I'll tell you this, I am a criminal defense attorney. I represent a lot of people, and many of my clients, who they're all innocent, are in the trades, and they do great work. They do amazing work. And some of them do shoddy work, but some of them are very proud of their trade. And I know them, and they'll give me great deals. I don't have time. I'm not a GC. I'm an attorney. I barely have time. I had to do an extension on my taxes because I haven't done my taxes. I can't do this. I am able to. I am certainly capable of doing it, but I do not have time, and I'm willing to pay a premium for a general contractor to come and outsource that of those headaches to make sure that the guys that are working on the site are not leaving their food and beer cans all over my home. And I apparently that was too much to ask.
So we just discussed a couple of things. One is the Frankenstein garage, second is the Sprinter garage. We also discussed the HVAC, different zones. Just gonna run through a couple of other issues, and these are just generic issues. Is there any issue with the steam shower?
I saw a friend. I have a friend that I met through my job. He does high-end custom cars for rappers and all that. His company name is 610 Motors, and he does beautiful work. And when I went to his home to visit him, because he sends me clients, he showed me his shower, and I was like, "Whoa, this is amazing." You walk in, he's got anytime you have a stressful day or you're hungover, you go in there, you set the steam, sit for 10 minutes, you're rejuvenated. And like, I want that. And those automatic showers and all that. I have a shower which is probably too big. My shower is huge, so there's plenty of space for the steam to be accommodated. But as they design it, as the people that he brought, the plumber that he brought, when he knew that I bought I think it's $4,000 or $5,000 steam machine to send steam into my shower, this is what I want, install it. And they installed it right next to where the bench would be. We said there's only one place where a bench can be. So if you sit down, if I'm sitting down in this chair, the steam is coming out right from where your leg would be. If I turn that on, I'm gonna get a second or third degree burn in my leg. So the only way that we can enjoy that steam shower is to stand on the opposite end of the shower and just stand and look at it and not relax. And that is not that's a useless shower. It looks beautiful, but it's not useful. So it would have to, and in order to fix that, I brought people out after this whole mess. I brought people out, obviously, because I didn't realize that until I turned it on. Again, because I'm not a designer. I don't know where things are supposed to go. I'm trying to outsource this. But when we finally turned it on and like, this sucks, brought somebody from Kohler and said, yeah, that's not where you put it. If you read the manual, you're not supposed to put it anywhere near where somebody's going to be sitting. And now what we have to do, we have to tear down your bathroom wall, tear down the closet behind the bathroom, rerun the pipe, put it back in. But you know what? Once you break that seal of this is what I was told. Once you break that seal of that tile, which was done great, somebody else did it. Once you break that seal, you have to redo everything. You have to do the entire wall, because otherwise you might compromise the seal for waterproofing, and then you're gonna get leaks that's gonna leak into your son's bedroom. So I don't want my son to get flooded, so I just don't take steam showers.
It's a big sacrifice, no steam shower.
It's quite a first world problem, but this is what I was paying luxury prices
Understood.
for.
You paid for it, and your testimony is it was designed in a way that makes it not useful.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
And you just mentioned briefly breaking the seal and having issues with water intrusion. Tell me about the water intrusion in the house.
I forgot. I try to forget. This is PTSD. There's a number of texts. Again, I'm not a builder, but I have common sense. When you're going to add an addition that connects, it's not a home that is just, there's a hallway that connects it, like one of those little floating hallways like some people have when they have I forget what it's called, en suite or whatever, when you have a separate home on the back, but it's connected by a hallway. No, that's not it. It was actually adding to the existing house, making it seamless. You can walk into the back like it was built like that. And I knew at one point or another, as they're going to build, they're going to have to cut my existing ceiling. My existing ceiling was roof, not ceiling. My existing roof was worked well. I had actually just gotten it replaced about 5 years before. New shingles, new everything, but we were going to redo it, so they were going to have to cut into it. And I said, by the way, y'all got plans, so when you cut into it, there's, the water's not going to come in, because I also know that once you cut into it, it's not a 5-hour patch that you're going to put in real quick. It's going to stay cut. Absolutely, like ignoring my request to make sure that this is done right. When they finally did cut into it, because they had to cut it, because that was the next step, the framers who are not roofers, the framers who are just there to do their job, following orders from whatever, cut into it. And sure enough, as soon as it rained, water started coming in. At least 4 times that we remember that we have videos and pictures of. Water started coming in because the roof was cut and there was nothing done to prevent it. There was no tarp or ceiling or rebuilding the roof while you're still working on it. So it was raining inside my home. It was raining through the attic, into the kitchen, into my finished basement that me and my wife did. We did every single piece of work in there ourselves, and it looked way better than the luxury home I got from Ghouchani Homes. But it soaked into the drywall. Another big thing, I'm a big fan of saving money. I mean, I like to think I'm green, but I'm only green because it saves me green. So I wanted the house to be airtight. I wanted to have the best insulation. So I opted for, not through him. He said he didn't do that, but he said he could do it with, I could do it myself and then he'll deduct. I got spray foam insulation. That means that nothing comes in and out. But that also means that there shouldn't be water in the house. But if that gets wet, it's ruined. So it went through the foam, into the drywall, through the basement. And some of the videos that we've already played, it shows it literally raining. We called, I have some text messages, but in essence saying, it's going to rain. What are you going to do about it? Don't worry about it. We will handle it. And then when it's raining. Oh, okay, we'll get a tarp. Then they get a tarp. It's not even a proper tarp. So the second time, it rained again, and it rained even harder. The third time, he didn't. I think it was the third time was December 24th. We don't really celebrate holidays, but everybody knows this holiday. It was Christmas. It was right before Christmas, December 24th, Christmas Eve. And I'm calling him, and I'm saying, it's raining in my house. Everything is getting ruined. My movie room is going to get ruined. With that one, it's already completely done with a lot of electrical wiring. Need to do something about it. And told me something along the lines, well, can't Cindy just dry it? Like my wife has to get out down there with towels, and we're paying for this. And that was the response. And it rained again, I think in February, after February 2021. So 4 times it kept raining in my home. And the reason I didn't fire is because like, don't worry about it. I will handle that. I will, when we start doing the drywall, I will come into your existing home and get that done. And I'm thinking, okay, he's a man of his word. And I said, but if this, you're probably going to lose money because of this. The fact that it's raining inside my home is going to make it for certain that this project is going to put you negative. It's going to make you lose money. So just give me your insurance information. We'll just file a claim. Let them pay, because it was rain that came in. My insurance is not going to cover it. Your insurance should cover it because it was you. So let's just get the insurance to do that so you don't lose money on it. No, I'll handle it. I'll get it done. And I didn't think anything of it other than he'll get it done. He'll make it right, because that was a problem. I know that he also flooded Sheila Perez's home at one point and fixed it. So I'm like, oh, he's going to do the same. But one thing that I found out recently, because of your expert and because of also other companies that I had brought in to tell me about how much it would cost me to fix that, like, no, it's not a matter of replacing the drywall. Anybody can replace the drywall. You need to rip out the drywall. You need to rip out the foam. You need to dry it out. You need to have a remediation company come in. You need to treat it for mold. Everywhere the water went in, it's a chance that mold would be. So again, we had a finished basement so that could have more room. Nobody can sleep down there because we don't know how much mold is behind those walls. And we won't know until we get some money to get somebody out here to destroy my basement and my existing home and redo it.
You just touched on something that you were discussing, and we don't have to go into liability because that's established. But one thing that was brought up was insurance. Did Mr. Ghouchani represent to you that he was licensed and insured?
Yeah, I mean, he's a company. He's an LLC. He said he had insurance. At one point, one of the workers, and I brought these issues many times, like these people are just not following basic OSHA rules. Like, I know they're just doing their thing, but there's some things that they're doing that are dangerous. They kept bringing a child. They kept bringing a kid. He kept bringing his kid to walk around the base. And I said, kids are more than welcome. They can come. They can jump in the trampoline with my kids. They can go to the movie room and play games. You can bring kids here anytime. They're not to be where it's a hard hat area, so there were so many things that were done that they're not safe. This one guy fell. He fell from the roof of my bathroom down to the bedroom. So he fell about probably 10 feet, broke both his ankles, and he was there alone. There was not anybody there with him. He called me, and I had to call 911 to get, and I rushed home. I might have sped a little bit. Got home, fire department's there. There was about 8 firemen in my bedroom. I've never had that many men in my bedroom, and I don't want to have that many men in my bathroom again, but it was just blood everywhere. And I had, and that guy, I was like, it's fine. Just file a workers' comp claim. And that's when I realized he doesn't have workers' comp. What he was saying is like, well, that's on him. He's supposed to have workers' comp. And I said, no, it's you. You're the GC. Maybe you ask him to have workers' comp, but if he doesn't have workers' comp, yours kicks in. And I realized he doesn't have workers' comp. And then that's when everything started going downhill. It's like, I am stuck with somebody that is not a professional, because I thought I hired a company, because otherwise I would have done everything myself, because I have access to people that do this work.
We're not going to go too far into this, but just since we were talking about things about water leaking in the tarp, I just wanted to put up a text message, which I thought was particularly amusing, since we're also talking about being a general contractor. And are these true and correct copies of text that you and Ms. Ghouchani exchanged?
They are true and correct. These are text messages that I gave you. I took screenshots from exchanges that I had between Mr. Ghouchani. The reason I know it's him is because that's the phone number that he gave me, and that is the phone number that he communicated with me. I saved in on my phone as Frankie Ghouchani, and so he responded, and I have no reason to believe that it was somebody else responded. So they are true and correct text messages about our exchanges.
And just briefly, in this sort of text message exchange for the next couple of pages, what's going on here? What are you guys discussing?
I think this is about the 3rd time that it was raining in my home. And by then he kept saying, oh, we'll put a tarp. And then I got up there and I looked at the tarp, and I pulled up the tarp on Home Depot, the exact model that he was using, because he went to buy a giant oversized tarp for this. I don't know if you've ever driven around and seen that people are doing roofing work, but they usually have big blue tarps, because that's what they do. It's in their job description. They protect the home once they open it. So then I looked at the tarp, and the model that he did, it was not a waterproof tarp, which they exist. It was a water resistant tarp, which is probably what you want to use when you go camping and put down, but not to protect against water intrusion.
So that's sort of the first little exchange you have, where you're talking a little bit about the tarp. And then the next one, tell me what you're doing here. Are you pointing out the difference between water resistance and waterproof?
I don't know if you noticed, but I'm a little smarter sometimes. So I try to be, maybe I'm witty or whatever, but I'm saying, in essence saying, you are a general contractor. You are, if I say as GC, if you're a GC, wouldn't a GC own the tools to handle the type of work you're doing? And then his response was, well, this GC doesn't do that. So, I mean, I was always under the impression that he was a GC. And now after reading some of the responses and what I expect them to testify to, that he's apparently not licensed. He's doing this job on the fly. You're supposed to, there's testing, as far as I know, to be a general contractor, just like there's testing for you to be an attorney, for me to be an attorney. There's testing and regulations to be a general contractor. And I don't think he's one, even though he presented himself as one multiple times.
And just to read this text, since I think it hits the point home, you send him a text. Could you just read that to the court?
I said, there's a huge difference between waterproof and water resistant. I figure a GC owns the tools for the type of job. When cutting into a house, probably need a waterproof tarp, not a cheap water resistant one. And then his response was, that wasn't cheap, and they didn't have that one in the size I needed the day that I picked it up. This GC doesn't need huge tarps because most of my framing work is new construction. Anyways, I'm going to come to and waterproof it, not remove it until I have the rest of the material delivered, not taking any more risk to keep the job moving. Whatever damages from the water, I'll take care of as well. And it rained again, and my house flooded again one more time after that.
And just for clarification, when you're referring to GC, are you referring to, what does that mean?
General contractor. That's what my understanding of it is.
So we talked a little bit about the HVAC, the two garages. We talked about water damage. What about issues with the stairs?
So the stairs have to get moved. They have to get moved because of the poor design and to accommodate it. And one of the things.
Do you have a diagram of the house? It's kind of hard for me to follow. I understand your client knows what the house looks like, but when he says the stairs have to get moved, he has, in my mind, anchored stairs to garage, because his testimony is that the garage was designed to be built 4 feet below ground. When it was raised up to ground level, that meant stairs had to be moved. And I just have trouble envisioning all this.
Yes, Your Honor, and let me pull it up for you. This should be P6. Scroll down a couple of pages.
That should be good. Go back one. You should page up. That was probably more easy to control. Just do page up again. So that one, Your Honor, go back down.
Page 6. That one?
Yeah. That's ultimately the stairs to.
So before we talk about it, this is P6, which is a set of
Drawings, Your Honor.
drawings. Mr. Oldham, any objection to the admission of P6?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, P6 is admitted.
So this is the plans that were submitted to the city, ultimately with the changes. So this is the actual final plans. I also provided you with the original plans, but in this ones, you can see that to the right. So let me see if I can manipulate this.
Yeah, so if you tap the screen, then there's a little icon in the corner, lower left-hand corner, that looks like a, there. Now your finger should be able to draw.
So this is the existing home. In the existing home, we were gonna break one of the windows, which already had headers and it was already strong enough to support a door, an opening in the structure. Here is where we would be walking from the existing home to the back.
Okay.
Initially, it was supposed to just be what you just walk back. It's a continuation of the room. But because we had to move the stairs, now these stairs have to come up. And you know what? It is what it is because we have to make it work. And now we're going to have a little landing right here. Let me change colors. I'm sorry.
It's okay. You're doing well with the different colors. And show me the garage so I know what we're talking about.
The garage is, this is the 3 bedrooms, 3 kids' bedrooms, and the garage is directly underneath it.
Okay, so we can't be three-dimensional here. So the garage is big. In fact, it's so big, it's the same size in terms of square footage as the kids' bedrooms.
Correct.
It just sits below that.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. So on that one, that's the garage. But if you see here, this little blue square, that's the landing where you're gonna walk from the existing home, get in the landing, make a left to go downstairs to go to the garage, or make a right to go upstairs.
Okay.
When you're building the addition and the framing, before you cut into my existing home, there's no opening yet, because obviously you don't want to have a hole and then all my AC is going to go out through the top. I'm very against holes. But there's a window there, and you know that it needs to be the same level as the existing home. Well, after he was done with all the work, and because we had to break away, when it was finally time to open that wall and put down the flooring and get it done, there should be a picture of this. The landing they had was off, like, significantly. So now the stairs needed to get redone a third or fourth time. And the only way to redo them is to reduce that. And those 3 or 4 inches needed to go somewhere. So one of the steps went from a code 6.
We saw pictures of that last time. I remember a stairwell where it's stair, and then a little stubby step. Okay, so that's now I can see in the house where that is.
So we all know about it, but you come to my home, I'm gonna have to put a big old sign saying, watch out, because you might trip. And my dad is older, and my dad goes up and down those steps all the time. And I tell you, every time I gotta remind him, just make sure you're careful with that little tiny step, because ironically, I guess this is why there's regulations, there's codes, because when you're walking, your body just feels a rhythm. And if one of the step changes, you tend to trip a lot.
Okay.
So I have a trip hazard in my home. And again, it goes back to, just didn't think about things. You're just building stuff. You're just doing it on framing on the fly, instead of let's sit back and think, where should this go? Because we're adding it to an existing home. If that was not your expertise, you should have told me, because an addition is different than just building a new home from scratch.
What about any observations of any cracks in the foundation or the flooring?
The garage, and I don't know if it's major foundational work or not, because I don't have the funds or have not paid somebody to completely dig up my garage and tell me what's wrong with it. But there were a lot of cracks. Like it looked like, oh, there's a little crack. And I told him, don't worry about it. That's normal. We'll fill it in later. And then it kept expanding. So now my garage, the existing garage, started looking like a broken glass, like your windshield got busted. And I repair that by applying an epoxy coating, which goes into the cracks and should mitigate it. But I shouldn't have had to do that, because the garage should have been brand new. But I think there's some receipts there where I had to pay for an epoxy flake coating to cover up the aesthetically unpleasing cracks and also make sure that it doesn't keep breaking.
I'm just going to show you a quick picture. We just talked about this, but I'll go ahead and just share it nonetheless. What's the significance of this photo?
This is how my home used to look. I guess now that there's the foundation there, but this is how my home used to look. And you can see there from the beginning, obviously, the garage level cannot be at the same level as the basement, because that's underneath. But that is when he started. I mean, I had a very big yard. I had fruit trees. I had a little playground for the kids. And the goal was we're going to sacrifice that. It's going to be because we're going to have a beautiful addition there. But that is the footprint of where the addition goes. The first block, which is, let me get to this fancy pen.
What exhibit numbers? Oh, P31.
P31.
Yeah, that's it.
And so this is this red one right there. That's the main garage. This other one is supposed to be the little garage. And this is the gigantic Sprinter garage.
Which is 25 feet external wall to external wall rather than something more. Where's the window that you were talking about that's basically going to be
This is where
the landing was?
Yeah. So this is the floor.
Oh, up there.
This is literally the floor, the level of my floor. You can tell because the people that built it back in the 60s did a cool thing where the brick pattern changes. I guess I can't zoom in, but the brick pattern changes. So if you actually pay attention, you can know exactly where the interior floor is, which would be right here. But instead, they built the landing right here. So it's slightly higher, and you still got to put subfloor. You still got to put hardwoods down. So that would have made an even more dangerous step.
The door that you put a mark on, that's to the basement?
Oh, yeah. This is the door to the basement.
Okay.
When I brought up the issue of, hey, the plans don't fit, Mr. Darius, which is their witness, your plans don't fit because they have everything underground. Oh, it's okay. We can just move the door over here. Go ahead. And I was like, go ahead, move it. Move an existing basement door underground from there to there so we can plan your stupid design. Because the stairs were supposed to go, you're supposed to walk in, and there's a mudroom, and you go upstairs, and then you go upstairs again or something like that. But instead, we ended up having to, and the utility closet was supposed to be here. This was going to be the utility closet because it just makes sense. because then from here you tap into the existing water and the existing gas and you send it back to the rest of the house. But instead, he put the utility closet where my bikes are supposed to park.
Okay.
Is this image a true and correct copy or true and correct depiction of your house as it was being built?
It is. It's actually an image. It's a video because I was very excited about this. I thought this was the biggest expense I've ever made, biggest purchase I've ever made, and I was very excited about it. So I took a GoPro time lapse to how the workers were working because I thought I had a great company working for me.
Your Honor, we move to admit P31.
No objection.
Okay, let's admit it on the front end rather than the back end. It's good that it came in since we've had 5 minutes of testimony about it. But if there's something you want your witnesses to discuss, let's admit it and then do the discussion.
Absolutely, Your Honor. Apologies for that.
It's just Taylor mad.
He's not. I'm managing it. You're okay.
Thank you.
And you know what? We'll skip P30. All right, so I want to jump over and start talking about some numbers just to make sure that we can go through this and discuss sort of the damages that you have actually incurred. First of all, do you know how much you've paid Mr. Ghouchani?
I think I paid him about $272,000 directly to him, or the other ways that that money went is because he was supposed to be giving me credit. Again, hindsight 2020 is frustrating, and I just keep kicking myself over it. But from day one, I would have to pay people directly, even though I already gave him a substantial sum of money. Oh, the concrete guy is there, and he needed to bring a concrete pump, so that's going to be an extra $800 some. Can you go ahead and pay it? I'm like, sure, I'll pay it. And so I put it in my spreadsheet. I paid this guy, and that kept happening, and that kept happening, and that kept happening. It should have been a red flag from the beginning. If I'm got a GC, why am I cutting checks to the subs? So my spreadsheet has all the money I gave him, which the total is $272,000, including some advances that I gave to either buy the doors or pay for the concrete guy, or because he's not paying the people. And I was worried about liens because liens were placed on my home. Liens were placed on my home initially. I didn't even find out about this until later, but the dumpster people, over $500 or something like that. He wasn't paying the dumpster. We had I didn't find this out until after I fired him, and I called him, hey, come pick up your porta potty because we no longer need it. So I don't want you to waste to have it here when we don't need it. It's like, and I think I called sometime in June, and she's like, yeah, we haven't been paid since January. But they picked it up, and I said, well, that's between y'all and him. But they did put a lien on my house. I think it got resolved. I think ultimately he resolved that lien. There was another guy that placed a significant lien. To be candid, that guy was trying to take advantage of Frankie. That guy knew that, to give some context on that one, the original framer fell and broke both his ankles, could no longer work. He wasn't a company as I expected it to be. He was just a guy. And he couldn't finish it. And Frankie was in a tough situation where he needed to finish this job because he was 75% framed. So he brought in another group of framers, a larger company with tons of workers. They had like 6 or 7 workers. This first guy, he was just him and an apprentice. He did most of the house. That's why it took so long. But these guys came, and even though he said, I don't remember, I think the numbers was, don't quote me in the numbers because I just wanted, the point is that the numbers were maybe it's going to be $5,000 or $10,000 to finish the framing that this guy did, and we need to fix some of the things that got done. And then the guy comes and like, oh no, that's not what I told you, Frankie. You owe me $50,000, which is ridiculous. Obviously, $50,000 for framing is not right. So he tried to pull one over Frankie, because Frankie was in a tough spot. And at that point, I thought I was still friends with him. I said, no, man, we definitely not. He can file his lien and we'll fight that lien. But it was just an ongoing problem. He was not paying subs. He was not paying for services. And then that's why I started fronting money to make sure that I didn't get a lien put in my home, because I know what a nightmare that is to fight.
A second ago, you just said you paid Frankie $272,000. I want to pull up a different document, and I want to make sure that we're on the same page.
It should be the first exhibit you did towards the last page where I have the.
Correct. And so this one was already admitted. This was the contract along with the tallies. And so I'm going to
go back to the last page. And I think you can flip it so we can read it if you click on the right there, yeah, do 3 times. All the way up to, if you can see line number 39, Mr. Darius, the architect or engineer or whatever, after having to fix the plans because the city would not approve the build, even though it was pretty much all the way done, would not approve it because it didn't match the plans that were submitted. Like they came in, it's like, what is this closet doing here? This is not supposed to be here. So we had to redo plans for another approval process to correct the mistakes done by his architect and designer. And he charged me $1,500. He wouldn't release them to me, even though the city was waiting for them. So I had to cut him a check 1195 from my banking checking account. So I put that towards the money I paid him. And at that point, it was done. It was completely done. But there was multiple subs, the electrician, the plumber, the what was the other ones? I forget. The siding guys, the guys that did all the siding. These are the theme that I saw is Hispanic undocumented workers that have no say keep getting exploited and underpaid and then not paid, even though he's gotten paid. He's gotten $272,000 up to this point, and he's not paying them their $2,000-3,000 he owes them. And I know they got to make payroll. I know they got to pay rent by the end of the week. And I told him, pay them. And he's like, well, I don't have money to pay him. So me stupidly gave him another $15,000. I sent him $9,000 in Cash App, $3,000 in Venmo, and $3,000 in Apple Pay. And I said, because that's how much was owed to those people that needed to make rent. And I said, pay him. We can talk after you pay him. And he still took his sweet time to pay him, because I'm sure he was using that money to fund the other project that he had after me. And he's using the money from that project to fund the project after that, and so on, like he's been doing since he's been in business, if you can call it business.
But so that totaled to Mr. Ghouchani, as well as these individuals who basically were funneled the money through Mr. Ghouchani, was $287,000.
$287,200. Okay. And so when you pull up the next one of the things, this is up to the point after we broke away, we walked away from this. The house was still not done. The house is still needed flooring, tile, finishing the plumbing, because they do the rough, but they still need to come back and install the things. And it needed pretty much all the final steps, painting. So that's what I paid him up to that moment, which is already beyond my budget. And then I had to go out and then act as a GC and finish the work myself, find people that are going to do quality work, pay them what they charge, because I'm not in the business of haggling with people. If this is your fee, this is your fee. When you come to me, you tell me you have a DUI, I tell you I'm going to charge this much. That's what I charge. You can't afford it, go somewhere else. And that's how I do business. And so when somebody tells me it's going to cost you $12,000 to finish the trim, and I've seen their work, and that's the type of work, that's the quality of work that I'm expecting, that's what I paid them. And then this guy told me, oh, but this is my labor. You need to get this much material. And I bought the material myself. I did everything that Mr. Ghouchani was supposed to be doing, and I did it great because it looks really good now. But this is many receipts. And this receipt you have right here, that's a true and accurate copy of the money I paid to
Before you go
Loomis.
forward, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Just identify it for the court.
So this is P-150. It's a true and accurate copy of the receipt for the delivered order that I paid to Loomis Supply Company. And that is the all the siding material. It was a total of $9,750.
And that's money you paid directly to them.
Yes, you want to tender that one?
Your Honor, we would move to admit P-150.
Any objection to P-150?
No objection.
Admit it.
Could you identify what this is?
On P-124, this is again the one of the receipts for Mora Floors and Interiors. That is a place that is over there. I think it's by Howell Mill exit between Marietta Highway. I don't forget the exact address, but it's a luxury, high-end tile distributor and installation. I wanted to stop playing games. I don't want some guys that come in that have no idea how to do the job. I expect somebody to be trained and install my shower properly, the tiling in my shower and my kids' bathroom. And I bought all the tile from them and I paid them directly, paid them a lot of money. This particular one is a true and accurate representation of the materials of the actual tile that I bought. And I paid $16,000 and some change for the materials, the labor. There's a different invoice for the labor. Again, I was dealing with a legitimate company.
Your Honor, I move to admit P-124.
Any objection to P-124?
No objection, Judge.
Admit it.
Could you identify what this is?
So part of the build includes 2 fireplaces. One of them is in my bedroom and it's a very tall fireplace. It goes from the floor, I think it goes up maybe 17 feet to where it exits on the vaulted ceiling. And of course, I wanted that fireplace to have, it had some kind of protection on it. So, and I wanted it to be tile. So that's the material for the tiles that goes on the fireplace, not for the installation, but the actual just the tile to it. And that's a true and accurate representation of the money I paid to Moda. And it was a grand total of $3,199.39.
Your Honor, move to admit P-123.
Any objection?
No objection.
So it's admitted. I'm curious, some of these things are finishing touches that you say you wanted, but you're saying, Mr. Jimenez, if Mr. Ghouchani were on the stand, he would say, oh yeah, we talked about a 17-foot fireplace and that was something I was going to do. He ended up not doing it because you all severed the relationship. But this isn't well, now that he's out of the picture, I'm going to decide to have a super fancy fireplace and make him eat the cost because he's liable.
No, that was not, absolutely not. That was the original intent from the beginning. And I didn't provide this in discovery because my understanding was just the damages, not the actual trial, but I couldn't provide communication. Oh, we want tile in the fireplace. That was another of the frustrating parts. We look back to the first exhibit, as I said, he has 0, 0, 0 on everything. What was explained to me when I said, but why does it say 0? I need to know how much is allocated for each of these jobs. Why do I stopped doing that? And it might be, to his defense, it might be how people do business. I stopped doing that because then people would go behind my back and start quoting those things and then make me not do it and get it somewhere else cheaper. And I do believe the young man that is testified on our behalf, our expert, his thing is similar. So I understand. The other people I've dealt with are very specific. The guy that built my van, Moda, everybody, this is how much I'm charging for this, and that.
But you're hiring Moda for a discrete piece as opposed to for Moda to do everything. And so I see both sides of that. But what you're saying is having a super fancy, very large fireplace in the master bedroom is something that was part of the original plan. That's not well, now that Mr. Ghouchani's out of the way, how can I really soup this place up?
No, because he wanted, that was an addition. That was not part of the original contract and it was an addition and I paid additional for the design and the build and the installation of the fireplace. Again, another red flag is even though it was going to be additional to our contract, he added it to it because that is legitimately a change. The people that installed the fireplace I had to pay them directly too. I have a bill for them because he told me, just go ahead and pay him. I didn't, and it's a red flag again. I should have you're the GC, you pay him, but I pay that off. And that's part of the first spreadsheet. Again, because it was a change, but it was intended. And so going back to the other point I want trying to make about him putting zeros everywhere, because I kept trying to ask, what tile are you putting in? I don't know about tile. He said he knew we wanted a tile bathroom, tiled everything, tiled fireplace. And he never gave us, there's so many texts between me and him and my wife, like, what options do we have? My wife needs to pick colors, needs to pick patterns. We'll do that later. We'll do that later. And never even gave me what he expected the budget was for tile. When I went to Moda, I said, this is the space I have. What tiles do you have? And we went to the ones pretty much the cheaper ones. They had some other stuff. The stuff I got, even though it looks at $16,000 worth of tile, is because it's a very big bathroom. I think the bathroom is the size of 2 of my kids' bedrooms. So there's a lot of tile goes everywhere. So part of it is the volume. And we ended up going with some of the most, the cheaper tiles that they had, not the ones we really, really liked, because I was expecting, I'm going to take him to court and get a free bathroom. No, we just did what we did. And from the beginning, it was expected to be of good quality.
Okay.
And just to clarify for the court, everything we're discussing here are things that were contemplated by your agreement, Mr. Ghouchani. And there are certain things where you basically upgraded, such as brick instead of your typical concrete. And those things are not included in our tally.
Absolutely. So that's a very, very good example as to the point that you inquired about, Your Honor. The driveway, it was always expected to be a concrete driveway. There was actually some talk about, the city says that the impermeable surface is too much. We got to cut it down. I was like, well, we're going to figure it out. But I do not. His guy said, well, why can't you just put a gravel driveway? I'm going to have a gravel driveway to park. I like nice cars, and I got a lot of motorcycles. They probably don't know much about motorcycles, but the most dangerous part of driving a motorcycle is when you hit the gravel. So you don't want a gravel driveway when you're going to be coming in and out on a motorcycle. So it was going to be concrete. But then when I got the guy to come out here, and he was not the only one that gave me a quote, I got a couple and they were about the same range. And when I got this guy to come out and say, okay, it was about, I think it's about $50,000 for the concrete driveway. Then I started getting curious. What if we do some cool designs? What if we do the things that have like little grass between it? Or what if we do brick? And then he ended up being, okay, it's going to cost you an extra $30,000 to do the pavers. And at that point, $50,000, $30,000, I'm already so much into it. And I was so lucky that I didn't pay him all the money up front, because I used that money when I got the loan. I put it in Robinhood. I stocked, and I think I tripled the money. So I had a little extra money to do what I wanted to do. But there were things that I want something a little nicer, because I have a little extra cash now. And that's a perfect example of it. The pavers is not the responsibility of Mr. Ghouchani at all. His responsibility is the concrete driveway and the leveling and the cleaning out all the trash that he left. They left a big old chunk of concrete that even I couldn't have moved it with my industrial van. It was just huge. So they had to get a bobcat out there to break it up and put it in a tractor, in a dumpster, because every single person he brought had no respect for my home. They kept leaving trash and debris everywhere, and they were just not professional.
And just to clarify, that was the testimony of Mr. Vega on the first day. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And Your Honor, just to make sure we're on the same page. So the additions that he wanted that were not part of the agreement, Mr. Ghouchani, those are not on this list.
Okay.
So we left those off. And Your Honor, I don't recall if we admitted P123. I think we or P124 rather.
124 you did.
123, I'm not sure if we admitted that, but I would move to admit that.
Any objection to P123?
No objection.
It's admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. We look at P122.
And so P122, that is a true and accurate receipt of what I paid. I'm just trying to make this a little quicker. This is for the actual installing, I think. Let me see if I can read it. Yeah, so this is the materials. This is more than just the tile. This is the materials and the installation. So another receipt that is accurate is what I paid to Moda.
And this was for the labor as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, we move to admit P122.
Any objection to P122?
No objection.
Admitted.
And just for the record, Suri, could you please say what that number is?
It's 15,482. And so you know this is the labor one because it says labor on the stuff. Now, the next one that I think you might be trying to introduce, which is going to be P120. I got to look at it real quick to make sure.
Sure, we
it's
can
not double.
we can go there to P120.
This is not Moda. This is just somebody else that was going to look into installing. So if you go down, that's how I was shopping around. So this we can take off the tally. I didn't hire these people, the precision flooring, but to do something similar, they were going to charge me 18,850. Moda, which is the supplier of the thing, did 16,000. So that's a no-brainer.
Okay.
Both legitimate companies. I went with the cheaper one. I apologize. I should have caught that when we reviewed it.
What is this, Mr.?
The importance about this one is what I paid for just the materials of a steam shower. This is a true and accurate receipt. I bought it from build.com and I paid it, ended up being with all the parts necessary, $3,764. Now, I'm not saying I need a refund for that, but it's just to show the court. This is the installed steam shower that is useless until I pay somebody else to come move. So I don't think I'm entitled to $3,764, but it's just that is the value of what I think the point I'm trying to make is the workmanship should go along with the components. If you buy a Ferrari and you put in Ferrari parts on that Ferrari, the workmanship is not the same as the guy that is a great worker but only works on Toyotas. It's just a different type of labor that should be included when you are installing things at this level.
2 points for you, Suri. Number one, as it stands now, is your steam shower worthless?
As of today, yes, absolutely worthless.
And number two, this was things that were contemplated and discussed with Mr. Ghouchani in terms of what you wanted.
Yes, this was another addition. This was I also want a steam shower. Okay, that's going to cost you more because we got to do more work. So yes, there were changes. There were absolute changes because as things go, I get interested in other things. I see things. Let's add this. This was one of those additions. But and it was part of the money that he claimed he was charging. Again, this is also part of the reason why the money I gave him is more than the original contract was contemplated because of the changes. I kept giving him money.
You move to admit P127, Your Honor.
No objection.
Admitted.
On this one, what is labeled as P118, this is just a bunch of other things that I also had to get materials. One of the issues with the bathroom, and I know I'm trying to go quickly through this because I know the court is busy, but I don't know if the court remembers, there was a picture of the bathroom before it was built out. Maybe we can pull it up, but even I know this, in a shower, you have to put Durock between the studs and the tile. Durock is like a cement board. You can't put sheetrock because sheetrock absorbs water. So even though you're going to have a membrane of waterproofing, you still go with Durock, and that's what it sticks to. That's what tile sticks to. It doesn't stick very well to drywall. Some flippers and do-it-yourself homeowners put it to drywall, and it's just not the proper way of doing things. He built out the shower with drywall. So I had to pay somebody to come rip out the drywall that I had already paid for because he didn't provide the materials. I paid for those materials. Rip out that drywall, and then install Durock. So this particular receipt is for the Durock I had to pay for them to be able to install it in the shower and do a proper foundation to then put the tile and the waterproofing membrane. This is just one of many receipts that I don't no longer have. So I gave you this one because I had it, but there's a bunch of other materials that I bought, which I don't have the receipts for, so I'm not asking for.
What's the date on this one? Can you scroll up?
Tuesday, May 17th, and I believe that would have been 2021.
Now, by this time, is the steam, this is for your big 2-acre shower?
Correct.
And is the steam thing already installed?
The guts for it, yes, what is called, what they refer to as rough. So it's
Okay.
a rough installation, all the piping, because it is not a regular pipe, it has to be a copper pipe and it has to be away from everything else by so many inches. All of that's already installed because that gets really hot. And
So you knew before you bought this Duroc, that the steam outlet was on the bench?
I knew
Because
the
at this
location.
point, you could have had it moved, without breaking any seal because it hadn't been tiled, it had been sheetrocked, but that's all gonna come drywall, it had been drywall, that's gonna come down and you're putting this stuff up.
absolutely, I knew where it was gonna come. I had no idea that was a problem until I turned it on and I sat down and I got burnt.
Okay,
So, and the reasons, I don't know. I don't know where things are supposed to go.
got it.
All I know is I hired somebody that should know.
Your Honor, we move to admit P118.
Any objection to
No
P118?
objection.
It's admitted.
And a second ago, you were talking about the drywall in the shower.
So that is the bathroom. That's a true and accurate representation of what the bathroom looked like right after Mr. Ghouchani had left, because he hung the drywall. This is right. The only thing that happened between when Mr. Ghouchani stopped working on the house and this picture is that Mr. Londoño, which is the painter, finished the drywall, fixed the problems with the drywall where it needed to be fixed, and painted it. And then when I got the tile people out, they told me, you painted a bunch of stuff we're gonna have to rip out. Because it's not paint primed. Because this right here, where is the pen? Come on, pen. This is the shower. As you can see, this is one shower, one shower, one shower, one shower, one shower. These are all the shower heads. And this is gonna be the wall that's all gonna be tiled. This is okay, because this is outside the wall, the shower. But this right here all needed to be Duroc. It's a 6-person shower,
Yeah, well, you have a lot of kids.
yeah.
And is that a true and accurate copy of your bathroom at that time?
It is.
Your Honor, we move to admit P119 as well.
No objection.
Admitted.
P117, please.
I'm gonna take those markings off, but the importance about this receipt, this is a receipt from Hertz, which is P117, and it is a true and accurate representation of what I paid to Hertz, which is a rental company. So as we are moving forward on the build, by this time, Mr. Ghouchani is gone. There are things that need to be installed. If you're building a shower, you know we all knew it was gonna be a glass shower. It was not gonna be an enclosed dark room. So it's gonna be a glass shower, oversized, very big pieces of glass. Probably if I had hired a person that thought about things in advance, would have gotten this glass delivered before walls were put up. When Mr. Ghouchani left, the windows were already installed, the walls were installed, the siding was installed. So in order to get these humongous pieces of glass that are bigger than the panels in this courtroom, I think one of them, I forget the exact dimension, but it might be 10 feet by 4 feet. You can't get it through the stairs. You can't get it through the Frankenstein stairs that he had to build. So we needed to get a crane to get it to the deck, to get it to the bathroom, because otherwise I'd have been showering with no glass.
Your Honor, we move to admit P117.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's admitted.
And what is the sum on that invoice that you paid?
If you go down a little bit, $919. And now I am expecting to maybe there's some challenges on this because they're gonna say, well, you also had a hot tub delivered and the hot tub got craned up. That was a different rental because I knew I was gonna have to have a hot tub delivered. I knew that was an addition. I knew that was a change to the deck to get the hot tub up there. So I rented a crane to get the hot tub up there, but I didn't realize I also needed a crane because I could have double dipped on this crane. But I had to rent another crane when we realized we also need to crane up the glass.
So the hot tub is not a Ghouchani thing. That's a Jimenez thing.
That's why it looks really good.
And that's not included in here.
No.
Could we go to P93, please?
This is a P93, is a true and accurate receipt of what this young man that is a very hard worker and has his own company, Marvella Shower Doors, has what I paid him to install the glass. That was for his labor on both the kids' bathroom and and mine. I think this is one of the receipts because there's multiple receipts from him because he had to do the glass in the kids' bathroom and the glass in the main bathroom. And just a little point on him, young kid, his own company. I just met him through the tile people. It was he screwed up. One of the measurements he did for the glass that we had to crane up was off by like 1/8 of an inch, meaning that it wasn't going to fit. So he had to get that glass on his own dime, redone, and he had to get a crane himself to get that back up. And he took care of it because I was dealing with a professional.
And is this a true and accurate copy of the invoice?
Yes.
Okay. We moved to P93.
So if you have a bunch of invoices from Marvella, can we introduce them all at once rather than one at a time?
Yes, Your Honor. We also have P94 and P95 if you want to pull those up quickly.
This is a screenshot of the Zelle payment I sent them for the large shower. That was $3,500. And then that was the final payment after he got done. And then P95 is the first deposit because it was going to be a total of $7,500 for the large shower doors installation.
So Jose Glass is Marvella Shower Doors.
That is correct. Yes. That's how I have him saved in my phone.
Okay.
Your Honor, we moved to admit P93, P94, and P95.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right.
And those three for both showers, it includes labor and material. The crane was separate because that would have to be my cost to get it up there.
The first time.
Yes.
Could we pull up P91?
On P91, I'll go ahead and tell you this is a true and accurate representation of the receipt that I paid for the materials of the metal roofing. This is another example of changes, upgrades that I did to the design that Mr. Ghouchani made, because I know that shingles need to be replaced every once in a while. When you have a 4-story build, replacing the shingles in 10 years is going to be a pretty penny and a pain. And I also know that metal roofs are a lot more energy efficient and last forever. Probably going to outlast the home. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to upgrade to metal roofs. Mr. Ghouchani said, I don't do metal roofs, but if you want to do that, we can I'll discount you what my budget was for shingles, and then you pay the difference. And he sent me a guy, Felix, I think is his name, who does, he was going to do the roof, and he also happens to do metal roofs. So we came to an agreement that if we're going to change the roof from shingles to metal, obviously we're going to change the existing home. So I'm going to pay for the existing home metal roof. I'm also going to pay for the materials because the metal roof, the labor is the same where you do shingles or metal roof, but the metal roof materials are a lot more expensive. So I'm going to pay for the metal roof materials. You're going to give me credit for the shingles that you said you were going to give me credit. And I'm going to pay for half his labor because that half labor is going towards the existing home. So on this one, we also should take this one off the tally because this is just to show that I paid for the metal roof because I wanted the upgrade. Mr. Ghouchani, whatever number it is that he supposedly had for shingles, I don't know that number because he never gave it to me. But that is what should be the offset, the shingle cost. This is the amount that I paid because I wanted better materials than what was on the plans. But the next exhibit you're going to introduce, we can.
Well, before we jump, is this a true and accurate copy of the invoice?
It is. That is a true and accurate copy of the invoice.
We moved to admit P91.
P91, which is not anything that would be assessed against Mr. Ghouchani.
Correct.
Okay. Any objection?
No objection.
Okay. Admitted.
And you put P92 for a second, please.
Now, P92 is a agreement between me and Mr. Felix Lara, that the labor total for the installation of roofing material, whether it's shingles or whether it's metal, is going to be $6,000. The addition is a little bigger than the existing home, but it's about, let's say, about half. So $6,000 in labor, $3,000 is it's my responsibility for the existing home. $3,000 is Mr. Ghouchani's responsibility. I paid Mr. Lara the $3,000. I do believe that I've had communication with Mr. Felix to check, see what he still needs to get paid. But I do believe he told me that eventually Mr. Ghouchani did pay him the $3,000 that he owes him. So, but this is just to show that there was agreements of changes and modifications, and then I had to incur the additional cost.
Had to, but should. I mean,
Yeah,
this is,
absolutely. No,
you
no.
wanted to upgrade the roof, and it sounds like whether Mr. Ghouchani paid on time or a little bit late, this went as you envisioned it. Mr. Lara isn't one of the subs who was left holding the bag, and you got your metal roof.
He didn't get paid until after I fired Mr. Ghouchani, but he eventually did get paid.
Okay.
So so I'm not, because I some of these people, I told them, if he doesn't pay you, let me know, and as part of the lawsuit, I'll request that and I'll pay you. But as far as I know, eventually they were all paid.
Okay.
Can we pull up P82?
Do you want to admit P92?
No, Your Honor, not necessary.
Okay.
And we're going to be talking about P82, 83, and 84 sort of all together. Could you identify what this is?
What these are receipts from the plumbing company that finished the installation. I actually ended up having to contact and use Sergio Barrios, this is his plumbing company. They are the ones that did the roof, and they were paid for the work by Mr. Ghouchani for the roof. The contract, obviously, it's supposed to be turnkey, so the contract was the roof and finish. But by the time Mr. Ghouchani was gone, I still needed toilets and sinks and showers installed. And they say I no longer want Kevin Frankie. The reason I need them to finish it, because they're the ones on the permits. I would have to go through the permit approval process again to get somebody else with to get a license, if these people are actually licensed, because I think eventually I found out that nobody that he brought was actually licensed. They borrow other people's licenses and put it on documents. But at this time, I thought, well, this is the only option I have, and this is what he charged me to do the finishing work of actually installing the tubs and installing stuff. And they did an okay job. I mean, they like the water heater and all of that was envisioned in the original contract. So this is just for the finishing labor.
Could you also pull up P83?
I just checked showing that I paid him. This is paid him for what the invoice was. So it's not double, it's just what the invoice was.
And P84?
Again, the other check showing that I paid Mr. Sergio Barrios from BR Plumbing, that's the deposit for him to get started on the work.
Your Honor, we move to admit P82, P83, and P84.
Any objection?
No objection.
All admitted.
And all of this happened right around when the house was getting finished, which was October 25th, 2022. Ended up being completely finished, I think, in about 2023 for a home that was supposed to be done before 2021. Granted, there was a global pandemic in between, so I am not,
Could we go to P70?
I think we skipped one on that one, on P81.
You know what? You are correct. Could we go to P81?
No, not P81. Go back to the
No, it is P81 that we skipped. I'm sorry, let me see. Yeah, P81.
Okay, this is just to show that the paint was bought, but like on this one I told you, this is a true and accurate receipt of paint that I bought for the finishing, the painting, the exterior and the interior of the home. However, Mr. Londoño's invoice encompasses everything, labor and materials. So this just to show that the materials were bought by me, but it was part of the of what Mr. Londoño has already testified on. So that number is included in the other number.
Okay.
I think.
And actually, Your Honor, that was my mistake. I have two P81s marked in the exhibits I tendered. This is the other P81 I meant to pull up.
So in this, I guess we can do P81B for this one. It's what this P81 shows that also one of the things that was never contemplated, was never discussed, is the actual gutters. You build a new home, you need to put gutters in it. So I had to buy, I bought the gutters through, I think Costco, and hopefully you have the receipt for that. But also this was there had to be a draining system for the gutters to drain away. This was certainly contemplated when discussing with Mr. Ghouchani, because before he even broke ground, I told him sometimes we have issues with water pooling in the yard. There's sections where it's been pooling. There's some textures like, hey, before he broke ground, it's raining right now. You want to come to the house so you can see where it's pooling, because we wanted that addressed. We didn't want water pooling because I had humidity issues in the basement because of the water going in through the foundation. So we had contemplated that the gutter system was going to go in through PVC pipes and then get pumped out with a sump pump away from the property, so I wouldn't have humidity issues again on a brand new build. So this is what I ended up having to pay. Again, Mr. Sergio Barrios with B&R Plumbing to come and finish installing the gutter lines.
Your Honor, we would move to admit P81B.
Any objection to P81B?
No objection.
Admitted.
And a second ago, when you were talking about the paint materials and so forth, the other P81, that was actually covered with the testimony on the first day. And so we're not going to go over that.
That's correct. Yeah.
Could we go to P70, please?
What P70 is a true and accurate representation of an invoice that I got and that I paid, one of two invoices by Skywork Engineering. I did another red flag that I should have acted upon, because the engineers, the city would ask, okay, you're doing this or you're doing that, like the deck, which has minimal support underneath because it's on top of a garage, so there's no poles going in the middle of the deck like you normally would see to support it, because an industrial van is supposed to be parked underneath it. So the city said, you need to have an engineering letter to tell us that this deck actually will not fall on you. And also the bay windows, which were contemplated from the beginning, but the Darius guy never actually did properly. The city wanted plans to show that the actual window hanging over the structure is not going to fall down. And so they said, sure, it looks good. You're telling us that the build is well, but we need an engineer letter saying so we can back it up. And so he had a company, which is a different company than what Darius was, which that surprised me too. But when they gave us the engineering letters, before they released them, they wanted to get paid, and I had to pay them directly. And this is one of two receipts. One is for $600, and I think the other one's for $150.
Can we pull up P71, please?
And this is again another receipt from Skywork, and this was for the deck addition. So it was $600 for I think the windows and $150 for the deck, and that's stuff that the city wanted engineer letters, and I'm glad that at least the city was thinking about safety.
Your Honor, we move to admit P70 and P71.
Any objection to P70 and P71?
No objection.
All right, we're going to take a break. We've been going for a while. How are we doing? You making progress here? We've been wading through these that seem like they could have been admitted in one fell swoop, but we're kind of going piecemeal here, and I'm getting the gist of it. Mr. Jimenez has had to pay a lot for things that he contends Mr. Ghouchani didn't do or was supposed to do or didn't do in a manner that was up to spec, so he's had to redo. I figured that part out. So tell me what you see on the horizon.
So we just basically went through about half half the payments that Mr. Jimenez made. And so what I will do is I'll speak with Mr. Oldham and I'll see if we can just admit the rest in bulk, because we've agreed on authenticity. We haven't agreed on admissibility. And so long as he agrees that these are admissible, I can give him the numbers of exhibits.
Why don't you do that during the break? I'm getting the sense that Mr. Jimenez is able to authenticate these receipts. And so if you say, did you during the break get to look at exhibits A, B, C, D, et cetera? Yes, and they're true and accurate copies. That may satisfy Mr. Oldham. I'm not trying to rush Mr. Oldham, but I'm noting that he has yet to object to anything, which is telling me that he probably, now that there is a competent witness, that doesn't mean your other witnesses were incompetent, but this is the right person to identify the receipts, that you may be able to streamline this and we can get to what you told me we were going to be covering today. So anything we can do to streamline it would be great.
That sounds great, Your Honor. And just so you know, we are actually looking at the last page and going through the numbers there.
Okay,
But I will speak with Mr. Oldham and hopefully we can submit this in bulk.
fantastic. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, might take a comfort break.
You may,
Thanks.
and I will mute the podium microphone. Can you take down the screen share for 1 second, please? Thank you. Okay, we are back together after a break in Jimenez versus Ghouchani and the Ghouchani Corporation. You, Mr. Haidari, still have Mr. Jimenez on the stand.
Yes, Your Honor, and I'm happy to report that opposing counsel and I discussed and stipulated to admitting the bulk of the remainder exhibits.
Okay.
And that just streamlined this last bit of testimony. And Your Honor, so we are moving to admit P69, P67, P44, P43, P42, P33, P26, P24 and 25, P19, 20 and 21, P14, P16, P17, P4, as well as P72, 73, and 74.
All right.
No, those are going to be, we didn't stipulate those are litigation costs. I think he's going to testify. Mr. Haidari is going to testify about that, as will Mr. Jimenez. So
The last three.
72 to 74, Judge.
Sure.
And then you're dropping 22 and 23?
22 and 23 were discussed by Mr. Vega, so we don't need to include those.
Okay.
Okay.
Great.
And Mr. Jimenez, just aside from the dumpster lien, which is 533, which is P67, did you pay all those costs that we just discussed?
I did. I did not pay the dumpster lien, so that's there's a lien was placed, but I don't know if they just wrote it off or he paid it, but everything else, yes.
Okay, and Your Honor, P72, 73, and 74. 72 is my invoice, but 73 and 74, which is the process server, could you pull up 73 and 74, please? Did you pay those, Mr. Jimenez?
I did. We used a great company that does Fenrir Group. They do process service, so they had to. I think it was a lot more than needed because Mr. Ghouchani kept giving them the runaround and saying he would meet them, but never met him. So eventually, he had to stand at his door at like 5 a.m. and knock nonstop until they opened the door.
And P74, which was a court reporter invoice, did you pay that one as well?
Yes.
What did we have a court reporter for?
A deposition, Your Honor.
Oh, okay.
And those are included on my invoice, but since I'm going to be talking about that and he paid those directly, I just wanted to get that.
Sure.
And so, Your Honor, that's all we have for, oh, Your Honor, we move to admit all those exhibits we just discussed.
Got it. Any objection to the admission of any of the exhibits in that list that Mr. Haidari just provided?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, they're all admitted.
Objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. And so aside from my invoice, which is P72, we've completed our case. And so I'll testify in
Well, you don't need to rest yet because I'm going to see if Mr. Oldham wants to cross-examine Mr. Jimenez. He may not. He may want to call him in his case in chief. But let me find that out and then I'll ask you if you've got any other evidence.
sure, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Mr. Oldham.
Yes, thanks, Judge. I will ask Mr. Jimenez questions.
Great.
Okay. And is it Mr. Jimenez? I know it's Chada Jimenez. Is that?
Chada Jimenez.
Right. Chada Jimenez. Okay.
Yes, sir.
You mind if I just call you Mr. Jimenez?
That's fine.
Okay. All right, Mr. Jimenez, we've never really met, I don't think officially. You know, I'm Larry Oldham that represents Mr. Ghouchani. I've seen you around.
Hey, Mr. Oldham.
Hey, so on Judge, I'm going to kind of sit some so I can work up if that's
Not a problem. As long as we can all hear each other, that's fine.
If you have any problems hearing me, let me know. Okay. All right. I'm going to share. Well, let's first talk about P5, exhibit P5, which you testified about earlier. Let me just pull that up. I'm going to ask you some questions about that. All right, and I'll share this on the screen. Okay, so this was your contract, original contract, correct? Can you see this? Maybe Mr. Haidari asked you about it.
It's not up yet. What we've got is,
I'm sorry.
that's okay.
Says my screen is sharing, so.
It is. And what we see is a file directory and
Okay.
lists P5, but P5 is not open.
Okay, maybe I'm just not sharing the right thing.
Double click on it. Yeah, double.
Yeah, if you double click on the exhibit, it'll open.
Yeah, I did that and it opened up, but it's showing for me. Let me do this a little differently. My bad. I think maybe if I open it up and then share the screen, that would be the better way to do it.
You want to share your entire computer instead of just that window?
Yeah, no, I got you. All right, I'll do it this way. All right, so now this should be shared. Yes?
Yes.
Okay, so this is what you were talking about earlier.
This is the contract with all the zeros on it until you get to the end.
Yes, sir.
This
Right,
is the
you-
contract that was prepared by your client and that we agreed on.
Yes, sir. And so would you agree that this contract, while there are zeros in it, would you agree that when you look at the left side, for example, under architectural design and plans, that talks about everything that's supposed to be done as far as architectural, it's an itemization of things to be done for architectural. Then you got site prep, install silt fence, remove gate for equipment access, grading. So even though there aren't specific dollar amounts attached to each one of these itemized amounts, would you agree that this identifies the scope of the work under this contract?
I do.
All right, so for example, let's talk about the driveway itself. Now, I know you had a gentleman in here that testified last time we were here about the driveway installed and the pavers and whatnot. What was actually the scope of work for the concrete driveway that Mr. Ghouchani's company was supposed to install? Was it the entire driveway?
According to your client's contract, where it says concrete slab, install mesh to prep concrete garage slab, install concrete in garage floors, form areas for driveway to garage, install concrete driveway, remove forms.
Right, so I'm with you. So what was your understanding? How many square feet of driveway was actually going to be installed under this contract?
I have no idea. It is not detailed in the contract, but my understanding is that when you drive from the street, enough driveway to go from the street into the garage, there was an existing driveway.
Right.
And the existing driveway was old and cracked because it's a house from the 60s. So the understanding was that he was going to build the new driveway to connect the existing driveway to the garages. At that point, I said, well, that would make no sense. It's not going to match. You're going to have a brand new, beautiful driveway, and then you're going to have this old stuff. And then what he told me was that it's okay. I'll build it at cost. When the guys are out there, when they're out there with the truck, they're going to go ahead and demolish everything. And when they're going to pour it, we go ahead and tell them and pay them on the spot for the additional. And I'll let you know how much that is, and I'll charge that to you at cost. He said that on multiple occasions, that any changes, that any additions, once the guys are already there, we can just tell them to do additional work and just pay me what they charge me. So the contract, the $0 contract line item was for the driveway that was going to be added as part of the addition, and then whatever the amount they were going to charge us to do the existing driveway was going to be paid for me on the spot.
Okay, so for example, we've heard about a $50,000 for a driveway that was done. That's for the driveway all the way from the street all the way back to your garage and this little area that you have, correct?
That is correct. And you asked me about square footage. I wouldn't know, but I will dare to guess that the existing driveway that would have been torn up and repoured, that was about a third of the size. If you look at you have some aerial view, I know there's some pictures in there. If you pull it up, you'll be able to see and just guesstimate that the new driveway surface area is about 2/3 of the entirety. So in that point you're trying to make, it would be 2/3 of $50,000, which was the responsibility of Ghouchani.
Okay, so you're saying then this wasn't that the scope of the work, according to you, was not just to go from the existing driveway and connect to the garage. It was to do that. Now, you admit that Ghouchani Homes did not install the driveway, correct? You had this other gentleman that did.
Correct.
So that would have been in addition to the scope of work, the add-on to the driveway, correct?
No. The add-on to the driveway is what the addition is, which is exactly what Mr. Ghouchani would be responsible for. The existing driveway to match the add-on would be
Right.
my responsibility.
That's what I'm getting
which
at.
is what I said, it'd be about a third of whatever the cost it was to pour an entirely new driveway.
And you're saying that that was a third. Have you got any idea what the square footage is of the driveway that was installed?
As I just answered earlier, I have no idea about the square footage. This is not my type of business. But if you pull up a picture, and I can pull it up for you, if you look at it, it looks about a third of the entirety from the street to where you park the cars. The existing driveway was about a third, and the new stuff. But I mean, we can always go out there and measure, but that I'm just guesstimating. A third, it's my responsibility. 2/3 is Mr.
Okay, well,
Ghouchani.
you know, you're not here to guesstimate, right? You're here for, this is a damages hearing where you're trying to explain to the court what Ghouchani Homes is supposed to be paying, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so, you know, a guesstimate isn't really anything the court can use, correct?
Correct.
All right, so what we're really talking about is that whatever additional driveway work was done, there was about $4,000 worth of concrete that was quoted, okay, for the driveway. Do you have any reason to believe, any basis for telling me that that wasn't what the agreement was? That there was about $4,000 worth of concrete that was going to have to be poured to connect the existing driveway to this addition?
I have no idea what you're talking about. Were you pulling that $4,000 figure? So I do not know what you're asking about. Right there, it says 0. I just know that the driveway was expected to be done in the contract, and I was going to be responsible for, on the spot, whatever the cost was to do the existing driveway part of it.
Okay, so if there's testimony that it was 4,000 square feet, you got no way to dispute that, do you?
You said 4,000 square feet or $4,000?
4,000 square feet, sir.
Okay.
4,000 square feet of driveway.
No, that's the testimony. That is, if it's 4,000 square feet, that's what it is.
Okay. All right, let me ask you about the framing. Okay, so there was a certain, was there any additions to the framing that was done after you guys entered into this contract? You recall anything?
Yes, absolutely. The framing was for the existing home. Once we started looking into it, we determined, you know what? I want an office. We got the room. It's going to be a very tall bathroom, or we have a lot of room up there. Let's do an office. And I'm doing this from memory, but I believe it would have been an additional $15,000 for the office space to be for framing and materials and labor. Since we had the space, he needed to frame up a lot.
For the loft area, is that
For
what
the
we're
loft
talking
area.
about? And you think it was $15,000?
I don't, if you can show me, it was about $15,000.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a minute. All right, so we got framing that was supposed to be done as part of this. We have, was the garage for the van, your industrial van that you talk about, was that included as part of this $276,000?
If you look at page 5,
Yes, sir.
I see there, that's an additional $29,000 for the
Okay.
garage. That's an option for me to exercise once we get going.
Okay, you exercise that option, correct?
Absolutely. I wanted the garage. It was very clear about wanting the garage. Initially, the reason, as I testified before, was because I didn't think I could afford it. But then we had a pandemic, and I bought the right things, and I tripled my money. So then I had the cash.
What were the right things?
Got some all those meme stocks that people were going crazy about. I got a little bit.
If only we'd all known that.
You swindled everyone else.
All right, so this is the $29,000 that was added to the contract. So now we're talking about 276 plus 29, correct?
That's correct.
So your original contract base price was $305,000.
Plus the additional framing for the office. So put 15 on top of that.
Okay, put 15, but we'll get to that. I just want to go through right now. This was the first contract that you guys talked about and that you signed, correct?
It's the first and only contract. That's correct.
Okay, well, there were changes to the contract. You've said that as much as that. We'll get into those, but this is the signed contract that you had, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so this contract, was the option exercised at that time for the Sprinter van, the $29,000, or was just $276,000? Did you exercise the option?
Yes. So I just testified.
Okay.
Yes, the option was exercised for an additional garage.
Okay. Do you have a writing that indicates that you exercising that option?
I have a garage that was built by by him. And there are text messages. I can pull up a text message that said,
No, I'm just asking, you said this is your only written contract, right? So this is what you're saying is your written contract. Do you have anything in this contract form that you all signed that says the $29,000 is part of that?
I do not have anything in this form, but as you are very well aware, writings can take many places. So if you want it in writing, I do have text message exchanges between me and Mr. Ghouchani who said, go ahead and do the garage, and also verbal exchanges. This is not for the purchase of land. This is for building. So it's not a contract that's required to be in writing.
Okay, so your contract then was both written and verbal, correct? And there are a number of discussions that you had over the course of entering into this contract, over the course of your course of dealing with each other, correct?
That's correct. There were discussions and there were changes that were made throughout the process.
Okay, so let's talk about some of those changes. So this would be the scope of your original work. Now, do you recognize, that there were allowances in this contract?
The only allowance that I could see was for the tile, something square footage, cents per square footage or dollars per square footage. I don't know anything about tile. I kept asking. I do have a lot of text messages like, what does that mean? What does that look like? What tile options do we have within that allowance? And he never responded. Eventually, when I went to the store and I went to Moda or I went to Home Depot, you cannot find any tile that is even remotely adequate for $4 a square foot installed. But I ended up buying what we needed. And this allowances, that's why I asked them multiple times. I asked them, just give me the details. You're doing the build. Just give me the breakdown so we know what we can work with. And my requests were unresponded or not responded.
Okay, so you had a $15 per yard allowance, for example, for carpet in the bedrooms, correct?
And on that one, there was changes later when I told them, absolutely not. I do not want carpet. We are not in the 70s. I don't want carpet anywhere in my home. And we said we're going to do hardwoods everywhere.
Was that the $42,000 you ended up spending on hardwoods?
That is correct.
That's so it's your contention that Ghouchani Homes is responsible for your upgrade to hardwoods throughout your home for the $42,260.50. That's your exhibit P26. Now that's an estimate, but do you actually have hardwoods in your home?
I have beautiful hardwoods in my home.
Jimenez, okay.
Yes.
All right. So why did you provide an estimate rather than actual cost of whatever the hardwoods were?
So let me answer that. You had a compound question earlier, so let me try to answer that in a clear way. Yes, there are hardwoods in the floor, and yes, there are hardwoods in every part of the home except where there's tile. There's no carpet. The contract says 3 bedrooms of carpet. The 3 bedrooms are I'm going to say maybe 600 square feet. But that was the only place that had to be changed because I told them I want hardwood everywhere. Everywhere else from the beginning was supposed to be hardwood. As the line right above it says, install hardwood on master bedroom area. The reason I provided the estimate, because that's the writing that I have. I made my testimony today under oath is that I made those payments to the person that installed the hardwood. Part of the reason we didn't subpoena him and drag him here is because felt it would be cumulative, and I am testifying that that is what I paid. Yes, those hardwood floors are very nice, but those was what I was expecting. I was not expecting Home Depot 1x2's length of hardwoods.
Well, no, I thought you said you were on a budget, and I remember you had a very high-end trim guy in here last time that talked about the trim that he put into the house. He works on $2 million homes. So did you actually expect that's what you were getting for your $276,000 when you started this contract with Ghouchani Homes?
Absolutely. I don't know if you have had a chance to look at the work that your client does. He does gorgeous, beautiful work. It looks gorgeous and beautiful, but then apparently there's been other people that have gone through this process before, at least here in this county, because it looks like that, but the guts just do not meet the facade. If you look at his Instagram, in his home, he has nothing but luxury, high-end appliances, hardwoods, a pool that he built without a permit. I think he's got some litigation with the city about that. But everything he does, he presents himself as doing is supposed to be high-end. My home, I bought my home for $120,000. It took me, and that is about the prices of all the homes in that neighborhood when I bought it. It took me about 10 years to pay it off. The homes skyrocketed in value right around this time after the pandemic, but all up until then, my home was worth $180,000. If I'm going to spend $300,000 on a $180,000 home, it's because I'm doing upgrades to a level of luxury that he presents himself as delivering, not because I want to go just buy anything. Because if that was the case, I could have bought 3 homes next to me and we could have just all slept there for cheaper than what he built this addition for.
All right, well, let me ask you this.
Can you put that back up? I have a question.
Yeah,
Can you
yeah,
put
sorry.
P5 back up, please?
All right, hold on. Delete your family, man. Okay.
All right, right there, just leave it. Because there's a disconnect between, I expected this to be super high end and what we see here. I don't know if it's high end or not, but let's talk about tile on all second floor bathroom floor. Is the second floor bathroom your mega bathroom with the 6 shower heads? Clearly you want that to be fancy. It says right there, $4 per square foot allowance on tile. What that says to me as a layperson on all this is you can pick any tile you want. If it's $19 a square foot, then you're eating $15 per square foot because this total figure, I appreciate there's a 0 right there, but the 276, whatever the number was, contemplates $4 per square foot on the tile. So when you say, oh no, I looked at Mr. Ghouchani's Instagram and everything is super fancy, he cabined it to a certain extent. How did that play out?
I don't know what $4 a square foot looks like. And I didn't know that until I went to the store and started looking at the prices. Like I said, if you're at Home Depot, you can't find anything within that range. And this is why on multiple occasions, I reached out to him.
When you say at Home Depot, you can't find anything that range, meaning everything is cheaper or more expensive?
Everything's a lot more expensive.
So you're the trained attorney, know how to read contracts, et cetera. It's not an invisible ink. It says right here, $4 per square foot allowance on tile. You sign the contract. How is this not a buyer beware situation?
It absolutely is. So if you want to cap the square footage at that, that is fine with me. But the problem is that when dealing with him, I kept asking, what options do we have? I know you have that there. That is what I agreed to. What are our options? Give us a colors, ranges, patterns, the type of tile. Silence, crickets. So yes, we can cap that at that, because that is what I paid. And if I upgrade it, I upgrade it.
Okay.
But
I just want to make sure. So if in the end, your tile bill from MODA, if the math is, it was $17 per square foot, as I'm looking at, well, what would Mr. Ghouchani's liability be, apart from you having to redo things and all those costs, just tile for tile, anything you spent above $4 per square foot would be you going fancier than you had contracted for.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And that is per square foot of the tile. My understanding, the reading of that, because it's not clear, that is per square foot of the material that's going to be picked, because there's variation.
Yep.
That doesn't incorporate the installation. The MODA receipts are also for installation. So it's $4 square foot is the actual piece of whatever the material is. The installation is separate. That's why those invoices are separate.
Okay.
All right, let me ask you this. Didn't you say y'all finished your basement? You and your wife finished your basement?
Yes, sir.
So you were familiar then with buying things, for example. I mean, when did you finish your basement?
Right before he started.
And so what all did y'all do in the basement? Did you?
It was nothing but an open space. So I put up walls. So, 2x4s,
Right.
walls, partitioned it. I made a movie room. The movie room, I did what is it called? Some starlights, which is kind of like what you would see on a Rolls Royce. Maybe on a Bentley, the starlights on it.
Mhm.
Then I did a gym, it was nothing more than putting drywall up and painting it. I did a bedroom and a closet, and the concrete, because it was bare concrete, I sealed it. I sealed it with an epoxy seal to make sure the humidity didn't come back up. And I also installed a system, a water pump system for the humidity that comes from outside to be pushed out. I forget what the name of that company is called, but like that was another thing. That was the extent of what we did. I did the electrical myself. I ran the electrical throughout the basement because it's pretty straightforward.
You actually ran it yourself, like you okay?
And then I didn't touch any of the plumbing because there was no bathroom there's nothing like that. There is no I guess to the context of what we're speaking about, there's no tiling work, there's nothing. It's just a basement, room, gym, and movie room. No tile work at all.
Okay, and you did all the electrical. Do you actually have experience doing construction?
Yes, actually, that was my first job out of high school. I worked in demolition, doing construction. I didn't do any building. I did breaking. It was the fun part.
Right. I agree with you there. So how long did you do that?
I think I did it for about 2 months. It was the summer, and then I went off to start getting a bunch of debt for go to college. Yeah.
So that's your experience with construction then, was just 2 months worth of demolition?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So one of the things you talked about here is water damage. And I noticed you didn't, we showed some videos with your builder guy, but you didn't talk about those. So I'd like to show you those videos and have you tell me when they happen and what we're seeing here. Because I assume, the flooding video that we saw, are we talking about that's what happened while Ghouchani Homes was working on your property?
Yes. So I'm going to show you the,
hold on.
you want to show me the,
So the answer is yes, that is. So I'm going to show you that video and I want you to describe it for me.
well, no, hold on. Let me finish answering. If there's a question, let me finish answering.
He
Yes.
hasn't asked you a question yet. He said he's going to play a
Show you the
video
video.
and ask you some questions.
Okay, I'm going to get you to watch this with us and describe what we're seeing here.
There's water coming into the basement because it rained a lot and water came in through the driveway, into the garage and into the basement. It happened at least 4 times. This video you're showing.
Okay, so this flooding actually happened when Ghouchani Homes was working on the property?
No, this flooding, this one, if you're focusing on this.
Yes,
flooding,
sir.
This flooding happened on June 20th, August 24th, August 26th, and I believe there was another date shortly after that. This flooding, the reason that is relevant to this case is because from the very beginning, I told Mr. Ghouchani, we had water pooling outside. Like I said, and I have some text messages say, well, you want to come and see, now that it's raining, you want to come see so you can see where it's pooling. I want a system to make sure there's water management. That's part of the design. I was expecting for him to address water management. The DV Construction, which is the guy that did the driveway, what he did, and I know the court's interested in this, he came and he finished the plans. I already have the plans. I can't go wider, I can't go shorter because this is what's approved by the city. He followed the plans that were given to us by Ghouchani Homes. And what the plan said, you're gonna do a driveway and it's gonna stop. I made an addition of, let's actually put the drainage into a pump and let's pump that outside of the property. And that is what was done. Never in the design, and I had no idea about this because I don't know. I'm not a builder.
Right.
I'm not a waterscape or whatever they might call themselves. Nothing in the plans has water management. Now that I've spoken with experts, they say this driveway should have had drainage in front of it. The designers, our expert, the designer, there should have been big drains in front of both driveways. There should also be drains in the garage for when something happens, it can go in and it can go outside of the home. Mr. Vega with DV Construction, I said, do what was done, upgrade to pavers, don't change anything. He's like, oh, we can make it wide. Don't make it wider. Because if you make it wider, the city is gonna say, no, this is not. the
So
plan.
we're straying a lot from the question, though. If we look at this video or the one before, am I understanding that actually this flooding occurred before Mr. Ghouchani was even on the scene?
This flooding happened. These are videos of flooding that happened after Ghouchani was gone, after the house was complete.
Okay,
But the reason it's relevant to this case is because that flooding is happening because it's poor design. He should have done water mitigation planning, which he didn't. He just put
Okay.
a driveway, and DV put the driveway that he designed.
okay. So the one that was on the screen just before, I think it was 178, I don't remember,
That's
and now 180. That flooding where there's an inch or more of water on the floor of your basement, that occurred, and you gave some dates, but no years attached to it. You said June, October. Those are all dates after Mr. Ghouchani was out of the picture, but after.
2023. That's correct.
Okay,
That's right.
so last year.
23.
So this picture is very important because what this picture shows is it had been designed properly. That door should have been canceled. This should have been closed in and not have an entrance. The reason my basement flooded is because, yes, water comes in the garage because the garage, the driveway was not designed with the proper filtration for it. And then it goes right into below ground where the garage was supposed to be at the same level as that door. Somebody had designed it adequately. If they had been a real engineer and a real architect, they would cancel that. I said, no, let's close that in. So if water ever gets into your garage, it will certainly not go into your home. But he created a path for water to go into my home. That didn't happen before that. I lived in that home since 1999. It didn't happen before that.
Okay.
All right, now, unless I'm totally misunderstanding something, when you were first talking about the poor design, you were talking about the fact that this was going to, the whole garage was going to be down 4 feet, right? Which would have been, so it would be level with the basement, with the base of your basement, correct?
Correct. That's according to his plans.
Okay, so like, well, okay, but so on your house, you actually had, and we can look at the back of it again, but is it fair to say that where that slab was being poured, that you actually had a door that was a subterranean door always, okay? That in order to come out, you'd have to come out of the garage, come out of the basement and actually walk up some stairs to get to your backyard. It was always, that door was always below grade, correct?
Correct. That is that door. And the reason it's a problem is because that door, you come out below grade, you go upstairs, and then you're in the driveway, and you know what was there? Dirt and grass and plants and things that absorb water. When you add an addition, you put impermeable surfaces.
Impervious surface.
I have learned this since this process started. The reason this is happening is because now there is a roof, a metal roof, and a driveway, and there is no plan to make that water go somewhere else other than to stay in my yard because the person that designed this home is not qualified.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Have you, so this water you're saying happened in August of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so, and y'all had your guy in here talking about this, I guess trying to explain to the court that was the flooding that you're talking about, right? But now what you're saying is that the flooding is not, it's because of the poor design of the driveway by either Ghouchani Homes or Darius. Is that what you're saying?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Are you saying that the reason your basement is flooding, sir, is because of a poor driveway design by Ghouchani Homes or Darius, this guy you says doesn't know what he's doing? Is that what you're saying?
That is exactly what I'm saying. It's not just the driveway design, the build design. You don't just design a driveway, you design the actual construction. Anytime you're gonna do construction, whether new or existing or addition, you need to make plans for water management. I brought this up from the beginning before he broke ground. There's gonna be water management issues, and I thought his design addressed that. Mr. Vega installed the driveway that was in the plans. So I told him install the driveway in the plans, and he's not an engineer. He's the guy that brings a concrete truck and pours stuff. He's not the person to tell me, oh, by the way, you need to put in drains. That's the designer. Workers follow plans.
Are you telling me that Mr. Vega, who puts in driveways for a living, doesn't understand that you need to make sure that a driveway slopes away from a house as opposed to staying right out there where water could run in off of the driveway into the house?
No, that's not what I'm saying. And the driveway does slope away from the house. The problem is that the house is in a hill and my backyard is below grade of the rest of it. And that what I'm saying is that a proper designer would have seen that and would have said, we need to have a water management plan, whether it is a French drain or under driveway drains, whatever. And that would have not have been a driveway guy that would have installed that. French drains are done by a different subcontractor, but this is the responsibility of the GC to think about the things that this tradesperson doesn't know. That guy that installed the driveways and installed driveways for a living also didn't tell me that my electrical panel should have power going to it because it's not his job.
So you're saying a driveway guy there's no requirement for a driveway guy to make sure that his driveway doesn't create any possibility of flooding a home? Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that it is not the driveway that is flooding the house. It is the design of the water that is pooling in the grass and pooling into the driveway. It is not just water from the driveway. It is water from everywhere because the ground is not absorbing all the rainwater because there's less permeable surface now that there's an addition.
All right, so we're going to now watch this video, and I want you to describe to me what you see. This is P80. Tell us what we're seeing here.
Water came into the driveway from the backyard, you can see, and it's going into, because it's going higher, the driveway does slope down, and when it doesn't rain that much, the grass absorbs it. But these rains were pretty high.
Okay, so would you agree with me that it looks like this is a pond out here in the driveway? Is that fair? Is that fair to say?
Absolutely, because if it was a better quality video, I didn't have a better quality video, you can see all that water is coming from the backyard. Because if you see behind that fence, there's a hill that goes up to the business next to my home. There is a business out there that is nothing but a parking lot. So again, water has to go somewhere. It used to go into my home, but my grass and my dirt would absorb it. And this is why from the beginning, I told them we need to have water management plans. And that's it. I put in my request. It is up to him to get it done. And if you can show me in the blueprints, where do they have any type of water management, I will learn something from that.
Okay, so that's what you're saying then, is that this is a Ghouchani home site design problem.
Yes.
Right, okay. And that your guy that put in the driveway has no responsibility for this. Now, why would this water be ponding up here? Are you saying that's all water coming back from a neighbor's home flowing towards your house? I'm confused.
It's from the rain. It's raining.
Okay.
There'll be other pictures. See, there's a video where I can show you it. You can see that this pond is overflowing from other places. When there is not that much rain, that pond is a driveway that is below the garage. Okay. But the problem is you need to account for historical rains. Climate is changing as much as some people don't believe it. There's going to be more rains. And this is why I was very clear with Mr. Frankie Ghouchani. We need a water management plan because water pools in my backyard sometimes, and I definitely don't want it to come in the house.
Okay, where is that video? You said there's a video that shows it. You tell me which exhibit it is and I'll show it to you. That where you can show water ponding in your driveway area?
What I said, water not ponding. When the driveway is below the garage.
No, I agree with you. The driveway is below the garage. I'll show you some pictures there where we can illustrate that. Isn't it true that you also along the back side of your driveway where your cars are located, that you have a retaining wall? Don't you have a little retaining wall that was part of the scope of Ghouchani's contract? Yeah. It's over here on this side, correct? You can't quite see it. There's your Sprinter van, your industrial van. Okay, if you would, for the court, show me on this picture where the retaining wall is. It basically runs parallel with your vehicles that are parked there, does it not?
You can go to P108. If you go to P108,
P108?
see a better picture. And that's under the folder called Sprinter Garage.
Okay, here, I'll tell you what I've got. I'll go to 108. Here's 108 right here. All right, so that is your Sprinter garage. That's your van that won't, oops, sorry, let me share it.
E102 might be a better one.
I'll show you both of them. All right, we'll go to 102. You said 102 might be better. Let's look at that one first, okay? This is going to be, sorry. Okay, this is your driveway, is it not?
That is my driveway. That's correct.
Okay, and that's that retaining wall that we're talking about, is it not?
That is correct. That is the retaining wall.
And doesn't that run the length of your driveway? So like if you were to back out of your garage and you went far enough back, you would actually back into that retaining wall at some point, would you not?
That's, yes. If you,
Okay.
yes.
And that goes all the way down along the side. If you think back to the house plan that we were talking about with the two garages in the other building, that runs all the way along your driveway outside of your garage, correct?
No, does not run all the way around the driveway. It stops, if you can see here.
Yes,
It
sir.
stops right, right where the level, why is this not painting? It stops right there. Because
No, I
that's
know
where-
that. I'm talking about back. I don't care about it.
Well, but you keep saying all along the driveway, so that's why I'm trying to figure it.
You're correct. And
So if I can
thank you
finish
for
answering.
clarifying that. Go
Yeah,
ahead. Yes,
if I can
sir.
finish answering.
Yes, sir.
It starts there,
Yes,
where,
sir.
because right there is where the grade of the,
Right.
where my backyard, my old backyard was, starts sloping down.
Yes,
That's
sir.
where you have to build the slope to go down. And because we're going below ground, this right here is where it used to be just a little hill next to my home.
Right.
And there used to be a fence there, a wooden fence. That goes all the way to where the fence is right now, and it stops at where that fence is.
Right.
That's not, water's coming in through there, yes. That's not where all the water's coming in. Water's just pulling even from the back, from the backyard, from the rain. Why? Not this, if you see right here, this is higher than this. So there is, the driveway is below.
I agree with you.
Even if you had even if you had installed drains right here, you saw that it became a pond. So those drains would just be full unless you have those drains going to a French drain, going somewhere else, get that water off the
Right.
property. And that was never part of the design. Mr. Vega could have installed 2, 3, 20 drains there. It would still just fill up with water because there is no design for that to go away. And again, he was following the plans. I didn't hire him to design a driveway. I hired him to install the driveway as designed.
Okay, so what you're saying is that, Mr., in that retaining wall, I just want to make this clear. It goes all along from the driveway coming down from up at the top of the house, all the way down to in front of your addition. That retaining wall exists, right? Because that was part of the original scope of Ghouchani Holmes's contract as well, was it not?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So it comes all the way down. Then where your vehicles are parked in that last video we saw, isn't there some curbing that you put there to keep from backing into your fence? Did those guys pour some curbing?
There is, yes.
So it's like a 3 or 4 inch curve, right?
It's a 3 or 4 inch curve, yeah, and it goes into, right there, this is what I added. I don't think I have a picture, but maybe your new video, what I added is a hole with a pump, because I realized, even though it was not in the plans, I probably need a pump, because I don't want the driveway to fill up, especially because I have that curve. So I did add that, but that pump is not strong enough. When the backyard is taller, when the backyard is overflowing that curve from all this was historical rains that happened last year in June and August. It hasn't happened again, since it doesn't happen every time it rains.
Okay.
But it doesn't mean that it's never going to happen again. And the reason it's happening because there is zero water management in this.
All right, so this is P109, is it not?
Yes,
Okay, and then that shows the curb.
that's correct.
Okay, and so of course the curb stops there because you got to be able to get out into the backyard. Correct? Okay, but that curb goes all the way over and intersects with the retaining wall, does it not?
Absolutely correct.
Okay, and then all your vehicles are parked up against that curb. I presume, maybe, I don't know how far this fence is off of that curb, but you try to keep from back, the curbs keep you from backing into the backyard or into the fence, correct?
No, the curb just makes it look pretty. It doesn't really have an
Okay.
effect. Yeah.
Well, doesn't the curb also create about 4 inches of area where water is going to pond between
Yes.
the curb and the retaining wall, which would be more than enough to fill your garage and flow down into your basement, which is exactly what's happened?
If you know how water works.
I do know how water works,
If I can
sir.
answer my.
Sure, go ahead.
If you know how water works, you know that water, as, and I quote Ghouchani, finds a way, because that's all he told me when he flooded my home the first times. Water would, if it pulls here, if all the water is pulling here, it would go into the backyard because that is actually lower. But the thing is that the water was not coming from the driveway when this floods happened. Water was coming from here over, from here is the water's coming, because it was raining so much that it was coming from here. My pump that's over here got, it gave out, and then it continued to rise. If there had been a French drain or any other system, which they may say, I don't even know what kind of systems there is, water would have never started to accumulate in the backyard.
Why didn't your driveway guy put that in? I mean, it was designed, you said there was going to be a sump system here or some sort of French drain. Well, first of all, if that backyard is higher than your driveway, which is what you're saying, I don't necessarily believe that to be the case. But if it is higher, where's that water going to go? Even if you put in a French drain, how are you getting it off your property?
That's my point. If you are designing a home, where I'm telling you that there's water management issues, and you get out there and you had shown up when I told you, hey, it's raining, before you broke ground, and you had seen it, where it's going to, you could have said, if you're a professional, you actually know what you're doing, would have said, you know what, there's no way we should have a building in this yard because you are below the street. And if it rains, home's going to flood. Let's not do this. Let's get that money invested in another property and go somewhere else, instead of trying to sell this addition for whatever it's worth, just trying to sell this build no matter what, with zero planning. I agree with you. There should not be a home in the back. And this is why we're asking for the entire amount to be refunded, because the reality is that I should tear this addition down because it is creating issues.
Where is this hill that you said the water run? Because I don't see a hill in the background. That looks like
It's
just clear sky.
It's behind the fence, Your Honor, behind the shed. So here, the driveway, my neighbors, let me clear this. My neighbors, which is a business behind me. Where'd it go?
Oh, sorry. I'll share it back. You were. Okay.
So behind that shed, that's your property. That
This
thing,
is-
it looks like a little white barn.
The
There's
shed-
no hill back there.
This is the, let me get to the pen again. The driveway level of my neighbor, which is a business behind me, is at this level. Why is this not? Okay, it's at this level. This is where the floor is on them. So then all of this drop is a drop from the
Okay.
sidewalk and the concrete and everything that surrounds my home. So again, if I had hired somebody that knew what they were doing, they would have advised me, you should not build in this backyard.
Okay, so hill is not like 30 feet up is this other business, but with water, it matters. It's a few feet up. That's what you meant by hill.
So how many times did your house flood before Ghouchani Homes did the addition?
Before he did the
Yeah,
addition,
from the water from your neighbor, you said the water is that high up on that property. You show this red line. That's at least 4 or 5 feet up in elevation, pouring back towards your house, according to you. How many times did your basement flood before Ghouchani Homes built the addition onto this property?
my basement.
Your basement,
I'm
yes.
trying to answer. I'm not asking you. I'm trying to answer.
Yes, your basement.
My basement has never flooded before. The backyard has pulled some water in. Before he broke ground, where there was grass and there were trees, it had created little puddles before. And that was a concern that I had when we started talking. That's why I have a text, and I can show you the text where I say, hey, it's raining right now. You want to come see so you can see where the water pools, because from the beginning, I told them I need water management. I don't know how to do it. I need somebody to put it into the design of the build.
Okay, so and when you had this driveway guy out that came to help you to take over after Ghouchani was gone, you paid $70,000 to, I believe. Did you have any discussion with the driveway guy about any concerns about water and whether that design was going to work or not?
Zero discussions
You
with
had
the driveway.
zero
Can I
discussions.
answer?
Yes.
Zero discussions with the driveway guy. Why? Because I had the same discussions with him as I did with the paint and as I did with the electrician. Do the job, finish it per the plans. I didn't want somebody to come and redo the plans. I wanted them to finish what I believed at that point was proper planning done by a real engineer or a real architect. I said, just finish it. I did not have any communications with him about changing anything about the design.
Why wouldn't you talk not to the paint guy or someone else, but the driveway guy, given all the concerns that you say you shared with Mr. Ghouchani at the beginning? Hey, I know you're coming in after the fact. You didn't design this. It didn't go so well with my original GC. And you have any thoughts about this? I'm going to pay you to put it in, but I know he said, hey, I could widen the driveway. I could do this or that. And you had approval from the city of Smyrna only for certain things. I don't think you needed approval from the city to add drains to what you were going to build if you kept to the contours that had been approved. Why not engage that person on a discussion of what are your thoughts, driveway pourer, about what this is going to do for water drainage in my situation?
We did. That's why we added that one pump. And
The one pump that you said didn't cut it.
Didn't cut it, the pump, and then the drains from water, from the gutters go into a underground system of drains that go into that pump. Everything from the driveway slopes right into that pump. The problem is the backyard. The backyard is where the water was coming in and overflowing everything else. But that little pond, you can see from that video that he showed, it's minimal what was in the garage. It was maybe a quarter of an inch that went into the garage. But because the door to the existing garage, to the existing basement, didn't get sealed, it should have been sealed. If you had looked at it at the design.
Because the quarter inch into the garage then pours down those stairs into the basement through that door.
Right.
Okay.
And I agree, that's how water flows, Judge. So, all right, let me ask you, I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit 1, because we're going to try to get a feel for what your yard actually looked like. Okay, so this is a video. I'm sharing it, hold on. I think what I'm doing is sharing the, all right, you got to pop that open. Sorry, Judge. Let's do it this way. Okay, so here we go. This sort of gives us an idea of the topography of your yard, right? I want you to point out to me this, if you can, when you're looking at this, where this hill is that you're talking about.
Okay. I think this is only going to look down, but.
Okay, so that's the slab, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And this is a slab on the garage in the back. So.
That's not a good video.
Okay, no, that's not. Okay, we'll go to the next one. So anyway, but is that a true and accurate representation of the slab that was in your backyard that poured for the garage? I mean,
it is, sir. I think this is a picture that you provide in discovery, and I have no objection to it. It is what it is.
Okay, that's fine.
Let's
look at it. We're going to look at this one now. Okay, let's look at, see if you can tell me what this depicts. This is Defendant's Exhibit 2. This is your backyard, right? Now here, hold on. So that's, all right, you got that fence back there. Now is that fence, part of what you're talking about is between you and the neighbor? Let me just rotate around here.
That's my neighbor to the left. That's a different neighbor.
Okay, so that's not where the water's coming from. Okay.
From the back. Well, I mean, it was coming from everywhere.
Okay. You're like in a hole, I guess?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
But the neighbor that we can see now doesn't look like it is uphill from you. It may be that it's level, but it doesn't, through the fence and the height of that roof, it doesn't look like water would flow from that neighbor's yard into yours.
That one's slight. There's a slight slope towards me, but it's not that big of a problem.
Okay.
I think it was the amount of rain that day,
Sure.
those 3-4 days.
All right.
Okay, so is this a true and accurate representation of your backyard?
It is, sir.
And at the slab at the time that it was poured, before the concrete was poured?
Yes, and you can let it play. Maybe we can see
I
the
will,
back on this
yeah.
one. I think the intent of your client was to show that it was a proper rebar and all that, so I don't think he's gonna actually film the backyard.
I don't know that, and again, have you brought forth any evidence of this big slope in the backyard and all this water that's draining onto the property? You say this has been happening for a long time and it's been ponding. Do you have any videos for the court to show that?
Well, those are the videos, but I have a text message I just sent to my attorney. He can send it to you so you can play it. But I want to back out a little bit from here.
All right.
Well,
Yeah.
when you were on direct, it was a interesting format. Mr. Hadari would say, "Hey, how's things?" And you talked for 45 minutes. No one objected, and I learned a lot. You're on cross, and so once you've answered the question, which you did, it's not speech time again. So I'm going to hand it back to Mr. Oldham. I've got a quick question though. If I'm standing right here looking at your yard, is it to my right that is the business, or is it behind me that is the business with the slight hill and where you're saying most of the water flows?
From this angle, it's to the right. If you're standing, if you're back against my house, it is straight back.
Got it. So it'd be to my right if I'm standing as if I had the camera here.
Correct.
So we get a little bit of a glimpse when this camera pans to the back part of where the pad's going to be poured. I mean, there's some bushes and trees, but it's in that direction where there's the slightly raised parking lot. And from there, you're saying the water comes. And it came before all this happened. It didn't ever reach your house because it would pool in the backyard. But your house now is the backyard. And there, as you were saying, it's all impervious surfaces.
Well, I'm not saying that it was water flowing from my neighbor. I'm saying that there is a slight slope. It was the rainwater that was not the grass, the dirt was not absorbing it fast enough. It was not flowing from other places, like from the neighbor or anything. It was just slightly, it had been raining, I think, for 2 weeks on and on, and didn't flood every day. It was just when the ground was saturated that it continued to go up. And I know they're focusing a lot on this, but this is not what the concern is about the flooding. This is what it is. The point of this videos were that there was no water management incorporated. That is not the reason that caused damage in the basement.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, if I'm sitting here holding the camera, your house is to my left, right? And this is also, these are the doors I would drive into to get into your garage, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so, and then the retaining wall is back here behind me.
Correct.
Okay, so it's a high retaining wall. It's like at least a couple of feet, 2 or 3 feet.
Correct.
Okay, and it goes, so I'm sitting here, I got a retaining wall behind me, and it goes over to here, let's say, just at some point, okay, off your house, and that's at a level that's at least 2 or 3 feet above your topography. And you're saying that the flooding is coming from the guys behind the retaining wall?
It's not what I'm saying.
Okay, all right, I mean, I'm totally confused as to where this water's coming from, supposedly. Okay, so let me orient myself again. I'm looking at your house. Your house is on the left. We know the driveway is on the left. The slope down from the driveway comes down towards me, correct?
Correct.
Okay, the retaining wall that we saw start at the slope of the driveway, it goes behind me, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then it ends somewhere over at a corner, somewhere over here, correct?
Correct.
And then you have a curb that runs into the retaining wall that runs sort of along that where the jury box is, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then that picture we saw is right there up towards the top of the jury box is where you would go into your backyard, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so now where is the water coming from?
It's coming from the sky, and as it's raining, the grass all around my property is oversaturated. It's not absorbing it, and it's slowly rising. It's coming in through all 3 garage doors. And the reason I'm still speaking, as it's coming in through all 3 garage doors, it's pulling in the driveway because the backyard is slightly higher than the driveway. It's pulling there and then going into the garage. But the reason it was raining so much that it was full. I think I've answered this already.
Well, you have, but I'm seeing it in a different light now. I think Mr. Oldham is as well. So you're not saying it's runoff from the neighbor in any direction. It rains so much and there's no drainage If you put out an empty pot in your driveway and that pot is 2 inches deep and it rains 2 inches and 1/4, it's going to overflow. That's what happens with water. And you're saying there was no plan made to deal with rain. And if it rains a lot, there was no place for it to go. It pools up in the driveway. It's not streaming down from, this is what I thought you were saying, from that parking lot that is up a slight hill. It accumulates. It comes out of the sky and accumulates, and once it gets up over the lip, it gets in your garage, goes down those stairs, and boom, into the basement.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's what
I follow that.
Agreed, okay. All right, I want to talk about the contract that you have with Ghouchani Homes. Get rid of this screen share. Okay, so let me, I'll ask you it this way. So I've actually taken the contract that you had, the one you showed the court, that's P5, and I've looked at some other additions to that contract. So I'm just going to ask you some questions, and then maybe this can help expedite things. So you would agree with me that you entered into an original contract for $276,000, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then would you also agree with me that you agreed to add the Sprinter garage for $29,000?
Correct.
Okay. Then would you agree with me that you agreed to add some changes that you wanted, for example, that were not within the scope of the original contract, gas in the windows? So like some sort of gas,
I
guess so. Yes.
Energy efficient windows, yes, and I
Okay,
paid for that.
so that'd be,
Yes.
so you would agree that you added $4,000 to the contract for that, right?
Correct.
Okay, then you would agree with me that you had other windows that you added, maybe this is the efficiency or not, the 6248?
I don't know what that means.
Well, okay, $6,248 for other windows that were not included in the original contract.
No,
All right, here's what I want to ask you. Did you agree, in addition to the $29,000, you agreed to another $26,148 worth of changes? And this is before we talk about the loft.
I don't remember. If you can have something to refresh my
Okay,
recollection.
all right, I can do that.
I think you have a text message and
No,
some
no, no.
writing.
No, I
You
have,
don't? Then if you don't, then
I'll provide you with what I have. All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 19. Defendant's Exhibit number 19. Hold on one second. Maybe I'm not going to show it to you. It's weird. Yeah, hold on. All right, at least I'm back here. All right. Here, I will pull that up. But so you're saying that you didn't agree to, do you know tell us some of the changes that you agreed to? In addition to we know we had the 276, we know we had the 29,000 for the bigger space for your industrial van. We know we had some other, you just said you agreed to upgraded windows and gas in the windows. What other things did you agree to?
I don't remember. I think I already testified about the things I agreed to. If you have more stuff, you can refresh my recollection.
Okay, well, let me ask you, did you agree to do a loft?
Yes, I think I testified that from the beginning.
Okay.
I said an extra $15,000 for the loft.
Loft is office, same thing?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes, Your
It was actually $30,000, but you said you agreed to 15? It
No,
was
I
priced
said
to you at 30.
I said I gave him $15,000. That's the last 15 I gave him because it was the half of the loft. He didn't finish it. But yes, an
Okay.
additional, the loft was gonna be more money. I told you, I don't remember the exact amount. I know I gave 15.
Well, I submit to you it was 30,000.
I
Okay.
have no reason to doubt that. Maybe your client can testify to that, but yes, there was more for the loft.
I'm asking you to testify to it because I'd like to know what you contracted for. So I know that there was the total amount of things that you contracted for in changes was $400 and something thousand. Would you disagree with me on that?
I know you're saying you're asking me because I'm testifying, and my response was, I don't recall. If you have something to refresh my recollection, I can use that, but otherwise, this is you that are asking me questions. I can't provide stuff that I don't recall.
Okay, well, so you're just saying you can't recall this. So you don't recall agreeing to pay $30,000 or being charged $30,000 for the loft addition. You just paid 15 for it. But you don't have any way to dispute that, do you?
I'm not disputing anything. You
Okay.
said that it was an additional for the loft. I said, yes, the loft was a change. It was an addition, correct?
Okay, and then there was another $61,900 worth of other changes that you had requested over the course of the scope. Do you disagree that you requested those changes or agreed to them?
I disagree. I'm not going to agree to any bulk number. If you have some evidence to show me, I just told you I don't remember. I definitely do not agree to a 61,000 just as saying that because you're saying it. You can give me details. I can go one by one as to those details.
Okay, you're sitting here you've testified to the court that you had a budget of $276,000, correct?
Correct.
And then I'm telling you that there was another $160,000 worth of changes done, some of which you agree to, and some of which you say you cannot recall. So it was $430,000, okay, total contract. You've paid $280 something thousand to Ghouchani Homes, correct?
Correct. I paid 280.
Okay, but you can't recall agreeing to 431,000, a total contract price of 431,000?
I think that's an answer. I said I don't recall.
Okay, do you recall actually contracting directly with subcontractors of Ghouchani Homes because you spoke Spanish and you had guys do stuff directly for you rather than through Ghouchani Homes? You ever have discussions with Mr. Ghouchani about that?
Absolutely. That was at his direction. Many things that I wanted, he said, the guys can just do it when they're there and you can just deal with them. Starting with the driveway. That's one of the things that you brought up yourself. I said, what about the rest of the driveway? When they come, we'll just figure out how much they want extra for that. We'll pay them out of pocket. With a very clear example in the roof, right there, the roofing guy says, I need you to do also the existing house so it matches the addition. $6,000 in labor, $3,000 is Ghouchani's, $3,000 is mine. So yes, I contracted earlier with him. With the electrician, I'm just from memory, I'm remembering. I said, okay, the electrician is here. I want to run Cat 6 wire through the entire house so I can have cameras and Ethernet ports in every room. I want to run speaker wire through everything. You know what? Just deal with him, pay him directly because they were already there. There were many times where he told me that just deal with them for the additions. The siding, for example. They did the siding. He was contracted to do the siding on the addition. Well, I have a little shed on the back. I think it looked cool if the shed looks like a mini house. So I wanted the siding to match. So I paid for that material. I went and picked up that material myself and got the guys to do the siding. The soffit on the existing home was not part of the deal. So the soffit, which is the little piece of covering that goes between the walls and the roof, I wanted it to match the addition because it just makes sense. Otherwise, it's going to look like a Frankenstein comb. So I wanted it to match. So I asked them to also do the soffits and I paid them directly for that. Many times did we do that. Why? As far as I know, your client does not have a non-compete agreement with them. In our contract, it doesn't say not to that I'm not allowed to pay for additional work directly with them. And I did it. Yes, because I speak Spanish, but if they spoke English, I would have done it in English too. I also did it with the English speakers that he sent over. Majid is one of his, what I guess they used to be friends, but they no longer talk. Majid does the metal work. He did the I-beam that holds the garage. When he did the I-beam, I also hired him. I told Mr. Frankie Ghouchani from the beginning, I wanted a spiral staircase in my room. Just get Majid to do it and deal directly with him. I always paid Majid directly. I paid him directly for the I-beam. I paid him directly for the stairs. And Majid speaks perfect English. A little bit of an accent, but he speaks English. It was not a Spanish thing. It was just deal with them directly. I'm going to do the build per contract. Anything addition, deal with them.
So you're saying, so what you're asking the court to believe is that Ghouchani Homes didn't care about its markup on any of its labor, any of its subcontractors, any people it supplied, that it was just fine with you dealing with them directly? No problem.
That is exactly what I'm saying.
Okay.
And I have many text messages to show that, where he says, just, I will charge you at cost, the roof. I'd work with him, the driveway, it'll be at cost. Whatever they charge, we'll do it, or just deal with them directly. Yes, I also have text messages where him telling me to deal with the electrician about the wiring. So yes, that is what I'm saying. If you have something to impeach me on that, please do so, but your tone is not enough to impeach.
Okay.
I'll decide all that. You don't need to worry about it.
Exactly.
That impeaches him.
I'm not even sure what that's all about, but that's fine. All right. So it's your testimony that Ghouchani Homes had no problem with you using its subs for whatever you wanted to use them for.
Those are not his subs. Those are apparently, my understanding is that they don't work for him. So they're independent contractors.
Okay.
They independently decided to do work with me.
Understood, but independent contractors that you never would have met and never would have known except through Ghouchani Homes. Is that fair enough to say?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. All right. Let's look at this. This is an email. This is plaintiff's exhibit number 20. And this is an email from Ghouchani to you, but I believe this is something that you might have put together. Can you explain? You recognize this email?
I think I do, yes.
Okay. What does this tell you?
What does this tell me?
Yeah, well, you recognize this email. Is this your recap of what was going on with the contract at this point in time?
That is correct. That is what me saying. There have been additions. This is what the additions are. Let's keep working. This is the cost for the additions. Anything I wanted extra, it's right here. You have received this amount of money. You can tell I was still trying to work with him at this point. $210,000. I gave him $70,000 more after this.
You can explain anything you need to explain, but just answer my questions, please. So this is something you put together that shows that you agreed the total contract price at this point in time was $339,848, correct?
That's correct. I think I testified to the director.
Got to let him answer.
Okay.
He will answer yes or no, but don't talk over him when he's answering.
Okay, Judge, sorry. Correct?
That's correct.
All right, do you want to explain anything?
No, that's fine.
Okay. You've received $210,000. So at that point, you paid Ghouchani Homes $210,000, correct?
That's correct.
Hey, are you aware under Plaintiff's Exhibit 5, there was a draw schedule which talks about percentage of money to be distributed for various phases of construction? I
am, and I'm going to answer that from memory, but I do believe that the next draw, he never hit that benchmark. It was after drywall. He didn't finish drywall. I had somebody else finish drywall. So he never even hit the benchmark, and I foolishly gave him more money.
Sorry. Your brother-in-law is the one that finished the drywall?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. So are you saying that those payments, we saw that schedule where you paid $10,000 here, $15,000 there, cash here or there. Are you saying that was in accordance with the draw schedule that was under the original contract with Ghouchani Homes? Or was that just how you wanted to pay it?
I'm saying I paid him more than the draw schedule called for. I paid him, he was already overpaid.
Okay. All right. So you agreed that this doesn't include the loft, does it? This $339,000? Do you see the loft in here in this email you put together?
That's the email I put together. If it's not there, it's not there. You're the one presenting this piece of evidence. So it's either there or not. I don't see it.
Okay. So then is it fair to say that at least under your recollection of things, that there's at least another $15,000 on top of this contract that you would agree you owe Ghouchani Homes?
I don't agree to me owing him anything. He owes me.
Okay, but that's not the question I asked you, sir. What I asked you.
It is what you asked, but the point is that this really should be the contract value is at about 344 if we add 15 grand, and it is at 360 if we add 30 grand, but there's a dispute as to what the lot costs.
Thanks, Judge.
Not that you owe him anything, just that's what the contract was for.
And then, so what you said here, you'll get 10,000 more once the plans are submitted. Explain to me what we're talking about. So that you paid $210,000 at that point for admittedly a $345,000 contract, correct?
Correct.
Or $355,000 contract. So you'd paid $210,000, so roughly a third of it. All right. You were gonna give them $20,000 more once the plans are approved. What was that? all about?
We had to as I've already testified, we had to redo the plans to match the Frankenstein build. That was the problem, that the city was not gonna approve it because what was built was not what was on the plans.
Okay, $25,000 once you pass rough inspection.
That's correct.
Were there any inspections done on this work?
Multiple inspections done.
And did all of this work pass inspection?
No, they failed multiple times. They had to come back and fix it.
Okay, well, no, I'm not asking about that because I've dealt with building inspectors before. Was there any work that was done, any stage of construction that was not approved by the city eventually?
Eventually. So
Yes.
the question, as you say, eventually, I am living on the home right now. The build is complete. We have a certificate of occupancy. We passed all inspections. That is just obvious.
All right, now you got to do $70,000 worth of mold remediation and tear down this house. And you're saying you're actually living in the house?
Yes, I've never disputed that I'm living in the house. I testified multiple times. It's very awkward to live in the house. What that is in the addition, the existing house is where the mold remediation has to happen. The existing house is what he damaged. The existing house was not part of the inspections because we only did an addition. They didn't have to come into my existing house. They only inspected the addition.
I mean, do you have any concern for your family about living in a house that is so infested with mold that you have an expert witness that's come in and said this whole thing needs to be torn down?
Well, let me clarify that. Yes, I have a concern. That is the reason I'm here. That is the reason I spent thousands of dollars on that young man sitting there with the beard that's representing me, because I am here exercising that dispute of that is a concern. Otherwise, I could have just walked away. And no, we're not living where there is the issues of, it's not the entire house is infested with mold, and that's why it needs to be torn down. I believe, if I remember correctly, the testimony was the existing home that has been damaged needs to have mold remediation, needs to be torn down. That is one part of it. That has nothing to do with the contract or these numbers. The addition, what the testimony was, and what I do believe is, we can live in it. It is livable. It has passed inspection. It has passed certificate of occupancy. But to repair the things that were done wrong, to reroute the utility room, to fix the step, to fix these things that passed inspection but are not what I contracted, to make my garage fit this printer, to make my garage fit my FJ Cruiser, all those little repairs would cost more than tearing it down and building it properly. That is what the testimony, my testimony is. I am not saying it is unlivable. I am saying I have a beautiful home that I love, but it is not what I hired Ghouchani for.
All right, so what you would agree with then is that there was I think your guy estimated $470-something thousand to rebuild the home, right? I don't think he even took into account demo costs, but it was $400-something thousand to rebuild it. So you would agree that the home is worth the $400,000 that it would cost to rebuild it? Is that what you would say?
No, the home is not worth that. It would cost that much to rebuild it properly, and then it would be worth that. But right now, it is not worth that. And I think it's up to the court to determine what is it worth. But that is, it is actually, no, I disagree. It's not about what the home is worth. It's what the contract, whether the contract was met or not. And the contract was not met. That's why I want my money.
All right, well, let's speak about the contract being met. Is the drywall up in the home?
The home is complete, yes.
Okay, well, wait a minute. Oh, I'm just talking about this exhibit we were looking at. So it says $50,000 once drywall is up, correct?
Correct.
So once it's up, what does that mean to you? Hung?
Oh,
Okay, so once the drywall was hung, you were supposed to pay another $50,000.
and I did.
Did you pay the $50,000?
I don't remember exactly how I paid, but I do know that you have there in this exhibit that you are using, it says you have received $210,000. And from the receipts that I have and all the evidence that I have of the money I've given him $280-some thousand. 210 plus 20 plus 25 plus 50 is around there. He was not doing what he was supposed to, so that's why I had to let him go. But he continued to get money after this email was sent.
Okay, well, by my math, we're off a little bit because if we go $210,000, I presume you gave him the $10,000. Well, let's just look at what you gave him. Okay, I believe you made payments and you never made the drywall payment. So whatever payments you made up to the drywall payment, you obviously believed you owed. If we go back to Plaintiff's Exhibit 5, because why would you make any payments that you didn't think you owed?
I pay my debts.
Okay, so let's look at plaintiff's exhibit 5. Because I think there's a summation there of what you paid. Okay, we remember plaintiff's exhibit 5, right?
Yes.
Okay. While we're going down through this, now this says 20% when prep starts. Okay, so when prep started on the house, you should have paid a total of $54,000, let's say. Is that fair to say when prep started?
Sure.
Okay. Okay, and this doesn't take into account any changes, then 25% when concrete slab was poured. So that would have been another 25% when concrete slab was poured.
Sure.
So that's going to be roughly, what do we got? I should be able to do this math, about 75, just less than, so about $70,000, another 70.
Yes.
So that's 124,000. Okay. Right. Then we got 25% when framing is complete. So framing was complete, right?
Correct.
So that's another $70,000. Agree with me so far? So that's $199,000 that should have been paid after framing was complete, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's roughly, while you didn't pay it in accordance with that schedule, then we have 20% after drywall's installed. So that's another $74,000, right? Or I'm sorry, $54,000 after drywall's installed.
I'm sorry, you made a statement that I didn't pay it as scheduled, and then there's, yes, I agree that is what the
Okay.
thing says, but I don't agree that I didn't pay anything unscheduled. This is what the schedule was on the original amount. And if we go by those percentages, I more than pay them that amount.
Okay, so what you're saying is, for example, I mean, when the slab was complete at a certain time and you had paid whatever amounts are set over here to the side, and I'm not trying to go into all that. What I'm trying to point out to the court is that, you know, one of the issues here is that when all this ended, you owed a good bit of money to Ghouchani Homes, didn't you? And that was the reason that it stopped working for you.
No, that is not the reason.
Okay, so the reason you fired Ghouchani Homes because for poor quality of workmanship, not because did Ghouchani Homes walk off the job?
No, he was fired.
No, he was fired. So he was fired, and the reason you fired Ghouchani Homes was what?
Breach of contract.
Breach of contract for failing to perform.
Or I mean, that's already been established. Liability, we're here for damages, but I fired him because as my complaint says, which is already what it is, all the things I alleged on my complaint, that is the reason I fired him. You can look at the complaint as everything has already.
Okay, well, one of those reasons that you fired him was because he wasn't a licensed contractor. Is that what you said?
Absolutely. Yes,
Okay.
that's one of the many reasons.
Now, didn't you actually know at the time that you started this addition that Ghouchani was not himself licensed, but that he could have gotten a licensed person, but it would cost you more money?
I had no idea. That is ridiculous.
Okay, so you're saying you didn't know that. So when you went to pull your homeowner's permit, you had no idea that it was going to cost you more money if Ghouchani got somebody else involved in it. He's got relatives that are licensed, and you had no idea. That's what you're saying. What
I knew is that he said that it would be easier for the contract, for the permits to be pulled by me. I had no reason to distrust him.
Okay,
I just thought, let's do what he's telling me to do. He's the one that helped me fill out the forms and get it done. He said something about it's going to cost more if we do it with my permits. And I'm thinking, okay, that's because the city maybe has more taxes or whatever. I don't know anything about the industry in that respect. What I know is he told me to get these permits and we got them. Why would I be hiring somebody for, at the beginning, $280,000 that is not even licensed to do what he claims he's going to do? He presents himself as a corporation, the Ghouchani Homes LLC. I am hiring a company, just like that's all I hired. I wanted this done properly. This is not a flip. This is my home. I wanted it done properly. He has said, I'm not licensed. I'm not insured. I said, well, thank you very much. I'm going to keep shopping around.
He actually is insured though, and was insured during the time. Is that not correct?
Well, then if he is, why haven't they paid for the damages to my home when he made it rain inside? I've been asking for that policy number.
Okay, all right. I don't know how to answer that question.
Okay, well, and he doesn't get to ask you questions.
Yes.
We need to break for lunch. It's 12:30, a little bit after 12:30. Let's reconvene at 1:30. We'll pick up the cross-examination of Mr. Jimenez. You all should talk because if we don't finish today, I can't guarantee you when our next day will be. See what we can get done in the afternoon. I will see everyone around 1:30.
All right, Judge, may we stay in the courtroom?
You may.
Okay, all right, thank you.
May they? I don't mean to speak for the deputy. Yes, okay.
Your Honor, what time should I tell Mr. Sayani to come back?
I don't know. I had said 1 because I thought we'd break at noon, but we're breaking at 12:30. We won't start up again until 1:30. But I don't know what's flowing next. That's a discussion for you and Mr. Oldham.
Probably another.
Maybe
So in my little master school thing, with me and 3,887 other people, I placed 38 out of 3,800 and 3,088. But you know, on Friday the cut was going to be 5 over, and then on the last hole they changed to 6 over because there was nobody 5 over anymore because somebody broke the hole, so it all went to 6 over. If that had stayed at 5 over, there were 33 people that placed ahead of me who would have been eliminated. I would have been in 5th place, which was about $4,000. I was just lucky on that one. You know, you had 5 different groups of golfers. You had like your top 10, you know, and then the next one was like, it was like top golfers, you know, you had 1 through 10, and then you had 11 through 20, and so on and so forth. And each, you got one golfer from each of the groups. And all 5 of your golfers had to make the cut. And then it was total, you know, total score was the winner. One of my golfers, first day went even par, second day, one of my one from the last group, okay, from the last group, went even par the first day, even par the second day, so he made the cut easily, and then the third day he shot 10 over. Yeah.
Well, yeah, we went to tour. Of the Masters. Stories in there being like, that's fine. Then there was like the Knicks basketball game. Okay. So I asked, I was like, well, do you think we can change something on the right? I was like, it's playing, you know, like Knicks basketball. I was like, so we have to do that. He's like, well, I don't know if I can change it. I think it was for people prefer to watch the golf. And I said, no, I'm not trying to ask you to change that one. I said, this one, I was like, we're just trying to watch the Braves. I was like, but it's just random Knicks game, so it's on. And he's like, oh, okay, so Braves versus Knicks, got it. And then he walks away, and I was like, all right, I think we're getting Braves on that too. I don't think you figured that one out.
Quite a name with that.
Masters.
Yeah, I watched the national game yesterday. So I'm vastly interested. Because I was doing, at one point I was in 9th place yesterday.
So if you were gonna make money, you were paying close attention. Okay, did you get this one?
Yeah.
How much were you gonna do that?
No, I've got to do the taxes for it. I gotta remember your login, your password, your tracking number, all this stuff.
Just save it all on my computer, but I say don't save cash.
Yeah, I know, but I don't know if we're.
I can't be much money for people.
If you want to go to our iHeart Country Festival in Austin, presented by Capital One, just text the keyword. Your next month, you were. For your team to win your trip. Fly, we'll text you back.
And this year, sometimes maybe 3 times, I don't feel like I don't know a long time ago, but I was saying that. What do I mean? 46?
Yeah, I'm pretty much 44.
Six. Should we, or no, actually. Yeah, well, I don't know. So should we shoot?
But keep on the dress.
Yeah, sure. I saw, can you do that?
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks.
There's not a thing. That's a dog.
If you're dog, it's protecting her house. Make the guard dog, if you get there outside, you're gonna, that's not gonna get his house, that's not okay.
That's a little bit of stress.
I don't know if he. Much of a threat for an intruder, but. That's surely I'm gonna get somebody that. I think you're gonna switch to and once everything was shot down, but I don't see like.
I like this positive message.
Going to stress, finding the tasks. Don't you have to pay your time?
Yes, I do. Thanks for remembering.
No, I just remember that's how you do your taxes is. Not like most people,
You're being blessed.
but most people get paychecks, so they get taxes taken out, but
Most people are not self-employed.
I know this work here. So. Then yeah.
All right, I'll call you back. Bye.
Number one for new country and your all-time favorites. Hey, today, if you have already filed your taxes, the IRS, if you should get your refund within 3 weeks, that's good news. Here's Young on 94.9 volt. You see you around. We turn back, slip your back around.
Hello. Hello.
If you sure said, I think we can hear you on this.
Looks like your computer was only turned up to like.
Yeah, turn that computer off if you would, or reboot it. Okay. So I think we can hear what's going on in the office there. Hey, if Zoom's open on it, just shut it down.
Yeah, I'm on it.
Okay. What was funny is I was sitting here listening to people talk about the Masters, but I'm like, who here in the courthouse was church pool we were in?
I should have just put my first next to me. Sorry. I will do. Or my little tax return to do this.
I can't believe you know how to do taxes. I'm so impressed.
Thanks to Micah.
He showed you how? Oh, what are you paying $3,000 for? Oh, you're getting a
That was
refund?
my refund.
Last year or this year?
I think that this past year, yeah. So this year, sorry. This
And how much did you pay in taxes? A ton?
too much.
Really?
Oh, shit, you're- oh,
Hey, instead of getting your own stuff. Should you
End of the month should be 6. 2018. Let's see.
Put the microphone back on. All right, who's on? On the device is good.
Thanks. So.
They're all muted, but someone's connection isn't working. Make sure your microphone is off and the speaker.
What was that, Judge?
Huh?
What was that? I mean, I'm definitely, oh, yeah, I think I'm in mute here too.
I think it's happening from his, I don't think
There
it's.
we go. Hey, we're
Did-
good. I thought
okay.
it was, you got to mute both places.
Excellent. Okay. I'm sorry we are starting a lot later than I had forecast, but I got stuck. And this is when I am unstuck. So I apologize for making you all wait around. We had Mr. Chada Jimenez on cross-examination. So Mr. Oldham, when you're ready.
Okay, thanks, Judge. I'm going to go ahead and share with you, Mr. Jimenez, some other contracts or some other writings, and just ask if you can identify these. This is defendants 19. So we talked about, plaintiffs 5, which was the one that you when you said was the signed contract. Then we've got this iteration. Let me know if I'm going too fast. What I will submit to you is that this is the original contract that y'all signed, plus the extra work that we talked about that was in that email that we were talking about before, and then plus the $29,000 for the Sprinter garage for a total of $331,148. Does that ring a bell?
No, I saw this document. I saw it as part of your discovery
Okay.
that you finally submitted, but I haven't seen that, so I cannot authenticate this document. I don't think it has my signature or anything to show that I agreed to anything in this document.
Okay, well, I'm not asking you that. What I'm asking you is we already talked about this email that you sent, right? That detailed the additional charges. Remember when we talked about the 210 and the whatever, we already got to this 331 figure. We talked about the $29,000 that's on here that was for the Sprinter van. And then we talked about these other charges to arrive at 331,148. I don't think you're disputing that, are you?
I think your question was about this document that you're trying to tender. If I don't know this document, I cannot authenticate this document.
I don't know that he's trying to tender it. He hasn't offered it up other than that we're all looking at it. I'd love to see page 5, but his question wasn't, can you authenticate it at all? His question was, do these figures get us to the 331 and do they reflect the things that we spent a good deal of this morning talking about, like $29,000 for the Sprinter garage, $2,500 for additional can lights, et cetera. He's trying to get at the 331,148.
I believe from the email you showed earlier, that was an email that I sent after conversations with your client, multiple conversations and text messages exchange because he was saying that there were additional costs that, again, that was never reduced to writing and signed off by both. But that was my giving in to him asking for more money, saying, okay, let's just move along. This is what I believe the additionals are for the changes that we've discussed. Was never presented with a formal contract modification, but yes, the figures were changed per my email that I sent.
Okay, so fair enough. And I think we've already established that there's only one writing that you contend exists, which was that original writing. Then you talked about there being oral modifications to that deal. And this, for example, would detail some of those oral modifications, correct?
This document has some. I haven't had a chance to review the whole thing, but I can see that it has the number. It goes to the numbers that I said. Okay.
Well, you don't have any reason to indicate to the court that this isn't what was part of what y'all agreed to, do you? And it's got the $4,000 for the gas and windows. It's got all those things that we talked about from that other email that you said you prepared and sent. So are you telling the court that this is from your standpoint, an accurate recap of where y'all are at this point in the contract process?
The way you're phrasing it at this point of the contract process, I don't know about any contract. This is at the point where we were, where there had been issues, and the issues, there was discussions back and forth. In essence, negotiations or renegotiations. Eventually, I gave in. I said, okay, let's just finish it at this sum. This is the sum. I have no reason to believe the sum is inaccurate. This is the sum of completing the work to completion.
Okay, thank you. Hey, Your Honor, I just noticed that Mr. Sayari's in the room. Can we go ahead and put him out in the hallway?
Sure.
All right, thank you.
We'll get you once, you're going to be calling him as a,
I want me to call him on cross.
okay, all right. So if you don't mind waiting outside, we'll get you when it's your turn to testify. Thank you for being back.
Thanks. Sorry about that, Judge. All right, so right now we're at 331-148. Now this doesn't include, there's nothing on this that includes that loft that we were talking about, right? Where you said it was $15,000. You paid $15,000 towards the loft?
If it doesn't include it, because your client didn't include it. I proposed the additions go to this 331. If your client didn't bring it up, that is on him. He prepared this document.
No, understood. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit, all right, 21. I'm going to ask you if you can identify what this is. Now this,
I cannot because I didn't prepare it. I never signed off on it, but it says estimate.
okay, it says estimate, but it said, and this was on 11/3. Now, wasn't it at the time that this was actually generated, weren't you guys sideways at this point? Hadn't you indicated to Ghouchani Homes that you weren't going to pay and that, and you weren't going to pay the sheetrock draw or anything else until some things got squared away? Because you were concerned about liens and other people not getting paid?
Again, I didn't prepare this document. It's dated 11/3/21.
But the question isn't whether you prepared it. Make sure you listen to his question because you're very quick to say, I cannot authenticate this. But he's never asked you to authenticate any of these things. It may be that this refreshes your recollection because he can show you something to refresh your recollection. We don't know where he's going, but you shut him down right away with, I didn't write this. No one has suggested you wrote it. In fact, it suggests that you didn't. It suggests that Mr. Ghouchani did. That doesn't mean it's a valid document, but we can't get anywhere with these documents if you keep saying, I didn't write this. I get that you didn't write it.
What was the question again? I'm sorry.
All right, well, I just want to see if this document, you said there were a number of changes that were made during this process, right? You agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, so this is a document that details some of those changes that is not included within the scope of work of the original contract that you signed. And I just want to see if this refreshes your recollection about some of the changes that you requested during the course of the contract. So for example, second and third floor is 2x6 walls instead of standard 2x4 walls. Is that something you requested? Because the plans, like we can agree, the plans reflected 2x4s, right? But you wanted 2x6s?
No, the plans reflect 2x6s. You can look at the plans.
No, the current plans do. I'm talking about the original plans that you were building off of. You're saying they were always 2x6s?
That's correct.
Okay, so I misunderstood you when you said earlier, you're talking about 2x4 to 2x6, right? Okay, that's fine. So what you're saying is that was not a change then. 9-foot second floor walls instead of standard 8-foot. Was that a change or not a change?
That's what it was. That's, if you look at the plans that were approved, not the revised plans, the plans that were approved already had the extra high floors.
Okay, so all this frame extra windows, frame bookshelf and hallway, frame utility room, second wall, all this detail you're saying was already included within the original, that detail that is priced out at $46,000. You're saying it was part of the original $276,000?
No, what I'm saying is that I don't know what's on this document, but as we're going line by line, the two examples you just gave me, I'm telling you, the original plans had that the higher ceilings and the 2x6 walls. And as I'm looking at this, and you just mentioned framing of a utility room. So in essence, what you're saying is that I need to pay for the framing of the utility room that got changed because the plans were wrong. Yes, that is a change. Absolutely not a change that I am responsible for. It got changed because of mistakes done by your client's staff, not because I wanted a utility room blocking my garage door.
Okay, so did you ask for a deck fireplace, for example?
Yes.
Okay, was that included in part of the original contract?
No, that was an
Oh, okay.
addition. Can I finish?
Yes.
That was an addition to the deck when we decided that above the Sprinter garage, there will be a lot of space that could be utilized for having fun. We added the deck, and the deck is an addition that is part of the email I sent. That includes the fireplace. It includes the railings that are falling apart. It includes the double support and the letter to make sure I can hold a hot tub. All of those things were added. Yes, sir, and we agreed to pay extra for that.
Okay, so what about extra windows? Were there extra windows framed that weren't on the plans?
They were on the plans. They were on the original plans. It was part of the discussion that I had with Mr. Darius from the beginning. He kept giving the signs that made no sense, but the original framing out of the windows were there to begin with for 2 windows. The third window box, I requested to add to the framer on site, paid him directly for the third window because I figured if 2 of the bedroom windows have a bump out window, might as well make the third one so it matches.
Okay, what about an LVL to open the back part of the garage so a car can park all the way to the back? Was that part of the original scope?
Absolutely. The plans
Okay.
that you can see, if you look at the original plans and the revised plans, it has an extra wide garage. And then we had to put the iron beam, which I paid extra for the I-beam, but obviously the LVL, I didn't even know what an LVL was till I got into this. It's a different type of 2x4, I guess. But that is part of building it. If you're going to build it correctly, you have to put the correct parts. So yes, an LVL was included on the original build, if you look at the plans.
Okay, so you would dispute then this, because I take it this $46,600 is a breakdown of what those framing additions were. So most of these framing additions, you would say were part of the plans to begin with.
I absolutely dispute this document, especially the first sentence framing. Up 110% from days I priced the job. That is not my problem. You signed a contract. The contract said this is the cost. If there is additional cost for materials because you took too long to buy them and a pandemic happened and the cost skyrocketed 110%, not my problem.
Oh, well, I'm kind of confused now because did you not tell Ghouchani, Mr. Ghouchani, that you would take that into account when you were redoing this pricing because you knew the materials had gone up? And you said in a text message to him that that was a good reason to change some of what y'all had agreed to. Are you disputing that you texted him out?
I'm not disputing that. When I was getting shaken down and asked for more money, while the project was 30% complete and I was stuck with it now and it had to get done and I was more than $200,000 in the hole, I just said, we'll work on it. We'll figure something out. We'll keep talking about this, but get the job done. I never in those text messages said, yes, I will pay you 110% extra of what the materials are. I said, we'll work on it and I'll help you out as a friend. At that point, I thought we were friends and I figured it's costing him more. I don't want him to lose money. He's already going to lose money because the fact he flooded my house multiple times from the rain when he opened my roof. So yes, I'm going to work with you because I know you're not going to make money, but I want you to at least not lose too much money. But I never agreed to it as a contract modification to pay 110% more than the contracted price.
Okay, I don't think what we were talking about or what I asked you, but that's okay. The flooding that you're talking about. Now we're not talking about the stuff that happened in 2023 anymore, right?
No.
Hey, do you know any reason that when you provided those pictures and videos to me that they didn't have dates on them? Do you have any idea why they didn't have dates on them, as if those dates had been scrubbed off of those pictures or videos?
I don't know what type of high-tech technology movies people have been watching, but I'm here, I'm testifying to the authenticity and to the dates. You want to ask me for those dates? I can tell you none of these videos were altered. None of these videos were modified. None of these videos were scrubbed. No metadata was taken off. I know you think that sometimes emails are lost and all that. You want to see the authentic. I don't forget the words you use for an email that was sent to you. No, nothing was altered. And I'm saying that under oath.
Okay, so if I actually received exhibits from you in a Dropbox from your attorney, and there were pictures of flooding that you guys had contended existed, and then those pictures actually contain no dates whatsoever on them, you're saying that's just how they came out?
Usually when I take a picture,
Yes,
I
sir.
do not put a newspaper next to it so you can see the date. It's just a picture.
No, I agree. Would you agree with me that every video and every picture that you take on your phone, if you were to pull something up right now, that it has metadata that tells you exactly when that picture was taken, when it was created, when it was modified? Do you know that about pictures
I do.
and videos? Okay,
I absolutely do.
so that's what I was asking you. So when you provided pictures, did you prepare the pictures or did your attorney prepare the pictures? Who prepared the pictures and videos that were part of the documents that were provided, the exhibits before our trial in February?
My attorney and I prepared for trial together.
Okay, so if some of those videos, for example, no longer have a date of origin or date of creation, how would you explain that to the court?
I don't have to explain that to the court because that didn't happen. Now, you have any proof of that, then I will be.
I do. I have proof of it, sir. Absolutely have proof of it. So let's just, we can go through that if you'd like.
Well, I'm curious. You piqued my curiosity because I don't understand how a file doesn't have a date attached to it.
Agreed, Judge. So I don't either. And I will state in my place that before Mr. Jimenez testified today, because they certainly made it seem at the initial hearing that flooding that we saw, that all had happened before, during the times that Ghouchani Homes was working on the property. Your Honor was swift enough to figure out that couldn't have been the case because the garage doors were on and there were some other completion things. I believe that the court kind of tipped them off to, look, you got some problems here. Okay. So what I'm telling the court is if you look at the data, the exhibits that were provided to Ms. Niles, and I'll go through them with you. Those pictures have no dates on them from when they were created. Now, this is an anomaly that can happen. Okay. But what I noticed is that there were some videos that had no date on them whatsoever. But then the mistake these guys made is they included one picture with the actual August 2023 date on it and one video with the August 2023 date on it. I believe that they figured that out. I've already made clear to the court what I think has gone on in this case that led up to the entry of the order of the court about some emails that I supposedly received. But I'm telling you, that's exactly what happened. And I can demonstrate that for the court.
Okay. Well, I'm looking at the exhibits. Where would I go?
Okay. Let's go to plaintiff's exhibits, Judge.
And then the folders all have location names.
They do.
Plumber, Potter Potty, not paid for a year. Shower glass. Which one do you want me to open up?
Hold on a second. Let me get to the. Here, I'm going to stop sharing for just a minute.
Sure.
Okay. So, Judge, if you go to. Let's just go to water dam. Well, first go to basement flooding, Judge.
Okay.
And you see P1, image 1.
Yeah.
And if you go to the details on that image, go to the properties, you right click on it and go to the properties.
Yeah.
On that image, you will see it's got details. Okay. It shows you it was modified. What it should show you is mine, when I originally got them, this is what tipped me off to it, is they had no dates on them whatsoever. Once you open them up, it gives you the dates that you open them. So if you look at yours, you may have no date on it because you probably haven't opened it yet. Okay. But it says created, it's got a created date, and then it's got a modified date, and then it's got an access date.
Right.
Okay. What I got originally had no creation date, okay, on it whatsoever.
Yeah. This one strangely has a creation date that is after the modification date.
Yes.
That's peculiar.
So that's what ends up happening is when you access these things. But the thing, when I got these and I opened them up, because as you'll recall, we had been able to do no discovery in this case. And so I received these exhibits the Friday before the hearing or the bench trial. And I saw this water damage and flooding. And I said, I actually called Ghouchani and I said, look, did this actually happen? And he said, no, that didn't happen. And so then I realized that the dates were not on the document. So if you go into the details of the document, what you will see is that, and Judge, go to the folder that says, or the tab that says details. And it comes down through here and it gives you no date. It'll go to date created and it'll be a current date. Probably mine now says April the 15th because I want to access this. Date modified 2/9/2024, because that's when I first opened these things to look at them. But it's got no, this is metadata, okay, that goes along with these documents. So, all right. So one, I get it, maybe, and I know that when you copy these things through Dropbox and other stuff, things can change, but there are certain things that never change, okay? So if you go to P2, image 2, and you do the same thing, now this again was the flood with standing water, and certainly would have been cause for concern. Because I'm sitting here going, you know, I didn't realize I'd seen dripping water when they penetrated the roof, but this was much more substantial. Same thing, okay? Now, then I start looking at this more, and if you go to water damage, so now go to the folder that says water damage. And this is where it gets really interesting and where the tale is told, so to speak. You will notice that the dates on all these files, and I don't know how you're looking at them, but if you look at the details, it'll have the name of the file, and then it'll have dates out to the side of it. Hold on one sec. And so you will see as you go through these dates, look at P171, Judge.
In which folder?
I'm sorry, this is in the water damage folder. And if you go to P171, now what you'll notice, all these other ones have, that's actually an authentic date. That's August the 6th of 2023. And if you click on that, that's a movie file, and that's that flooding where that basement is flooded. Okay? You see that? And if you just watch that video, you'll see this is walking around in the basement with everything flooded. Why these people were even in this basement with the power on and water that deep, I don't know. Okay, but you see how that says August 6, 2023?
Yeah.
Okay, and then if you actually open that, if you right click on that and go to the properties of it, and you go to the details like what we looked at before, you're going to see, as you flip down through here, that it's got a media created date of 8/6/2023. See that? You follow me so far?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Now let's go to another video. This is flooding. This is going to be P180 that we looked at. Okay. We've already watched P180. Go to the properties on P180. And if you go to the details on P180, you're going to come down here to the date created, same thing that we saw on the last one, and it does not exist. See where it says media, and then it says media created? It is completely blank, okay? Every one of those videos, what they messed up, Judge, is they had one picture that they left the 8/23 date on and one video that they left the 8/23 date on. I believe that they figured this out between the last time we were here and now, and I think Mr. Jimenez changed the way that he was going to testify about this. That's one reason, and I believe that what they told Mr. Solari is that all this stuff had happened back at the time that Ghouchani Homes. That's what I'm going to find out next, Judge. Okay, but what I know for sure is that it can happen. Okay, I'm not saying that it can't happen, because there are times when you copy media from one place to another and the date on the file would change, but that date of creation, that is set up by your phone when you make the video. That is set up by whatever is creating that, whether it was a phone or whether it was a camera, a video camera, or whatever. So I know for sure that there's definitely something funky going on. I don't know exactly what it is, but that's what I wanted to bring to the court's attention. And that's why I'm asking Mr. Jimenez. Man, he's an officer of the court, just like Mr. Hadari is. And I would like to know, how did these documents get changed? That's what I want to know. I think it's a fair question.
Go ahead and ask.
So who changed? Did you change the metadata on the videos that you gave to your attorney? Or did your attorney change it? Or did you both change it? Who did it?
nobody changed anything. The thing here is clearly a misunderstanding, and that must be a generational issue between how technology works and metadata. As the court yourself have just seen it, Your Honor, as you download the document, the metadata now shows that you created and you modified that file today, April 15th tax date. Why? Because that is the most recent, in essence, paper trail, digital trail of that particular image. If you really want to get into this, you need to get a forensic digital analysis. You need to get here an expert and do a self-write, something equivalent to self-write in criminal cases, Your Honor, where you will see the tracking. None of this shows you the tracking. From what you said, I am not hiding anything. Some of the devices that you use, if you use an iPhone, depending on which iPhone, it will save things in a certain way. This particular video from the way that was saved from my wife's iPhone actually has the settings where it will save it as the date. So the date is 2023-0806 on P171. Nothing was changed about that. Last modified February 9th. And if you download it, the metadata will show the most recent things. What you're implying is that I, as an officer of the court, or I, as a person under oath, went into every single one of these files and modified all of them to erase the metadata of it, which would have been extremely time consuming, would have been expensive. And if I'm going to do it on every other one of the 190 some files, and I missed one, if I have that criminal intent, I have that malice to go and try to hide, there is nothing to hide. Obviously, the flooding is coming in to the driveway. You can see cars. It was not that Sherlock Holmes got here and like, but the door is there. The door is there. This flooding, as I have testified over and over again, the intrusion of the water from the yard to the driveway to my basement is coming in because water management was not designed into the plan. And what the point I was trying to make earlier is that even if that is happened after the fact, and if somebody say, assuming I'm not submitting to this, but assuming that it's somebody else's fault, it doesn't matter because my basement, my existing home had already been damaged from when they cut the roof and got it wet. It is equivalent to saying you run into the back of my car and destroy my bumper, and then you are responsible for my bumper. But then a week later, I back into my driveway and I hit the same bumper. Doesn't mean you're not responsible for my bumper. You already damaged my home by cutting into the roof and making it rain inside my house, making it rain not in the good way. So that is the problem that we're here with. There is additional issues with water management from the design. The problem is not the water intrusion, because that water intrusion from 2023, August 6th, August 24th, and June 20th, and another date that I don't remember off the top of my head. The reason that's an issue is because it's an ongoing problem. And it's also the reason why I have not mitigated. This is the reason why I have not done a remediation, a mold repair, because I can repair it. I can pay the $17,000 or whatever it costs to fix it. And then next time it rains really hard, it's going to get flooded again. So I can't do it until we find an adequate solution. And the only way to find an adequate solution is hiring a true expert to tell us how to do the water management that should have been done from the beginning, because it's something I brought up to your client many times.
Okay, thank you. It sounds like to me that you've had a.
Your Honor, I just take a little bit of offense at this notion of modifying.
Okay, but unless you've got an objection, you can ask redirect if you need to. But taking offense is different, which you may be doing right now, but that's different from having an objection, which would be odd to come at the end of a very lengthy answer as opposed to midway through. So I'll let you follow up.
You can continue, Your Honor.
All right.
Well, it seems like to me that you know a good bit about metadata. So what you're telling the court is that, for example, look at this file right now. Okay, this particular file that I've got on the screen is a JPEG, it's a movie file, and it's dated 8/6/2023, right?
That is correct.
So it's fair to say that that's when that video was taken. Is that fair to say?
At 1908 hours, that would be 7:08 p.m.
Okay, so that's fair to say. And does that match up with when you remember this flooding occurring on your property in August of 2023, when your whole family was down there? I mean, I think it was a terrible flood, but that matches up with the date, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, So now what you just told the court in your explanation of metadata and how it works, and it's a generational thing, is you just explained to the court that that file data should change. If we play that file, it should change. Would you agree? Isn't that what you just told the court?
No.
Okay, then what did you tell the court?
What I told the court is that the images are a true and accurate representation of what I'm testifying they are. And I have been very clear as to when these things happened. I have not done any modification to any metadata for any files because I don't see the point to that. If I had done that, I don't see what would I have gained from doing that. I have never tried to present to this court through myself or through our other witnesses that flooding happened while Mr. Ghouchani was working. The point of those videos are to show improper design.
Okay, so when you talk about thousands of gallons of water flooding into your house, what you were really talking about is after the guy came and put the driveway in, you say he did it in accordance with Ghouchani's plans, even though you think Ghouchani's a hack builder, yet the guy relied on it and you relied on it. That's what you're asking the court to believe?
Absolutely, because that is the key. You don't realize somebody's a hack builder until afterwards, just like the three other plaintiffs in this same courthouse that have sued him for very similar things.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So this particular file, and I'm going to just play it now, so Judge, hopefully you understand what I'm talking about here. Media created 8/6/2023 at 3:20 p.m. actually is when it was created, and that comes out of the device that you recorded with. Okay. The general information that we're talking about, so this show's created Monday, April 15th, 2024, because I had to copy this file over to this laptop in order to display it. So, okay, but the other data never changes. That's the data you can rely on. All right. And I'm going to play this video just so that so this is the video. This is the big flood. That was actually, it's egregious. I agree with you.
Excuse me.
Bless you, Judge.
Thank you.
Okay, so that file, it never changes. That date stays exactly the same as it was when we played it. Now let's go to the next video. This is one of your flooding videos, P174. Now that's got a date of 12/16/2020, okay? P174 is December 16th, 2020. Now I'm going to show it to you and ask you, did this happen? This is what you talked about, the tearing into your house and the tarps and whatever. So this video was actually taken in December, right around Christmas time, like you said. Do you recognize this video?
The video is what the video shows. You don't need the metadata to look at the video.
No, I completely agree with you, sir. So this video happened about that time. Is that what you're saying?
About what time?
This is when in December, in the time when it was created, December of 2020, when they were tearing into your house and when you're complaining about the flooding event into your house.
As you just put your hands up in air quotes, the flooding event. This is a flooding event. This is one of the many floodings that happened. Yes, this
but so we're going around and around. Is your question simply, was this video taken in December of 2020?
Yes,
so just ask that and just answer that, because you ask questions and they're inflammatory, your answers are combative, and now it's 3. So some of these videos are from December 2020. Yep. One of them is from August 2023. I get all that.
That's right. We're going to P175. This was taken on December 24th. This is the flooding. This is a flooding event that you're talking about, correct?
That is correct.
And this is at the time that your house, that they were making the penetration into the current house for the addition, correct?
That is correct. You can see there's finished drywall everywhere, and now there's not.
All right, P175. This is more of the flooding that you're talking about, correct?
That is correct. You can see there's water coming in from the ceiling because they cut into my roof, and it's actually bubbling behind the paint. All of that entire bathroom, that entire drywall needs to be torn out, and I haven't done that because my dad needs a place to go to the bathroom while he stays there.
All right, well, is that what you're saying has led to all this mold and stuff that's going to require $70,000 to remediate?
Correct.
Okay. All right, I'm now going to show you we've looked at P180, so I won't show that again. We're going to go to P181, but what I'll ask you to notice is that now the date on this file is 2/9 of 2024, which of course it didn't happen on February 9th of 2024, did it?
Nothing happened on February 9, 2024, other than the
Okay.
deadline to submit.
And also, this was created today. It was modified February 9th, which was when I opened it last time. And then the details show when this file was actually created. Do they not? Or they should?
I don't know what it should or should not. I am not an expert in forensics, digital forensic stuff. If you can get an expert, he'd probably be able to explain. I cannot answer that question, sir.
Okay, well, you'll see where it says media created and it's got a blank in it, right? So how would one know when this media was created? We'd only know from your testimony, correct?
That is how usually testimony is done.
Somebody who would have to authenticate it.
Which, yes, that's correct.
Right. Okay, now this one's crazy to me too, just with because it's knee deep in water, the electricity's on and people are walking around here.
Right, you said that a bunch of times. Just ask the question about.
Okay, I'm sorry, Judge.
Okay, fortunately, no one was electrocuted.
Yes. $182, another video. These all happened in August, correct?
Sometime last year, August or June of 2023.
Isn't this actually, and this is actually what's caused all your mold issues and whatever you need remediation for. Is that not correct?
That is not correct.
Okay.
It has exacerbated the pre-existing issues that need to be remediated. You go back on this one, actually, go back a little bit on this video.
Yes, sir. Okay.
To where you can see the gym.
Okay.
Keep going. No, I want to be able to see the gym.
Okay,
from
back
the left side of it.
this far?
Keep going back, all the way back, maybe. I don't know if it's this video, maybe I have to do the other one. All the way back to the beginning. Back means the beginning.
Okay.
The gym we just saw though at the end.
So
We did.
play it slowly. I don't know if you'll be able to see the.
I think it's another video.
Well, but there was Jim towards the end. Go forward, because there was an exercise there. There's Jim.
So you can't see that, but if you go back to the other video.
Okay, here.
And I'll tell you, you're very curious about nobody's getting electrocuted. I did all the wiring down there. Every single outlet is GFCI protected. As soon as there is a water or short, it cuts off the breaker. That's why we still got lights, but we don't have power, because I was very diligent about doing it. You see that faucet right there, please?
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's perfect faucet.
All right. Where here?
Right there. That's one good faucet. If you can see from the previous videos of the initial raining in my gym, you can just pause it, stop moving it.
Okay.
On the top left corner, you can see drywall is ripped out. That drywall had been finished. It's ripped out before this flood happened. I didn't rip it out when I made this video. Ripped out because that drywall, everything's already been damaged. Going back to my example, just because you ran into my car and then someone else runs into it doesn't mean you didn't run into my car. All that drywall already had to get replaced. It already had to get remediated. His remediation was, well, get Cindy to get some towels and dry it. I sent them multiple text messages, at least on 4 occasions. I sent them text messages before the very first flood saying, it looks like it's going to rain tomorrow, and he still cut into my roof. He still didn't get a tarp. None of that has anything to do with the videos of the flooding after everything was done in 2023. There's a different points that I made, and I'm sorry if it was confusing to the court. I am requesting damages for remediation from when he made it rain in my home by cutting the roof. That's one set of damages. That remediation doesn't change. And I'm also requesting damages for failure to properly design the structure and the addition for water management, which causes more flooding. But it's okay, because that flooding is not damaging anything else that wasn't already damaged by him before.
All right, I'm going to show you what's Defendant's Exhibit 29 and ask you if you can identify this. These are some text messages, it looks like, between you and Mr. Ghouchani.
Yes, that is a perfect, a true and accurate representation of my text message. And what it shows there is something I didn't learn until after I got an actual professional out there to tell me what needs to be done. His version of remediation of.
So let him ask the question first. So you've identified it. Let's have a question about it.
Yep. So didn't y'all weren't y'all texting about the water damage, the water damage issue that you're so concerned about. You were texting about it, correct? That's what this was?
That is correct. I am very concerned about it.
Okay. And so it's been 10 months and it's not fixed, drywall is not done. And then Mr. Ghouchani said, we agreed that I would fix it when I do drywall. And I did do the basement when we did drywall. We were going to do the bathroom that weekend, but my drywall guy told me you were not available on that Saturday fencing tournament. Once I have payment, I can continue as planned. Is that an accurate representation of y'all's discussion regarding these repairs from the water damage?
Yes, it is. His repair was to hang drywall again. Absolutely nothing to prevent any mold or to actually rip out the insulation, do it properly like other companies have said it needs to be done.
All right, let me show you something else.
And to be clear, that's only the basement. He didn't touch the kitchen or the living room or the bathroom, whether or not I was not available. It still hasn't been done.
Understood. All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 22. And I'm going to ask you if this refreshes your recollection about the loft, about what the price was going to be for the loft.
This, again, is something that was created by your client after he no longer worked there. But my understanding is that the loft would have been additional. However, in my exchanges with him, as to this is going to be the total with the additional stuff, the agreement in essence was $331,000.
Well, no, the $331,000 we talked about didn't include this. So you're saying that even though there's no detail like this about the loft on the $331,000 thing that we looked at before, that all this was included in that $331,000 figure?
This is his document that he prepared. He can tell you more what he means. But my understanding from us going back and forward, it was that, yes, there were changes. There's additional cost. 331 was going to be the number if he had completed the work. You can't give an estimate after you've been fired.
I would agree.
It just may not be particularly binding.
It can be done, obviously. All right, let's talk about Exhibit 25, which was your proof of payment letter. Okay. You recognize this letter, this email or / letter?
I do. I sent this certified mail by email, regular mail. I wanted to make sure he got it.
Okay, so in this one, you were agreeing that at this point you've been paid $272,000. I think you now said the figure is 280 something, right? Of the 339,848. So there's no question that y'all had agreed to that, correct? The next installment is $50,000 when drywall is complete, and the balance of $17,648 will be paid once the project is complete, right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay.
So, yeah, that's my numbers, right?
So when you fired Ghouchani Homes from this job, what was the stage of completion on the drywall? You
Not
recall?
complete.
It was not complete. What was needed to be here? I'm going to run through some videos. This is Exhibit 3.
Can I see the metadata first?
Sure. Okay, this is Exhibit 3. And the metadata is, this was created on 11/13/2020, and this is a footer. This is when the footer was being poured. Do you have any reason to dispute that that's when that happened?
No, absolutely.
Okay.
What's a footer?
No, I'm sorry. These were the footers for the slab. This was the monolithic slab that was poured for the garage. All right. And now I'll submit to you. I just want to make it clear to you and the court. I'm not saying that the metadata on all these things have been modified. I'm just saying that it was only modified with respect to that flooding issue, as best I could tell. Okay. It looks like the rest of the information is accurate.
You are saying that metadata was changed, and that, I mean, it wouldn't be slander if it wasn't that it's a court proceeding, but that is, you are accusing me of fabricating evidence without any proof yourself. So I take offense to it. My attorney takes offense to it, but I am very curious to see how you're going to prove what you accuse me of.
Well, fortunately, that's not anything in a counterclaim, so we're gonna press on.
All right, so I want to show you Exhibit 3 and just describe what this is for the court. Now, this is your,
I will describe that. Is your question, describe what's happening? That is one of the initial stages of the build. When the slab was already poured, they were starting to do the walls for the garage. As you can see, material was left on the ground, and that was one of many parts of material that was just left there to rot and the floor. Could have very well put it on the concrete so it didn't get wet. A lot of material was wasted. You could have seen, you also saw a trash pile to the right. That's where the big block of concrete that was abandoned and all the trash was getting put there. We were getting vermin all over the yard because the site was not kept properly.
okay, I'm just going to pan through part of this video and you just tell me what you see. So part of this, that's where that driveway is coming down, right? That was gravel, because this was your old house. Up there where you got that yellow, it looks like I don't know what that is.
It's a kayak. That is
Okay,
my
yeah.
existing house, and that is gravel that they poured on top of my yard so they could come in and out with trucks.
Okay, so that's your kayak. This is the edge of your old house.
That's correct.
This is the driveway coming down that actually turned into that paver driveway, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then the street is up here somewhere, I take it.
That's correct.
Right,
I think
okay.
There's, I don't know, if it's a dumpster or what, there's some
Yeah, that
material there. Some material got delivered. I think it's drywall
okay.
or some, I don't know what it is.
Okay, and then as you come down, and then this right here, this was the existing, when you come out of the basement before, there was a subterranean access to the door, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then if you'd have actually gone down and taken this slab down to the level of the basement, there'd have been no real way to do that, right?
That's
I mean, you were
fine.
talking about the original design. The reason that y'all changed the design to begin with was because it would have been impossible. You'd have had to dig that down about another 4 feet, and then where would everything go in your yard?
Thank you. You finally made my point.
Okay.
That's my point.
Okay, no, so the key is that you got to keep it out of here, right? So all you got to do is pretty easy. You construct your driveway in a manner to keep the water out. But let's go through this. So this accurately reflects your backyard, right? Pretty level is what it looks like to me. So now where do you think the water, this ponding issue that you had, you think it was based on more than just rainfall, right? I mean, we sort of talked about that before, but I mean, where do you think all that water was coming from?
He said the sky. That was his testimony.
He did say the sky. Okay. We'll leave it at that. All right. I'm going to show you exhibit number 4. Oh, hold on. One thing here. So what is this right here?
That is an I-beam that had to be added, and I paid the guy that did it directly, also paid for the crane to be delivered.
Right.
That is a modification. Why was it need to be modified? Because even though the plans don't show it, he wanted to put a big old pole in between my garage to hold the weight. And I said, absolutely not. The goal is to have an oversized garage so my FJ Cruiser can drive in through one big door. And that's one of the big issues. The FJ Cruiser, we may verify that it cleared that I-beam. If you can see that I-beam, it clears it with it. It's built out. So it has a lot of additional stuff. And then you can see this LVL that you were bringing up, the LVL that he added, put it at the exact same height as that I-beam. I didn't know this until the house was done.
You're talking about this LVL here?
I can't drive in with my FJ Cruiser into the garage built for the FJ Cruiser because he put it at the same height as but then you got to put siding and drywall and a garage door. So now my car doesn't fit in the garage I bought for that car.
So your big old kidnapping van doesn't fit lengthwise and your FJ Cruiser doesn't fit height-wise.
That's correct. I mean, I'm ready for
what do you put in the garage then?
I just got my daughter a Supra, so I just put the Supra in there and the Tesla.
Okay.
Okay, and so this is the side where the van was going to go, correct?
No, that is where the FJ was going to go. The van is to
Okay.
the right of that.
Okay, no, I'm sorry. So the van is to the
Right, the other right.
okay, gotcha. All right. Oh, I'm with you over here.
So at this point,
Yes.
we've already made the decision. We will do the industrial garage. This is a video that was taken, I can't tell from your thing, but I think it was taken in November of 2020. So we had already said, yes, let's add the 29,000, because at that point I had a bunch of, my money was going up.
Right. Well, it's actually easy to tell when this was taken. That's 11/17, because these things were taken, just put directly on this hard drive. So there's been no change to anything. So it was taken on 11/17/2020 at 4:23 p.m.
I will tell you this, I could have done those pictures, I could have printed them and given it to you in a paper, and those videos I could have put in a VHS. It doesn't change what the video or the picture shows. The metadata changes when you change things.
It does not.
Can we not talk about metadata anymore? Let's just talk about the contents of these videos, please.
Okay. This is exhibit number 5. Now, what does this represent?
This is my bedroom. As you can see, it's already framed out for the fireplace. And on top of there is the loft. And then there is the bathroom at the bottom. This is all before drywall went up. This is during framing. And as you can see, the electrical is there. Some of the electrical is there, the rough end. You can see there's no gas there going to the fireplace yet. So this is in the middle of the build.
Okay, I mean, at this point, you still think, what do you think about your builder at this point?
I'm still giving him money. I have some concerns about him never being there and him not actually responding to our inquiries and asking him, hey, what type of tile can we get? But he's getting the job done. It's moving along. At this point, I've already paid him more than what he has done, but it's okay because I think that he's an honest person and he's going to get it done.
Okay, so this is you're up on this is in your bedroom, correct? And then this is to the left here is a stairway well down. Is that to the kids' floor?
That's to the kids' floor. That is correct.
Okay. And then you got this cool exposed ductwork and all that.
Yes. It's a very cool build and be a great home if it had been done properly.
Right. All right, now we're going to go to, I'm going to name this 5B. I realized I had a duplicate. So we'll just, this is, was provided to everybody, but it's 5B. There's just a walk. You can tell, narrate what this is. It's walk down the stairs to the kids' floor.
You're walking down, as you can see right there. You pause it, rewind a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Right there.
Okay.
Go forward a little
Right,
bit. Just
on.
press play and press pause when I tell you. Pause. On the bottom left, Your Honor, you can see that is the ductwork for the HVAC in this level. But right there is where a door is going to go. So a door is going to divide this section from the up section. It is sucking in that orange, did you stop right there?
Sorry, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get to so we can see what we're talking about. Sorry, man.
Just a little there you go.
Okay, there you go.
This thing right here is from the downstairs HVAC system. Here is a door. This means that the air, this side of the door is for the upstairs system, but it's sucking air from there, completely messing up the way that the systems work. They're not efficient, and that's one of the problems.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, can you take that stuff off so we can?
I'm not very good at drawing.
Now, were these the videos you receive videos like this kind of show you what was going on in the house, or you were there pretty much every day too, right?
I will tell you this. No, I did not receive videos of what was going on in the house. I am very grateful that you finally turned this over because I get to see what's behind the walls in case I need to move stuff now. Because no, he never gave me any progress of anything. I'm sure he was getting it done. There was just no communication. And there's an issue right there in the bathroom that we had to fix later on.
Okay. Now, but these are all things that, like, there was a framing inspection, there was an electrical inspection, there was a HVAC rough. I mean, there were all these inspections, correct? While before you got fired Ghouchani Homes off of the job? Yes?
Yes, sir. There were
Okay.
multiple inspections. Many of them were failed multiple times, but eventually they were rectified and ultimately passed. He passed at the point of when I let him go. All the rough inspections were passed. The next ones were going to be the final inspections.
Okay, all right, let's look at Exhibit 6. Tell us what this is.
This is exactly what the problem is. He's right there. He knows. He just made a showing with his hand that he knows that's where we're going to go in. There's audio to this thing. So if you play with audio, he's describing.
Okay, do you want me to play it with audio? Hold
I
on.
got no problem with you playing with audio.
All right, hold on, I'll run it back and play with audio.
Then you got to join in on the.
I think this.
Yeah, so you don't want to do that. When you share screen, if you unshare for a second, when you are choosing to share screen, there's a little box you can check that says optimize video and share audio.
Share sound, gotcha.
Yeah, do that.
All right,
And then it'll grab the sound and push it through.
thank you for
So
that.
much for John.
You bet.
Hey, no, this is good. I mean, it really is. I've used it, but not, hold on.
Walking downstairs, that's going to be the entry point from the main house to the addition.
So right there, he knows where the entry is going to be.
Hold on. You turned your speaker on again. Don't turn that on.
Okay, don't turn my speaker on.
Right. You can put the volume all the way up, but then you have to mute it.
Do I need to increase the volume? Would that be good?
I don't know if that will, you might as well. I don't know if that will actually increase the output to us, but just make sure after you turn it all the way up, you mute it.
Got it.
All right.
Walking downstairs, that's going to be the entry point from the main house to the addition. Just a little mudroom. Big garage. Put a I-beam and I-post. Small garage door here, a large double garage door there, and this is another garage for a large Sprinter van.
Here, you just said it's a large garage for a large printer. He knew exactly what his garage for.
Is there a side door to the garage as well?
Yes, yeah, the garages, they all connect through doors. Yeah, there's a wall in between them because that's.
But what was it looked like there was almost an extra garage door on the side. If you read
a regular door to connect the.
No, keep rewinding.
Keep rewinding.
Keep rewinding.
Judge, you know, there's that, you remember that one little room that we were talking about?
Yeah.
It looked weird. It's on the other side of this, so.
Okay.
Okay, that might be what you're seeing, the thing where he put his motorcycles and there was something stored
I guess
there.
that's what that was. So just press play.
Okay.
This is another garage.
That's sort of nice.
No, not that. Rewind a little further.
Rewind a little further.
Yeah. Please. Okay, that's good.
Just a little mudroom. Big garage. Put a I-beam and I-post.
So that's
the original little garage.
Okay, but what's there now?
The utility closet.
Oh, is there a garage door in there?
There's a garage. The doors were already ordered. We already had the doors.
Yes, sir. That's that thing we've seen.
That funky one where it like opens up into a wall.
It's not really funky, but yeah, but it.
Okay, there's a different word for it.
Okay. Well, depending on, I mean, it's around on the other side of the house, so, but anyway, that's it.
Okay.
And this is another garage for a large Sprinter van. And that's where we're gonna build a deck above it.
Okay, do you want me to keep this sound on all these? I can.
Sure, it's up to you.
Okay. All right, so that's Exhibit 6. We got Exhibit 7.
Is this gonna add a plug right here, next to this little metal thing right here? Okay. Where else do you want to add a plug?
So these are videos that the client does to tell his
Make this one a double?
subs or
Okay,
whoever
just
works
turn this into a
with
double.
him. what to do, what to change.
Okay.
And so he's going through it.
Like another one.
I mean,
Why not
there's
just make that a
nothing
double?
wrong with this.
They-
Is
I don't want them to.
Okay, so
if
just
the
add
plans are too fat.
add one more right there.
Is that you, the Keanu Reeves looking?
That's, as you can see, Your Honor, I had very little hair then, and now it's after all this time, I got
Okay.
a lot more.
That's
Easy
his
to cut it.
John, that's his John Wick impersonation.
Went from Keanu Reeves to Bruce Hardy.
Okay.
All right, now we're gonna go from,
Tough trajectory.
we're gonna look at Exhibit 8.
Francisco, add another box, not double box, but add another box there, add another box there, outlet boxes, add one more there.
All right, so you would come here after work had been done. And of course, it's always better as for any of us in the three-dimensional world where you can actually see what's going on. And then you would say, okay, I need to add this, I need to add that, this didn't get covered or whatever. Now, did you expect to be charged for those things or not? Was that part of what you were getting charged for?
Yes, there's additions. So that's what the email I
Okay.
sent, does the additional work, the additional outlets. This is my office, so I know I need multiple outlets for printer, scanner, money counter. I need all these things. They all get plugged in, so I need more outlets.
Okay.
Money counter?
You don't have a money counter, Yana?
My clients aren't the same as your clients.
All right, now we're gonna look at Exhibit 10 and explain to us what this is.
From right here, you walk outside,
This is where the
on
deck.
top of this whole second roof, we're gonna put a deck. This whole thing is a deck.
We decided to add a deck, and in the deck, we're also gonna add a fireplace. I don't like those fake-looking fireplaces of electricity, so I want it to be a gas fireplace.
Right.
So he added those lines, and there were additional costs, and we agreed on that.
Okay, we're gonna look at Exhibit 11.
So, sorry, this thing is just gonna hang up here, and it's coming out about 16 inches and going over about 26 inches. So I need to frame a platform here for this to sit on for the final. So it's not gonna be taking a lot of room, and also the run is shorter, so it's more steam. And it's something that you guys talked about when you were doing the layout for here.
So on that video, if you go back and pause it, on that video, you can see exactly the copper pipe is where the steam comes out. The other pipes, the plastic ones, is where the water comes in. This particular machine takes quite a bit of power. It needs its own dedicated panel, not its own dedicated breaker, its own dedicated panel. And that where he's standing right now is my closet. So what I told him, you cannot put it there. First of all, you're gonna have to eat out half my closet. We need to put it in the utility room upstairs in the office. We need to be smart about it. So then at this point is when I told them, so they hadn't built the platform or anything. They did rerun it, and they did run all those things were all those tubes where they are still there. So this tube is water intake. This tube is the steam back. So they just continue those tubes up one level. So it could be next to the power. It could also be away from the closet, give me more closet space. It doesn't change the fact. So that was a change. Again, a change. I don't want you to take away space in my closet. I want you to put it somewhere else. And he did. It doesn't change that this pipe is right next to the wall where the bench is going to go.
Who's the guy in the background?
That is Sergio. That is the plumber from BR Plumbing.
That was the guy that actually eventually put this in,
Yeah,
correct?
he finished it. Yeah, and that's one that I paid him directly to do the finish. And again, none of us
6 inches, so I
knew
need a
there was a problem
frame
until I sat
platform
down
here.
to take a steam shower right there. Oh, the other guy in the background, that's Mr.
The guy with the gray hair.
Father-in-law. That is Sheila Perez's dad. I don't know where he was there, but he was there. But he's a really nice guy. I think I gave him a thing for his motorcycle that day.
Hey, you can get rid of those drawings on there. If you wouldn't, we'll finish this out.
Oh,
Can you just?
sorry. I
That's fine.
didn't realize you were telling me. I apologize.
Okay.
But so my point is that, yeah, the tube is there and the tube is still there.
So it's
And-
not gonna be,
Mr. Sergio, he just doesn't know how to install those things. He's plumber, but clearly doesn't know how to install steam showers because he should have been the one, not your client, not me, not the towel guys. He's the one that should have said, you shouldn't put this next to the bench because the instructions say so. But again, he's an agent of your client, so your client's responsible for Mr. Sergio's mistakes.
Okay, so you're saying it was, okay. I'm gonna, with everybody's permission, I'm gonna cut the sound just because I think it messes, then he can narrate as we're going, okay, as that works. Okay, so now I'm taking off shear sound, optimize video clip, I'll leave that. All right, go ahead and narrate the rest of this if you would.
So can we move it to a different location, but the
Okay.
steam is still coming out where the steam is coming out at.
All right. All right, now I'm going to show you exhibit 12. Explain what this is.
It's the deck. As you can see, I chose to go with composite decking material because that thing will last forever, and we don't ever need to move it. It's perfectly even, as you can tell, but ultimately, he actually didn't put the side stops, so it's been shifting. So now the pieces have been shifting outside, and it needs to be redone. Also, those handrails, they've all warped and are now loose, which is very dangerous. So we can't use the deck until I get that repaired.
What are side stops?
So the deck, this type of trekking device system is not wood. You don't just nail it in. It goes in like a track. And then as you slide it in like a track, at the end, obviously, things move. So you're supposed to put a side piece of it to hold it, so it doesn't move with time. That was not put there, and so it's been shifting, and now there's gaps. It looked beautiful when he installed it, but just like most things that Mr. Ghouchani does, they look beautiful at first, but a few years later, you should have hired somebody else.
Okay. All right. Okay. Let's look at exhibit number 13. What is this?
That is once the house is wrapped, pretty much. I think that's your point. He got to the point where it's wrapped. He was paid up to that point. He was already paid more than he had done. But yeah, he's doing the work. It's coming along, taking forever, but it's getting done.
Okay. And were these windows, these are like shadow, whatever, sort of box windows, right? Was that in part of the original plan, or was that a modification?
As I testified already, those were part of the original plan, the first two. I added the third one on the other side because I figured let's make all 3 bedrooms match, and I thought all the kids wanted them. Find out later that no, my other kids didn't want one, but too late.
All right. Hey, let's look at exhibit 14. What is this?
The installation, my installation, bless you, Your Honor. My installation guy came in and did installation after the framing and sides were done and the siding, and now drywall's ready to go up.
That's
You can see it's like a big jetty cooler. No air escapes that place.
Okay. And is this something, did you just want to do installation differently this way, or what was the?
It's the best type of insulation you can get.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted. He says he doesn't do that, so I hired somebody to do it.
Okay. So again, we're just going back through some of the completed structure, right?
That's
It's
correct.
showing, okay.
He completed a lot of work. He just didn't do it right. If you go back right there, you might have noticed there was another I-beam there because the metal guy said, okay, yeah, a metal spiral staircase is very heavy, so we need to add that I-beam right there.
Okay.
That's an I-beam that was added.
All right.
Which again, that was somebody that I had to hire myself. And he told me, this metal staircase you want is beautiful and it's super heavy. You need to reinforce it. So we reinforced.
Right, but you would agree that those were changes to the original scope of the work. I mean, you started out with I know they talk about champagne taste and a beer budget, but you started out with a beer budget and then you created something much nicer. I mean, it's a lovely place. I agree with you, but you added $160,000 worth of extra expense to it.
If you think $280,000 is a beer budget, then I envy your bank account. But that is not a beer budget, and it was definitely. He said it was custom. He said it was luxury, and as I just said, I paid for that extra directly with the metal guy because the metal guy, being the expert in what he does, identified an issue and gave a solution. The stair is too heavy. You need reinforcement, so I paid it directly to him.
That's the staircase going down, so. Now, where are we going up to? Your bedroom?
Going back
correct?
up to the bedroom again.
Yeah.
I don't see the point of these videos, but I can narrate them.
Well, there's a staircase. You know, we hadn't seen that before, I don't think, your metal staircase.
That's
So.
correct. I paid for that directly to the guy because the guy didn't want to deal with Mr. Ghouchani. I met him through Ghouchani. He said, no, I'm not getting paid through him. He doesn't pay. If you want it done, you can pay me directly. And I sure did.
Well, now you said you don't see the point of this video, but don't you think it's important for the court to actually understand what we're talking about here? Because the judge hadn't been to your house, has he?
Nope.
So don't you think some of this video is important to let him know what's going on?
No, absolutely. But
Okay,
I think,
well,
I
I
think,
just,
no.
I didn't understand that comment.
No, I don't, it's the job, I testified multiple times. Job is done, it's completed. The house is, we live in it now. It just wasn't done as the contract specified.
Okay.
And I think the liability has already been established. We're just here for damages.
Oh, we are here. I agree with you. We're here for damages. That siding has been put on the house? Is that what that shows?
Yes, sir, the house is complete.
Okay. All right, now I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit 15. What is this? This is more of the same, it would appear.
I agree.
Okay. We'll I think it just shows, here, we'll drop that one. All right.
So those windows,
Oh, sorry.
the windows are installed.
Yes, sir.
He installed the windows. After paint, after drywall, after he was long gone, it rained one day and I had a bunch of, when the floors, the wood floors, the very expensive hardwood floors had already been installed, water was coming in through those windows because they weren't sealed properly by the people that installed them.
Because that was when the painting, before the painting was done or after the painting was done?
After paint, siding, drywall, and floors were in, after the bathroom was completed, it rained one day.
Yep.
And it was coming in through there and it was getting the brand new floor wet.
I thought, did I understand correctly last time we were here that the painting was not done by Ghouchani Homes, right? It was done by your brother-in-law?
That's correct. Painting is not what
Okay.
goes into window installation. As you can see, they cut that waterproofing stuff. They didn't put it in properly. They didn't, when they put in the windows, they just didn't do their job. They didn't seal it right. Now have
Okay.
somebody come and fix it, but his people didn't fix it right.
All right. This is Exhibit 16. What is this?
That is the drywall that was hung by your client.
Okay, so this is, now wasn't this when you're supposed to pay the $50,000 after drywall was installed?
Well, obviously drywall is not done. You still have a guy there working and it was drywall, complete drywall. And he was not done. Look at it, it's not even cleaned yet. So he hasn't taken out the trash, it's not complete. And a lot of those panels, as the previous witness testified, Mr. Londoño, they had to fix because they weren't level properly. Part of the reason they weren't level properly is because the framing wasn't done properly. Part of the reason the framing wasn't done properly is because the design wasn't done properly. So many of these things were dominoes effects based on the design.
Okay, but these were all things, I mean, the framing, for example, I mean, it gets approved by an inspector, correct? So you say the framing wasn't done properly, but what are you saying? Are you saying it was out of square?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, so it was out of square. And then you got, obviously you got sheetrock put in and you got that passed. But I guess the inspectors don't look to see if that stuff's done properly? Is that what you're telling the court?
You can get an inspector here and ask them what they're looking for. All I know is that there were issues with the way the drywall was installed.
I was just asking you, I mean, you.
And I answered, I don't know.
Okay, you got a CO for the place. I don't know how it works.
Me neither.
All right, and this sheetrock is I forget how much it was that your brother-in-law charged you to finish this. Now, I do want to ask you this because I'm curious. You were sitting here complaining about the fact that Mr. Ghouchani on the contract that you had didn't itemize any of the expenses, but I noticed that everybody that you had to come in and do the repair work, they didn't itemize their expenses. You just said, hey, this is going to be $11,000. I asked your sheetrock guy, your brother-in-law, how much it would cost to finish a board, which is something a guy in the industry would know. You heard what he testified. Did it not bother you that you were just charged a flat fee and not itemized with any of these charges?
Well, I shopped around. He was not the only person that gave me a quote. There was other people that would came in and saw it. My neighbor across the street to the right, that's what he does. He does painting. He quoted me 50,000. There was a friend of the guy that did the bathroom. He quoted me about 45,000. I went with the cheaper quote, and I went with somebody that I know and that I trust. Yes, I wish everybody would do like Moda. Moda did an excellent job. You can see their invoices. This is how much it's costing per square foot. This is how much is for labor. This is how much is for the glue. That is, I think, the best practices. But most people in the industry do not abide by best practices.
Okay, this is Exhibit 17. Can you describe what this is?
This is my home. This is my home while it's getting painted. You can see the scaffold through the window. That's when they're doing the painting. The exterior has already been painted. This picture, I believe, I didn't take it. You're the one that's trying to introduce it, but this picture, I believe, was taken by a neighbor down the street who was friends with Sheila Parast, and she wanted to tell Ms. Parast how much she hates the pink I picked, because I did pick it's called Rosa Mexicano, Your Honor. It's the Mexico City pink. So that's where I'm from. But she didn't like it. She didn't approve of the home I live in. So she wanted to, in essence, throw some shade at, and this is what the picture shows. At this point, your client was already at the picture because I got somebody else to do it. I said, I don't want you to come back. You're gone.
All right, but this is a true and accurate representation of your home, correct?
Unless you've altered the metadata, it is true.
Are there any other homes on your street that are 4 stories high, or is this the one with Rosa Mexicano paint and 4 stories?
It is the only 4-story home, and it's yeah, I'm feeling it in the taxes.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 24. This is a building permit that you applied for with the city of Smyrna. You recognize that?
I do. That is my signature. That is the document I filled out. It was filled out on July 1st, 2020.
Okay, now was this, I noticed you just said your total estimated costs were $98,000. Is this something before you ever knew what this project was going to cost you?
That's what Ghouchani told me to put there. He helped me fill out this form. She said, put this there, and that's what I did.
Okay, so he told you to do that. What was the reason for doing that?
I don't know. I don't know if that's what the estimate costs. I don't know. He just said, I said, what do I put here? And that's what he said. So
well, isn't it true that you actually get charged by the city of Smyrna based on the amount of improvements that you're going to be installing on the property? Isn't that how they determine the permit fees?
I don't know. I don't know how they determine the permit fees.
Would you find it surprising to know that that's how they determine the permit fees is based on the amount of the improvements that you're going to be making to the property?
No, that wouldn't sound surprising. That actually sounds kind of accurate. And I guess.
Excuse me just a second. Is this, what's going on this monitor right here?
I don't know what's on there.
Okay, is it just is it a delay of some sort? I guess maybe.
What's on that monitor?
No. I saw
me hacking it. I'm not doing it.
No. I'm with you. I see this going. I mean, I guess what it is, it may just be a time delay. I don't
yes,
know. Okay.
There's often a lag.
That's fine in that. Okay, that's cool. All right, so this was for 2,373 square feet, but you actually built more than that, didn't you? Didn't you end up building more than that?
No, that is the actually that is the, what do you call it? He gave me that number, and actually on the break you told me. I looked at the actual plans. That is the heated space. So he explained to me, you need to tell them how much heated space you're building. So I guess the garage doesn't count because that's not livable space. So 2,300 square feet, which is the kids' bedrooms and my bedroom, and those 2 levels. Now, when you ask me how much space was for the bedrooms, so you want to go back and answer that properly. Each bedroom is about 12 by 12. So that's 144 square feet per bedroom. And I had told you it was about 600 square feet. It's supposed to be 432, but around that much was what he in his contract was for carpet. But yes, that's what he told me to put, 2,300. I was filling out this form on the phone with him. What do I put here? What do I put here? Because we need to submit this.
Okay, so this is, and this is what you submitted. That's All right, so this was just the rest of your package, and you submitted actually a copy of house plans, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The plans he gave me, and if you look at those plans, you keep going, you'll be able to see where the stairs originally were supposed to be.
Okay, well, I'll show you another set of plans here in a minute that we can see. Got a few questions I want to ask you, okay? So let's go to, I'm going to show you now Plaintiff's Exhibit 13. This is a stamped set of plans that y'all provided as part of the exhibits.
That we provided, or this is yours, isn't it?
No, this is Plaintiff's 13.
Okay.
You hadn't presented it, but this is what you provided. I'll submit to you that was in the production that y'all
Okay.
did.
Yeah, I have no.
Now, it's just a better, cleaner version. This is like from a CD version of this thing.
Okay.
Okay, so I want to ask you, so this was signed off on by the fire marshal, this particular one. All right, what, can you explain to me what this line is right here?
It's my property line.
No, I know, that's your property line. Yeah,
That's my property. What the other line is, I guess that's the 10 feet away from the fence, something, because I think you can't build beyond that.
yeah, it's a building setback line.
Yeah, call it
So-
whatever you call it.
So wasn't the building setback line taken into account in designing this home and how big any of these rooms could have been? I mean, you're right here. This is the garage, right? I mean, this is your addition, correct? Am I pointing to that correctly? So that's the addition, and this is the line of your house. Didn't you put like a new kitchen here?
No, I haven't put a new kitchen there. We closed it in for the intent purpose that I will eventually put a new kitchen.
Okay, gotcha. And this is like your existing house. If I go here to here, that's the existing house, right?
That's correct.
Okay, then this is what you built to penetrate into the roof line here. And then, of course, went up over your house, right, on the 3D world.
Yes.
And so you were limited to where you could come by this building setback line, right?
The building setbacks are just, again, I reached out to him. Yes.
Yes, okay.
By that, and that's why I told him, well, let's get a variance, because I wanted bigger. I wanted to go bigger.
Okay, well, did you get a variance? You ever apply for a variance with the city of Smyrna?
He said no. He said it would take longer.
Okay, so, but you knew that was going to limit the size of what you could build because you had an outside line here. All right,
Well,
hold
you're
on.
pointing at the wrong line, but.
No. This is, you wanted to keep this is the line of your home, right? The line of the addition,
Yeah,
because that's your kitchen. This is the 4-story or 3-story addition. And then this is that little weird looking, little weird room, right? I don't actually think it's weird, but
no, that's not the weird room. That's, I will tell you, I think, let me try to explain to you what.
yeah, okay,
So
help me.
this
Oh, I'm
is
sorry,
the
this is,
existing home
that's
in
it.
carpool,
Yeah.
existing home.
Yep,
This is the addition of the living space. So addition, living space. This is the industrial garage. So industrial garage and deck on top.
right.
This is where you ruined my little garage and put a utility room and made this completely useless.
Okay, so that's, I got you. Thank you for that. That clarifies it. All right, so there was a limitation to how big this, and you gave the dimensions to Mr. Ghouchani. You told him 300 inches, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you told him 300 inches, and what you're saying is that, well, you ended up going with 2x6s rather than 2x4. So there's basically, it was about say 7 or 8 inches less than it should have been.
I never said that. I never said.
Inside to outside, wait, explain that. You were talking about inside to outside or whatever?
Let me correct, answer what you said. It was a misstatement of fact. I never said it was a 2x4, 2x6. The plans you're looking at already have 2x6s. They were always 2x6s. Why? Because a 2x6 is wider, and if you have more insulation, it is a better, more efficient home. From the beginning, I wanted to have 2x6s. It is not my job. Again, liability has already been determined, but it's not my job to go around and check all of these inches and check all of that. He told me these are the plans that are going to be done for the build that you asked for. I asked for a build. You're focusing in garage. You're trying to make a point, a Perry Mason point about the garage. And right here, I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea what those measurements are. I can't even read it. If you look at it, it's very little tiny spacing. There's not actual measurement for that. And it's not up to me to determine whether or not the garage is going to fit the sprinter. I placed an order for a garage to fit a 300-inch printer, and he built a 300-inch garage. If there was limitations by the city, then the proper thing to say, we can't do this without a variance, or we just can't do this. Let's not do it. It's an additional $30,000 that is going to be flushed down the toilet. What he did is, yes, let me take more money and build more, even though he should have known. I'm not saying he knew, because I don't think he knows anything about what happened in this build, but he should have known that that structure he designed and built would not fit the intended purpose of a 300-inch sprinter van.
Okay, so with that, you're saying, would you take that, maybe it's already come off. All right, so this is the sprinter van that we're talking about. All right, that's your sprinter van backed all the way as far into the garage as it'll go. That's Plaintiff's 107?
Yeah, it took me about 10 tries to get it as far back as possible without breaking the wall.
Okay, and then with that, as far back as it could go to the wall, is it fair to say that this is where it sits relative? I mean, that's with it all the way back to the wall, right? This is Plaintiff's 102.
That's correct. I parked the van, then I got out of the van, and I started to take pictures.
Okay. And so what you're saying is that
just click on the right arrow. If you hover your mouse down to the right, you should be able to click there, right?
Not when you're doing
next,
this.
right there, next.
What do you, where you want me to do something?
No, I'm saying you can click next right there where you were, so you don't have to keep closing and opening.
Oh, no, I want to look at the ones I'm trying to pick, so I'm not necessarily looking to flip through, but I appreciate that. And then this is this also with your sprinter van back all the way up to
I
the?
didn't move the van. I took all those pictures at the same time, and that's where I'm taking those pictures at.
So is it your contention that you're saying that basically 8 or 9 inches would have made a difference in this van being able to fit into that space?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is that the person that built it should have designed it not only to fit 300 inches, but also space to walk behind and in front of it, and also space for the garage door to come down. It should have been done by somebody that's actually thinking about what was ordered.
Okay, now the designer, didn't you actually deal directly with the designer, Darius? You've made it clear that you think Darius is a hack, okay? But is it not true that you're the one that dealt with Darius the entire time, that all Mr. Ghouchani did was introduce you to Darius?
Well, these are your words, not mine, but I agree with you. And yes, I dealt with him because that's who he wanted me to deal with. I didn't look out for Darius. I looked out for Ghouchani Homes. This is why Darius is not sitting there as a co-defendant, because I got nothing to do with Darius. I have no contract with Darius. I had no agreement with Darius. I sought out to hire Ghouchani Homes LLC and Farrakh Ghouchani, also known as Frankie Ghouchani, because that's who I thought knew what they were doing.
And he, Mr. Ghouchani, used Darius as his architect, designer, sketch guy, whatever we want to call it.
Correct.
Okay.
And didn't you deal directly, you paid Darius directly and dealt with him directly, correct? And you did over 100 modifications to these plans.
I didn't do over 100 modifications to these plans. We did fixes to the plans that had garage going underground.
What now? You're saying that you did fixes to this is that whole underground thing again?
That's what all of this is about. You can't, the entire plans had to be redone on the fly. I asked for a proper redo and he said, no, we'll do it in framing because those plans have already been approved. Again, I just noticed it because I happened to be in the table looking at things and noticed the height was wrong and immediately contacted your client. And I think I cussed out Darius. But once I noticed, that's when I told him this needs to be fixed. And he said, we'll fix it in framing. I didn't notice the van didn't fit until I got very excited to park my van and didn't fit. And I had a very terrible day that day.
So one of the pictures of your van sticking out, it looks like the side of the house is red. It seems like you were doing that months after you and Mr. Ghouchani broke up. You didn't find out that the van didn't fit until long after he was. Why wouldn't you have tried to park it or just that part of the house wasn't complete until then? Because you've made clear not much of the house was complete when you guys broke up.
The FJ, I was able to drive down and park it and see if it fits under the I-beam, because the FJ is a 4x4 utility vehicle, can drive the gravel. This van is huge and heavy, and when I first got the van, the first thing I did is I sent it over. I had it for a couple of weeks, and then I gave it to the person that built it. It took him about 8 months to build out. It was a lot. Again, it was just a shell. So I didn't even have the van, but I had the dimensions.
Okay, so during the building, and we heard Mr. Ghouchani saying, this is the space for the, whatever you call it, van. You owned it, but it was being souped up on the west side.
No, it was, the west side of Atlanta. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Not the west side of your property, but.
No, the west side of the country, because most of the vans get done on like the west coast, but no, yes.
No, in the West End somewhere, someone was taking care of it. And so the fact that your house was that funny pink color when you took this picture, that timeline fits because you didn't have the van go down until you had a driveway that was paved, not gravel, and that the van was complete.
Correct, because it's so heavy that it would have gotten stuck in mud.
Okay.
You can't take this on mud.
I think this is the picture you were talking about, Judge, with the pink right there.
Right.
Just a bunch of stuff that I didn't even know was a problem. That's where we are. That's why I'm so worried. We still don't know what other problems.
Right. What else are you going to find?
Hey, so let me ask you this. When did you first learn that an unlicensed contractor can't enforce a contract?
When did I first learn that?
Yeah, when did you first learn that?
When I spoke with my attorney, I got to sue this guy. He's a hack. He screwed us. And it's like, well, he doesn't even have a chance for a counterclaim because he's not licensed. And I said, well, great, because he needs to pay for his mistakes. And I didn't do anything wrong. So I can't wait to see what counterclaim he has, because I guess the question is, when did you find out?
When did I find out?
You don't have to answer his questions.
But I'd be happy to answer it. I'm just kidding. I know the answer to that question. So let me ask you this. How long have you known Mr. Hadari?
I've known him ever since, I think I was still a prosecutor when I met him. I met him through Ms. Jennifer Delgado. I met her through multiple Hispanic Bar Associations. She's also an amazing attorney. We actually had a case where we represented 2 defendants against a slumlord, I think. And I like to think that I destroyed the guy on cross, which hasn't happened yet here. But and so he was very impressed, and we stayed in touch since then, and we've been friends. And I've always come to him when I send him cases about business litigation, and he sends me a few cases about criminal defense. And he was not even, I didn't even think he was going to be able to help me with this case. But once he said that, yeah, this is his line of work, I was very happy.
Okay, so when would you have known that, for example, that Mr. Ghouchani or Ghouchani Homes couldn't enforce this contract against you?
I can tell you exactly when. I just got to pull it up on my phone, but it would have been when me and my attorney Hadari met at a Starbucks. I usually don't go to Starbucks, definitely don't go to Starbucks anymore. But at a Starbucks over there by Sandy Springs, and we sat down, we started talking. I told him all the nightmares. At that point, the new flooding hadn't happened yet, but I told him about the first flooding, and that's when he said, well, yeah, we can do something with this.
Oh, who is Natasha Hadari?
Natasha Hadari.
Yeah. Somebody you've actually worked on cases with. So
Natasha Hadari is another attorney. He's like not related. Are y'all related?
That's my sister.
That's your sister? Yeah.
It's his sister.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, I know Natasha. Yeah. She also does criminal defense stuff, and we collaborate a little bit. I don't remember how I met Natasha. I don't know Natasha very well.
There are all sorts of Hadaris out there.
There are all our.
There's not too many, Your Honor. We're rare.
An unusual name, for sure.
Oh, your sister. I'm sorry. I didn't know she was your sister.
You mentioned talking to, explain to me how you came into the court, how you came to meet Mr. Ghouchani, again, you said it was through a sister-in-law, Sheila Paras?
Sheila, I think your client's wife was on the Zoom earlier, Shervin Paras there. Sheila does closings.
Okay.
I know a friend of mine, very good friend of mine, Thomas Lyman, who actually used to intern for Judge Taylor. He worked with her for a while, so that's how we met. And, you know, she's got very good taste. She's got a beautiful home. And she said that Frankie can do it. He can do all this type of stuff.
Did you ever talk to Ms. Paras about what you owe Ghouchani Homes?
Many times, I think she, even though she knew I was represented, she knew I had an attorney. I was very clear with her that I had an attorney. And at that point, she was acting as his attorney, kept asking me questions, kept interrogating me when I went to her office to drop off his property. Because I told him, he's no longer welcome at my home. Here is his sign, here's his stuff. Tell him, I was very clear. You have a video, but I was very clear multiple times. Have his attorney call my attorney. Have his attorney call my attorney. Attorney should be the ones hashing this out, not sister-in-law talking to a represented party.
Do you recall at the time do you recall having a discussion with Ms. Paras that was videoed where you admitted owing at least another $60,000 to Ghouchani Homes?
You can play the entire discussion. I did went to her office, and then she kept asking me questions. I kept saying, I gotta go. I have to go get my COVID shot.
Okay,
and yes, we had that discussion. And
Yes.
if you want to play the entire thing so you can have some context with it.
I'm not asking to play the whole thing. I'm asking you a question. Did you or did you not admit during a discussion with Ms. Paras that you owed Mr. Ghouchani and Ghouchani Homes
Your Honor, I'm gonna
$60,000?
Object to the extent that he's going into a non-existent counterclaim. And for the most part, I've just let him talk as he will.
Okay, but it has nothing to do with what may have to do with the counterclaim that doesn't apply anymore, but it certainly would go to offsets. I think it's an appropriate question. There may be context that Mr. Chada Jimenez wants to add, but you do need to answer the question unless you've got different objections. But if it's that, I'm going to let it continue.
As long as it helps the court, then I'm fine with it, Your Honor.
It does help.
I don't remember exactly what I said or what I didn't say. If you play the video, it refresh my recollection. Again, I just asked that you play the entire video.
Okay, so are you saying that you don't recall admitting that you owed, you were talking to Ms. Paras, you knew that Mr. Ghouchani's her brother-in-law, right? You're still trying to work through this?
I'm not trying to work through this. I was just trying to drop off things and she kept asking questions.
Okay, and you kept answering questions, correct?
I am polite.
And one of those, you are polite. So one of those questions that you answered was how much you volunteered, how much you still owed Ghouchani Homes and Mr. Ghouchani, correct?
And just as I already answered, I don't recall.
Okay. So, Your Honor, I guess I can play the video to refresh his recollection. But it's about a 20-minute video. I mean, I can skip to where it refreshes his recollection. He's got a rule of completeness he can have if that's what he wants to do.
You know, the lawyers are going to decide how they're going to use the remaining 51 minutes that we have for today.
Yes.
And then we'll reconvene in whatever month I can find another day for this case.
Okay, that's fine. So,
However you want to do it with the video.
all right, I'll go ahead and just play the video then, if that's what he would like. Now we'll make sure we can hear it. Oops, hold on. All right, this is, let me do the share thing.
Did you know you were being filmed?
No.
Alright, I'll be allowed to. What the hell are you doing here?
Dropping this off for you. And give it to your boy.
What's that, what's up with that?
What's you left at the house?
No, but what's going on with that?
My lawyer will contact him. I think my lawyer already contacted him
Your lawyer for what?
for the bill.
What do you mean?
My lawyer will work it out with him, hopefully.
But what, like, what are you trying to get out of that?
Money. That's how things work in law.
You owe him money.
Okay.
That's so, no, what am I supposed to tell Frankie?
Probably get a lawyer.
About, like, what though? For what?
Breach,
Wait, you said,
damage.
first of all, there's no liens on your property.
He flooded my house 4 times and hasn't fixed it.
He's offered to fix it.
I don't
A
want
billion
him touching the house.
But you don't want him to fix it is different than him not fixing it.
I called the porter potty to tell him to pick it up because I fired the contractor. He hasn't paid him since February.
But I don't know, okay, so do they owe him anything? Like, what I'm saying is, like, I don't know how jobs work. But what if he pays at the end of the job?
No, his account is blocked because he hasn't made payments since February. February was before his wife had a kid, before his mom was in COVID, before the porta potty company. One of the many companies that are going to put a lien on my house now.
They're not going to put a lien on your house? They're not going to put a lien on your house.
The dumpster people put a lien on the house.
That was different. That was a shady guy. You know it was a shady guy.
No, the dumpster company. It's a company.
They didn't put a lien on the house.
Yes.
Frankie said they didn't put a lien on the house.
No.
What's the dumpster? I need to look up your house. Do you know how many liens are on your house right now? I can look it up for you if you want.
Right now, they're actually on, they're working through.
But here's what I'm confused about. Like, I'm not Frankie's lawyer. I'm just confused because, like, y'all can't work something out. I don't care. Maybe he doesn't want to work. But he did everything. Because, see, what's confusing me is as soon as I hung up with you, I got him to do what you wanted.
No, he hasn't done anything.
He paid his guys. He didn't hold half. He paid everybody everything like you said.
I heard nothing from him.
But that doesn't mean he didn't do it.
I still haven't heard nothing from him.
You're the one that talks to the guys.
No.
They're the ones that you.
No, they're gone. They've been gone. They've been done with work. But, I mean.
The last time we talked, because remember I was like, well, I don't think Frankie's going to go for that. You know, maybe he'll do half. Maybe we'll do that. I called Frankie and I was like, just pay your guys. That's all he wants. He's worried about those guys. You said something about the family part. So then that happened and then
I
what?
haven't heard from him since I talked to you. I haven't heard from anybody.
Okay, but I still don't understand the disconnect. So
Just today I had a contractor come to give me a quote on finishing the HVAC, and where the water heater is, he's like, where's your exhaust pipe? I'm like, what do you mean? Like, you need an exhaust pipe for the water heater, which is not even installed, so they're gonna have to tear up 2 bedrooms.
But maybe they don't if they talk to the contractor and they're like, no, this was the plan B. Like, there's multiple ways to skin a cat, right? I don't know. I have no idea.
I don't know either. That's why I hired a
I'm not a
contractor. I don't know.
contractor. Yeah, I know. And so, like, that's so weird. Frankie hasn't told me anything.
I mean, like I said,
I mean, he's
today,
in Dallas right now.
I called the porta potty company. Hey, I'm no longer using this guy. You guys can come pick up your stuff. Because we want to make sure that, it doesn't keep on adding. He's like, yeah, this account has been blocked because we haven't received payments since February. And we've
Because when
sent
I called
multiple
Frankie
notices.
after your thing,
You will not let go of that doorknob.
about first paying
Finally.
pulling this to
You're not trying very hard.
played some card. He doesn't have the money. He's trying to whatever. And I was like, no, he says he has the money. He's good for it. He goes, Sheila, does it make sense for me to put another penny of work into that until we sit down and talk? And I said, yeah, that's fine. But
And you say you were going to coordinate that, and I never heard that.
Well,
But at this point, I mean, I already put that money towards the lawyer, so the lawyer has a.
Well, I mean, all your lawyers all your friends are lawyers, but.
Yeah.
But what I was saying though is, when I hung up with him, or you, I ended up talking to him and I got what you wanted. Cause I was like, dude, he's worried these people have families.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything.
Pay them. Okay, but that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, no, that's.
Maybe it took a while to pay them all.
But there's been no work in the house done, right?
Someone told me that you painted it.
Yeah.
Nasty.
Yeah. Your
neighbors are not happy about that.
They can suck it.
Well, Frankie didn't paint it. I know it wasn't Frankie.
No, of course not. No, I got my drywallers and I got my.
So you have your own crew.
I could have had my own crew from the beginning.
Well, that's when I talked to Frankie, that's what he was pissed about.
Yeah.
He was like, I don't know what they've done. I don't know what he's telling them. I've never had someone meddle as much as Surrey in my affairs and my guys. And I said, well, then just pay and go a step away. I go, pay? All Surrey. He's like, what does he want? What do you want? I said,
Just like
I'm like, all you wanted was her.
Thank you.
That was one of the.
But then he did it, and then now what? Now I'm like, now I'm embarrassed because I was like, maybe he was right all along. Maybe he should have done just half and half.
Maybe he should have.
Well, then why wouldn't you just pay them directly if that was your issue?
I was going to pay him directly. That was
Why
the
didn't
15th.
you?
Because I figured I'd give it to him and trust him.
but he did do it, so I'm so confused. What's your, okay, what's the end result? Like, what are you
The end
trying?
result, I need to get my house built.
Okay, but he's,
Yeah.
that, like, that was happening, he was gonna do that.
There's too many issues. I mean,
And that's
It's not-
fine, I
it's not
told
our
you that,
problem.
you don't have to use, I told you don't have to use Frankie, but at the end of the day, like, if it was about the price difference, y'all weren't even saying eye to eye about that, cause look, he's got, the loft, cause I have all this written down, there was 30,000 for the loft, there was 40,000 for the change order, and then there was 30,000 for something else, the garage.
the change order, that's, was never approved, but he's gotten,
The 40,000.
well, no, he's saying 80 something.
You said the loft was overlooked, so you said the 40 and the 30, and then the loft, you were like, yeah, we both forgot about the loft.
So I'm
But
giving him,
272.
287.
No, you said 272.
Plus the 15. So that's 287 out of a total of about 350. There's a lot more than $50,000 worth of work to do in the house.
Hang on, I have it written down.
Well, I gotta go, I gotta get my COVID.
Hang on, why, you have COVID? You brought COVID to my office?
No, it doesn't exist, remember?
I know that. You recorded me?
No, I recorded the, I'm gonna send you the, when I talked this morning to the,
What?
that was it for me. When they told me he hasn't paid since February, I'm like, I can't keep it.
Okay, that's fine, that's fine. I don't care about Frankie or you, this is just me being middle person,
Put a Hogwarts.
Highlands. We don't know how people operate, okay? So what if they get paid at the end of the job, right?
That's fine.
Okay, but there was enough changes in your house where, but is it fair to put Frankie's upside down? You don't think so because you don't know the price.
No, I think,
Frankie's upside down in your house.
I
Right
believe
now,
that
the way
Frankie
you've
is
left-
upside down in the house because there has been waste, because there has been rework.
That's your belief, yes.
Because there has been damages. I absolutely think you.
Sir,
you
you're
should-
an attorney.
Mhm.
I'm an attorney. We're not contractors. That's your belief. I also think that even like when people go, like contractors get into stuff, they cure it, right? So even, first of all, I know Frankie is gonna fix your basement, or was going to. Now you're saying you don't even want him to.
Yeah.
You're saying you don't want him to, that's fine. When we last spoke, you acknowledged that you said, I think I owe Frankie 60, or 90, not 126. Remember that? And then that's why I didn't think I could get Frankie to. Remember, I was like, why don't you pay at least 30, pay for the loft? And then you were like, well, the loft wasn't even on. I go, okay, it was an oversight that wasn't on that invoice, but Frankie has 90,000 in that house. He thinks 126.
What's this person's name?
Sheila Prost.
How do you spell that last name?
P-A-R-A-S-T.
If Frankie's gonna fix it. I guess this is where I'm confused. going after him for? If he's already lost 90,000 in your house, what is there to get?
The lawyers will figure that out. I don't do contract law.
So you're saying he can't come fix something though?
Not anymore, no.
So where's the breach if he's
The
the one
lawyer
that?
will figure that out. I don't do that.
I'm being completely, like, you're a smart guy, you went to Emory, I didn't. I went to stupid John Marshall, so you gotta spell it out for me. I'm trying to figure
Not to
out.
Georgia State.
Okay, well, I just am trying to figure out, right, swear, I'm being like, I'm not Frankie's lawyer, and that's fine. He's my brother-in-law, so obviously I'm confused, because I hear this side of it, I hear this side. I heard your side, and that's why I went and did your side, I didn't even do the second side. What I'm trying to figure out is,
I think what I figured out is that this is an ongoing thing, and some of these work contractors will
But,
get
like,
money for one
I'm
house
trying to
and use
figure
it to build
out-
the next house and so on. It's like a Ponzi scheme.
okay, that's what you believe, but Frankie has $90,000 worth of unpaid things, whether he.
Well, we don't know that because he just says that. He just
You
makes
said
numbers.
that.
He said he makes up numbers, but he
But
doesn't
he
have any
didn't, he
accounting.
gave you all of the invoices.
No, he's never
No.
given me one invoice.
You want him to give you an invoice of plywood, that's the difference. You think that this is like an actual, they run up to Home Depot, print a receipt, and give you a receipt. Your standards are different. I've never, I get what you're saying, but it doesn't work like that. Even with me, he says, all right, your kitchen, this is the ballpark number. And then you go from there. Like, he's not gonna know what you know how many other people he has under him going to buy sheetrock, plywood, all this stuff?
That's the job to know those things, the pricing, like there's.
Not when it fluctuates that much. I know that he went upside the siding, he had to eat, what was it? I can't even remember the slab count. And that's also why you didn't hear from me, because you were gonna hear from me when it was gonna be a counter to yours. He didn't counter it. I said, just pay the guy. Sir, he's worried about these people, getting food on the table. It's the first, what did I say? It was whatever time of month it was. I was like, what if they need to turn their lights off?
I mean, it's not, we're not gonna fix it today, Sheila. Thank you.
No, I don't wanna
I
fix
know
it.
you're.
What I'm trying to figure out is, well, there's twofold. If he's my brother-in-law and I'm referring him to people, where's the breach? Because this is where I was saying I'm very stupid. You're telling me you fired him. This is a breakup. Here's your sweater back, don't come to my house. So how is that breach when you ended it?
Ended it because of breach. There was
Where was the breach?
deadlines missed.
It's
He got a
COVID,
letter.
The deadline is missed.
No,
Nothing comes in time.
The letter he got from the
Siding
attorney.
was used for the garage, like all those different things. When tools would come here and then you had the roofer go do a different job, that was all different stuff, right? They're not all his fault.
No, not everything. There's issues with the quality of the work. There's issues with the work getting done on
That's
time.
what punch-out lists are for. That's what punch-out, when you go punch out and you make sure that everything's done and he fixes it and he cures. Just like the 4 times he said, I'm sending someone to the basement, and you're like, no man, let's do it all at the end.
Yeah.
What I want to know, and this is honestly because I am invested, I am a middle person, I'm going to see him at Thanksgiving. That's $90,000 off of my nephew and niece's plate. I know that the image you see of them is G-Wagon, living good. There is money in your house. 100% he's lost money in your house. That's embarrassing for me because you are the referral. I would like to prevent this from other referrals, right? Because he's doing work on my friend Lauren's house. So I'm just trying to say, I know it's easy for you to get an attorney and get things done. I hope your friends are doing it for free, because I don't think it needed to go there, because Frankie is a decent guy and he has given
Well, it's
multiple.
not for free. It's costing me a lot. And
Well, that's stupid because he's doing, like, all you had to do is tell me and I would have gotten it fixed. You said you wanted the workers paid. You gave some sob story to me that they have families Frankie doesn't know about, and I repeated that and I told it to Frankie and I got it done. I didn't even come back with his stuff. He wanted a minimum of 50. That day on the phone, you acknowledged you owed him 90. You told me you have the money. You said, yeah, I have it. I have his money for him. You said it multiple times. I hung up with Frankie and I told him what the issue was. That took me what? I was going back. I lost a whole half morning of my day doing that.
I don't want
So then
you
I
to
was
lose
like,
any more time.
that's fine. Then I came back and I said, hey, this is what Surrey, because Frankie kept saying, what's his angle? what's his angle? What's he want to do? He just wants to short me 90K? He says, I can't do another thing in the house until I know what his angle is. I go, he's got no angle. These people are complaining to him about you're not paying them. So he paid them, and now we're here? That's why I'm like,
Well,
what
there's-
reach?
I haven't heard anything from him since last time we spoke.
Did
And
you reach
again,
out to him?
There's, yeah, I think so.
What did you say?
I spent days, you know, I think you and I spoke with him
Last week, Tuesday?
on Tuesday, at 9:20. I sent them, please send me proof that you paid the roofing siding. Thank you. And I never heard back from him.
Well, he for sure told me, he was like, well, then they'll find
Yeah,
out.
I think
We'll find out.
the siding guy told me he gave him a check.
Yeah, he knew. He knew you was gonna come back. He was like, they're buddies, he'll know.
I haven't heard from the other people.
Cause I remember, and this is just, Frankie was like, no, that's not how it works. A client's not gonna tell me what to do and how to do it. And I said, just do it. And he knew that they're gonna come back to you. And I was like, so, whoa, your ego got hit. Sorry, what? He won how to tell you how to handle your money. Now what? And then
Tell me how
this.
to handle his money.
Yeah, that is how, that's a client telling me, hey, I'm gonna give you 15,000 even though you're 90 in. You gotta pay. Remember, I told you.
There's a discrepancy in that number, and part of the reason, I do know that he has to bring people back a lot, and they
What
charge every
discrepancy?
time.
Okay.
But
here's-
what, part of my argument is that when every time he has to bring somebody to fix something, is to fix something that should have never happened if he had been there or had somebody to supervise him, so they don't mess up. But then they charge him to come back, and that sucks. And he shouldn't. He should have. And I sat with him. I said, hey man, I know I'm being a pain. I think you should put stuff in writing with your subs. I think you should get stuff cleared up. You should have
So like,
proper
okay, this is just me,
supervision.
obviously when I was talking to Frankie that week about stuff, and I said he doesn't agree with the change orders, and he was like, they're not little changes, Sheila. These are like 8-foot door frames, like these are not small changes where like, oh, we just went with this and we went with that. He was like, Cindy and Surrey have specific tastes, they have a style that they want. He's like, I'm not
Well, the doors are not bought yet.
He goes, I'm
So
not
that's not
jumping
even
it
part
out
of it.
yet. He goes, this is not, but he's saying to finish the job is why he wanted a discussion with you.
Yeah.
Because he was like, the change order, the discussion would have gone from, okay, here's where we are in the budget. Because the number at the end of the day when we spoke, you agreed that 390 was the new number.
I'm gonna miss my appointment. I gotta go.
What appointment?
My COVID test appointment. They have it, but it's scheduled.
Why do you need a COVID test?
Because I'm leaving the country and I need a fucking COVID test.
That's so weird. All right.
I mean, I told my attorney that I want this resolved.
I don't even know what the attorney's saying now. So what's he trying to, you're trying to sue him?
Not yet. What the letter to him said, reach
What
out to me.
does the letter say? What do you
That
want from
there's a
Frankie?
breach, that
What
the
is
agreement's
Frankie's
terminated.
cure? What do you want Frankie to do? Just tell me in layman's terms. What do you want Frankie to do?
Reach out to my attorney.
But I don't understand that. There's a breach. You owe Frankie money. There's a breach of contract. So now what's Frankie's duty? Seriously. Why can't you
I
just
think
you don't know
he
what you
says
want?
I owe him money. I think he owes me money. That's
You
the
think he-
discrepancy.
You know he doesn't owe you money.
No, I don't
You
know he
said
owes me
it on
money.
the
He
phone.
No, I
You-
know he's lost money in it. That doesn't mean
No,
that.
you said on the phone, literally, we were at 272. And then you were like, no, we did talk. We said there was 90,000 extra that we needed done, and
No,
you paid
30.
15.
30.
30 with the loft, 30 with the sprinter garage.
No, that's included. That's included in.
No, it wasn't.
Because it started at 280 something.
You said you went up to, you said there was extra change orders, right? 30,000 was missing. You did all the math for me and I wrote it down.
And I'll tell you the math again, because it's right here. Let's see.
The new number was in the 3s. Listen, this is simple math. This is math for dummies so you can make your COVID test. I'm sure you've recorded everything. You have everything on you right now. Sorry, simple math right now. 272 was the original budget, right? After you did the garage, listen, after you did the garage and the loft and the change orders, that your change orders are the discrepancy. Frankie thinks 40, you think differently, right?
272 was, I don't remember the first number, but with the garage and with the changes, it was 339, so 340. Then
340.
that is missing the lot. You add 30, that's 370.
That's all I was
So
saying.
we're 90, for me.
I've been saying 90 this whole time.
Mhm.
So have I lied to you yet?
I don't think you've ever lied.
No, I'm literally asking you in layman's terms. You've paid 287. You know, even unfinished or finished, Frankie is in the ballpark of 390. Or what? 380.
He wants,
I really don't want you to miss it. I really am just trying to, like, what you're doing is way too.
yeah, he's saying 62 additional, 62,000 additional for change.
Okay, and that's the discrepancy. That's where you don't agree, right?
Correct.
Right? Okay, so taking the 62 off the table, this is the simple man's terms, Matt, and I'll let you go. 272 initial budget. Change orders, law, garage, everything brought your total to 380?
what do we say?
390?
331, no, 3,
Okay, I'll make it even easier for you. I'll make it even easier. At the end of the day, you're in the threes with what's done and owed.
okay.
Frankie's only been 287. Now help me understand, for John Marshall students, it sounds like you're on top, not Frankie. So
How
my
am I on
brother,
top? He hasn't done all that work yet.
he's done 80% of it.
There's been no paint.
You got painters yourself.
I paint on himself now, but
He did
hasn't
all
done
the
paint.
prep work.
He
He
hasn't
knows
done
you've done. He says you've been. So are you? Is he a liar? Is my brother-in-law a liar that you've been meddling with people? You got painters. That they call his crew calls him later and says, "Dude, this side of the house has been painted. Your freaking neighbors who hate you show me your house has been painted." Frankie comes back and says, "No, he got metal instead of this."
What do you mean?
So he's trying to give you a credit for that. Like it's not adding up, and I want it to. I'm not trying to villainize either one of you.
Before the,
But this is just
let's
a
assume he
simple
wasn't
thing.
painted yet. We're still off. What he has done is not up to, what's left to be done is beyond the 90.
What I'm saying is, why didn't you just tell me before you don't want to deal with Frankie? Why didn't you just
I
say,
wanted to
sir,
deal with Frankie. I
No,
wanted to
sorry,
finish it.
why didn't you just say, hey, I don't want to work with Frankie anymore, let him go his separate ways. Now you're making it weird and awkward. Now there's an attorney, and I don't understand the breach because I'm like, Frankie lost money on this. So now what do you want Frankie to do? You want Frankie to pay you on top of the 90 you owe him?
That's how civil disputes work. How am I gonna owe him 90 if he's not done with the work?
Not letting him finish the work. Look at this. You
Yeah.
brought his sweater here. He's asked
Scott.
you for,
Yes.
he's asked you to fix the basement, and you said no. If, like,
And that
literally,
doesn't
you're not
include the
letting,
fixing the basement.
you're hindering.
That doesn't include, the fixing the basement is not included in this price, because I shouldn't be paid for him to fix the basement.
He's not
Yeah.
including his price. He's asked you,
So-
he's asked you to do it.
So
You're
370
making
is my
Frankie
number.
a guy that he's not.
Hmm?
You're making Frankie out to be some guy that he's not. Frankie's like legit.
It's been almost 2 years.
Okay, so that's, I mean, I don't, COVID, normal, you've changed your mind, everything's happened, like, weird, I don't know.
No.
Has he said anything about that? Every time we've said that, when Hilda sends us screenshots, he goes, that's such a lie, that's like slander, because he did this, he chose to move the siding, he chose to use the siding for the garage on something else.
What do you mean, siding from the garage?
I have no idea. He moves lumber around, he uses the material for a side project that he hired somebody there for.
I did my own siding on my soffit, so I went to get material. I didn't move material from his
You used it
garage
so
to.
that he was short for his job.
No, I literally went to get it because I bought it myself.
He said you were replacing the short stuff.
No, there was nothing short. That thing was done. I went to
Okay.
get material.
So you think, so at this point, you know that Frankie's in the hole, but you still want him
Well,
to
he's in
pay.
the hole because of poor management.
No.
Okay, it doesn't matter. All that matters is he's in the hole, right?
Mhm.
So you think, you know you owe him money, but because it wasn't done correctly.
I don't know how long he hasn't done the next step. He hasn't.
Okay, but he's done stuff like the loft is 90% finished.
He
And
hasn't done
drywall is 80%
flooring,
finished.
he hasn't done doors, he hasn't done tile.
But like, that's a simple matter of when you're this much
That's more than
upside down.
90,000. What's left to be done is more than 90,000.
Okay, literally the next drywall was supposed to give $50,000
Exactly,
off,
yeah.
right?
Uh-huh.
Well, now you're saying you can't even do anything, so now he can't, like.
Well, no, because we're not doing anything anymore.
You knew that all along, is what
No, I
you
didn't.
played me, is what, like, you literally played me, and I called,
I've had the
I called
money,
him,
I had
and
the
I
money
said,
there.
here's the whole thing, the
they-
guy
they-
is just literally talking to these workers who have been complaining to him. You gotta do what you gotta do, that's fine.
All right, I'll leave it.
Mr. Jimenez, after having listened to that video, does that refresh your recollection about some of the discussions that you had as far as how much money that you owe Ghouchani Homes?
It absolutely refreshes my recollection. As you can see very clearly, I told his sister-in-law, I don't owe him anything. He owes me money. So that's what the video shows. That's what I said then. That's what I'm saying now.
Okay, when you said 370,000 is your number, what did that mean? Did that mean that you at least agree there was $370,000 worth of work that had been done?
Absolutely not. I agreed that the completion of the house, the turnkey, would have been a grand total of 370,000. At that point, I had given your client $280-some thousand. Just, he hadn't painted, he hadn't done tile, he hadn't done doors. Just on the stuff he hadn't done, I've already shown you, I spent over, I think, $150,000 of having to pay other people to come finish the work he didn't do. So at that moment, I had already paid him above and beyond the work that had been completed. He owed me money at that point without even realizing of all the other damages that we've been discovering since then. So no, I didn't owe him anything then. I don't owe him anything now.
Okay, how did Ms. Paras get involved in this whole fiasco?
Using her own words, she likes to meddle.
Yeah, I mean, did you ask her to get involved? You've talked to her. You've known Sheila for a long time, correct?
I have known her of her for quite some time.
And you've been to her office many times, correct?
I have. I've been to her office plenty of times.
Right. So, and you're familiar. And you also knew she had a security system, did you not?
No, I don't know. I don't go around seeing what security systems they have. It's kind of funny that she says, "Are you recording me?" while she's recording me.
No, you're right. Have you ever recorded any calls or any interactions with anybody?
How is this relevant to what we need to work through?
It's not really, Judge. I'll skip it. All right. You said you didn't talk to Mr. Ghouchani's guys, right? You said that.
I've never said I didn't talk to these guys. I
Well, no,
talked to everybody.
You didn't talk to him about using them in lieu of going through Ghouchani, right? You remember that?
No, that's not what I said.
All right, what did you say then?
I've hired them to do additional work. For example, I'm gonna give you one of many examples. The siding guys. I wanted siding to match in my shed. I also wanted the soffit in my existing home to match. So I told them, do the same work, and then I will pay you for that extra. And that was under the understanding from the beginning, when Mr. Ghouchani said, if you need extra work while the guys are there, just pay them directly. That was the understanding from the beginning. I hired Mr. Ghouchani to do his job. He didn't complete his job, and now he's mad that he couldn't get a cut out of somebody else's work for the stuff that they did. That is his business model, to make money out of other people's labor.
But isn't that the definition of what a contractor does?
How long is the court planning on going today? I want to know if I can release Mr. Sayani.
I don't know. How long are you going to go?
With him, just a few more minutes. So.
And who's your next witness?
It would be Mr.
Oh, except you don't get a call witness. This is still in the presentation of your case.
Right.
So tell me what a few more minutes means.
Well, I mean, I can. What time does the court want to?
Don't worry about me. My question is, how much more time do you plan to spend with Mr. Chada Jimenez?
With Mr. Chada Jimenez.
Okay. And then you were going to testify as to your fees?
Yes, Your Honor. I had a few more questions to redirect.
Oh, right. There could be a little redirect after all that
I
cross.
redirect, don't take too long though.
What does that mean?
I don't think it would take more than 10 minutes.
Okay, so that's 20 minutes. And then,
My fees will probably be 5 minutes unless Mr. Oldham has a lot of questions about them.
I'll have some questions, but I mean,
then we probably aren't gonna be able to get to that gentleman.
I can go as long as the court would like to go.
That, we won't get to, the gentleman who's been waiting around all day. So if you want to break the news to him that he can bill someone for that, and, we'll see him next time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right?
all right, so, Mr. Jimenez, you said you were friends, you thought you were friends with Mr. Ghouchani?
Correct.
So why did you think you were friends with him?
I had no, we met at a social setting. He was friends with somebody I thought was my friend as well.
Who is that?
Sheila Perez.
Oh.
He was his family with them. I think his wife asked my wife to go over to his house at least once for some cake stuff. We spoke about a lot of stuff other than business. Spoke about guns. We spoke about investments. Spoke about a lot of things. We spoke about the kids. He brought his kids over. I thought you and I have a professional relationship. I see you, I might see you somewhere else. I'll say hi. I don't know if you have kids. I don't care if you have kids. I care a lot about him and his family at the time.
Okay, but you, then you came to not care about him and his family, correct?
No, that's not correct. What I care more about my family than his.
Well, presumably that was always true. And there's nothing wrong with that, but is it fair to say that while you felt like you and Mr. Ghouchani were friends, after a while you became less than friends?
That's correct. We are no longer, I would not consider, I don't know if he ever considered me a friend. I would not consider him a friend anymore. And the issue, the reason why I stayed, it's just like an abusive relationship, I guess. But the reason I stayed for so long is because I kept thinking there's no way he's doing this to me. This must be a mistake.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as a defendant's exhibit. Oh, shoot, what is that? I think it's 34, 36. Now, there is some red line in here that Mr. Ghouchani explained to me, but I'm going to see if this refreshes your recollection about any discussions you had. This is exhibit 36 with Mr. Ghouchani about using his subcontractors.
What the text message says that he's asked me before. I don't know when he's asked me before. I have text messages where he says, yes, you can. So I'll read your text message because that's what you want me to do, even though it has.
You don't have to read it. I can read it, so you can ask him questions.
Yeah. What I'm asking is,
I just got to tell you, I'm a little skeptical of any exhibit that is half of a text exchange with some random words written in red on them. So I don't see anything from Mr. Chada Jimenez on here. That seems to have been removed.
Well, it wasn't removed, Judge. What was happening is this was just a graphic picture where this was moved down to explain what was going on, but I'll be happy to ask him questions about it.
Because there's no response. There's Mr. Ghouchani saying something, some mystery section that I can't see.
Understood.
Mr. Ghouchani saying things, and then this random editorial that Mr. Ghouchani has added.
Correct.
So I'll read it with.
Well, you don't even have to read it. I just want to refresh his recollection about the discussion. I don't even have to admit it as an exhibit, Judge. Just want to ask him about it. So did you have a text conversation with Mr. Ghouchani where you said, I've asked you before and I'm asking you again, please do not ask my guys to do side work for you. It's my crew. Please ask me directly and I can price it. Do you recall him requesting that of you?
Yes. Okay.
And then do you also recall him talking to you about his guys don't need to think they can just deal with clients behind his back, and that this was, so if you look at the bottom part of this text, it's happened with the framer, HVAC, roofer, electrical, window guys, now siding and painters. If you want to hire your own people that don't work for me to do extra work for you, that's completely fine and understandable, but please don't try to ruin some things that I've tried to prevent since I started this business 20 years ago. Do you understand his concerns and you working directly with his subcontractors on work you should have been doing with Ghouchani Homes?
No, I don't understand his concerns.
Okay. All right. So that's fine. All right. Let me ask you this. How much have you actually, we've seen invoices from all the things that you've paid. I notice I haven't seen anything from what you've paid your attorney. So what have you actually paid your attorney in connection with this case?
I paid, I think, 10,000 to begin with, and now the bills continue to go up, and so pay 10,000 cash, and then whatever's ongoing will be paid.
Okay, but you haven't paid it. And there's a what sort of arrangement do you have with your attorney regarding how your attorney's getting paid?
He's getting paid. He's billing. He is a civil type of attorney. It's not a flat fee. So the longer he's here, the longer I owe him, and he'll send me a bill, and I'll pay my debts because that's what I do. Okay, so
I think he submitted invoices showing he's owed $50-something thousand. So what you're saying is you paid $10,000 of that 50-something thousand?
That's correct. That's
okay, and that's been over what period of time?
Since the complaint was filed, I think about a year ago.
More than a year ago.
Yeah. And so you haven't paid anything else to your attorney since then?
I paid some costs. I paid the recorder stuff. I paid for the service. And at this point, we're just waiting to see what the total will be.
Okay. So you have any arrangement with your attorney that if you don't collect attorney's fees, you're not going to have to pay them? Are you still going to have to pay them?
I don't think we've ever discussed that. He's working. He's sitting right there. He's not doing other work. So he's adding value, and I pay for the value I receive. Okay,
does that mean you're going to pay, you're paying his bill, the $56,000, another $46,000?
I'm going to pay him what he bills me for.
All right, I didn't ask you that. I asked you, what are you going to, what is your understanding of what you're going to be paying Mr. Hadari at the end of this case?
My understanding that when this hearing started back in February, I owed him an additional $40-some thousand because he was at 56. My understanding is also that he's been sitting here today for at least 8 hours with an expert sitting for another 8 hours and an associate for another 8 hours. So I'm pretty sure that that 56 is going to go up.
Okay, well, what's your understanding of what it's going to go up to?
His billable rate, I'm not looking at it right now, but it might be under like about $400-500 an hour.
Okay, and when do you actually plan to pay that? You're going to pay it at the conclusion of the case?
Probably. As soon as I collect and probably sell a G-Wagon or something, I'll pay it.
Okay, so in other words, if you don't collect anything, are you going to owe your attorney anything? That's really what the question is.
That's how debts work. And I have properties, I have homes, I have bank accounts. If he wants to come after me, he could put a lien on my stuff, and I don't want to do that. I don't hide my assets like other people do. I don't put stuff on my wife's or my mom's name. Everything is in my name. If I owe somebody money, they can get it. So I want to avoid that, and I pay my debts.
Okay, how much are you paying your expert witness?
I don't remember. I don't know.
How much have you paid your expert witness prior to today as part of your expenses?
I haven't paid him directly. I haven't gotten a bill for his services yet. I think my attorney probably knows exactly how much it's going to cost.
Okay, well, you had a number of witnesses that you brought in there, qualified them as experts. So you plan on paying those expert witnesses as well?
The reason they were qualified as experts is because you didn't object. But they were not brought over as expert witnesses. The only one that was brought over as an expert witness was Mr. I don't know his name. I don't know very well. I can't pronounce it. But the young man that was here today, you were given notice of him being an expert from the beginning of the case. And I understand that an expert witness has to be paid because, again, his time has value.
Okay. You know, what I'm going to do is I'll go ahead. The exhibits that he's identified, I'm going to go ahead and tender all those into evidence.
Okay.
We're good there. So
Right.
I don't know if there's any objection to that. And then
Any objection? I think it's mostly videos and pictures.
Yes, sir.
I'm not going to object to any of that.
Okay, appreciate it. Those are all in. Did you have an?
No, no, you're talking about with Fred. He's like, we got invoices. I'm not worried about that. Do you have any other questions? Good. Good enough. All right, Your Honor, I don't have any further questions for him at this time. It's just subject to possibly recalling if anything else comes up.
Okay.
Or recross.
Got it. Mr. Hadari, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you do you need to stop screen sharing?
Yes, sir, I can.
Thanks.
Sorry.
I want to clarify some things you discussed earlier, Ghouchani. Now, I know earlier there was a lot of discussion about sort of the slopes and background and everything else. What is your address?
I live at 945 Lake Court, that is in Smyrna, Georgia. This is a true and accurate representation of the Google Maps of where I live, and that is my house.
And before you described it, there was a commercial property behind your house. Could you point that or circle that for the court?
Yes, right behind to north of my house is this parking lot, which is, I believe, it's a tire. It was a tire shop. I don't know what it is now. It's next to Mako's.
And I think something that will also shed some insight into how it's sort of sloped is if we go into the street view. Is this a true and accurate depiction of your property and how it looks from the street?
It is, and as you can see right here, this is the parking lot of the neighbors. Let me try to make this cleaner. This is looking at the sidewalk. Oh, sorry. Right there. So this is the sidewalk. This is the neighbors, as you can see, it's at the same level. And my home is at least my driveway and my yard are below that. The point of that, at no point did I say that water was coming from here or from anywhere else. Problem is that because my house is down here, there's nowhere for water to go unless you make plans for that to happen. So as we created this gigantic, enormous structure where I live, the water that used to be absorbed by the ground there now has to go somewhere and does not have a place to go.
And just for purposes of discussion, before we were talking about the area behind the fence, is this commercial property, the sort of back there, the area that was behind the fence that we were looking at earlier?
Yes, sir. The fence is right here. And so again, this is yard, that's the shed. But yeah, it's right behind my home on the other side of the fence. And I was wrong. If you can see, actually, my fence, both of my fences are actually lower than the ground. So that's the hill I was referring to.
Silly question, but have you ever modified any metadata in any exhibits or images or anything you produced in this case?
Not in this case or any other case. I have no reason to. I didn't alter the images or anything. And what I think is that when you copy and paste things, new things get put there. I gave you this stuff, and then you changed the name to put the piece in front of it as you organized it. I organized it in folders, but you organized it in piece nomenclature. And I don't know if that's what happened. I don't know what happened, but I did not alter any metadata.
Very good. And something else that we discussed earlier was the contract and the allotment for the tile. And I'm just going to pull that up for 1 second. Show that to you.
P5, right?
That is P5. And just to clarify for the court, it wasn't all $4 per square foot for the tile, but there was different allowances for different areas. Is that correct?
That's correct. So it looks like it was for the kids' bathroom, which is labeled second bathroom, $4 per square foot on tile, shower, floor, and wall for the second bathroom. Again, $4 per square foot, and the shower walls were $10 per square foot. And then the main bathroom, $6 per square foot for tile, and tile, shower, floor, and wall in the second bathroom, $6 per square foot on the shower walls, and $15 per square foot on the shower floor for the main bathroom. And I did have a chance to review the MODA stuff. And at first I was a little worried because maybe Sudi does have champagne taste on a beer budget, but apparently it went up a little bit. If you look at MODA,
I'm gonna share that right now.
That was P 124, I believe,
122.
or 120. It'll be 124.
Just share 124, please.
So as you can see, the kids' floor, which would be the second bedroom, the actual tile that I ended up getting is $539 per square foot for 109 square feet. That's the hexagon that goes on the floor. That's a little more than $4. I'll give you that. This is also after COVID, when prices had skyrocketed. Everything's a lot more expensive. But then the other tile that I got was $325. The tub was $532. In my opinion, this all goes along the lines of within the range of a normal build. So I was wrong. I guess Mr. Ghouchani did give me a range of something that goes along with his level of quality work that I expected. If you also look down, the other ones, the main bathroom floor, I think he was giving me 15. I ended up getting something a little more expensive. I splurged. That one was 27, so it's a little higher. But then on the walls, I think he was giving me 6. I went with 11, 15. But again, these are post-COVID prices. These prices are significantly higher than when I entered into this contract back in 2020. And the only reason I had to go with Moda is because he didn't finish the work. And that is, so yeah, that's my pricing was higher, but it was not exponentially higher from what he did. It might be champagne taste, but it looks like it's still Veuve Clicquot price range.
And touching on the same subject, we also talked about the hardwood, and there was an argument made that the bedrooms were carpet and therefore that should be discounted. You said you did the computation for how much square foot of bedrooms you had in your place. What was that?
And so they're about 12 by 12. They're all little bigger ones, a little smaller, whatever. 12 by 12, that's 12 by 12 is 144 square feet times 3, that's 432. So on a normal setting, I would concede. If this was just a breach of contract, he didn't finish, I would concede yes, deduct that from the amount of money that I spent, because it was 2,300 square feet, 432 of those should be deducted from the price of the hardwood. We're not in that setting. It was not just the breach. It is the presenting himself as something he's not, and in essence swindling me into this mess. And
shifting gears again, one of the things that you mentioned was that you spoke with Mr. Ghouchani multiple times at the outset of the project about your water management concerns. Could you tell the court a little bit about that?
So I didn't want this to be a gotcha on whatever my builder was going to be. From the beginning, I was saying there have been issues with water in my yard that needs to be addressed. And this is my testimony. This is what I said. But I found a text where this is corroborated. September 14th, 2020. This is true and accurate representations. A text I found recently after going through that exchange. This is a text that I sent. This was, we were still in great terms because ground hadn't been broken. We had already done the design. I had spoken to him multiple times about coming and looking at the property to see where the water is puddling. And here is one instance where I say, on September 14, 2020, 3:17 p.m., if you're close by, swing by, it's raining, so you can see where all the water pools. This is before an inch of dirt was moved. As you can see, my next text, the next day was when I finally got the permits to post. So you couldn't even start working. That was my goal. Look, we have water issues. They need to be addressed. He didn't put him in the contract naively because I was stupid, because I am stupid. I didn't tell him, hey, by the way, what is the water remediation line on the contract? But that was expected. I brought it up multiple times. And the reality is that now, as I sit here, I know I should have never done an addition because the land where my house is, where my mom's house is not adequate for an addition. And so now I'm stuck with an addition and I lost the yard and I have new problems.
And just to make it clear with the court, let's take a step back. Did your basement ever flood before Ghouchani's addition?
No, we've had issues where water was coming in because I think in 2018, I forget, like it was right after the elections, I moved my family to Mexico. We all moved, went to Mexico for a year. And I had somebody else living at my home. It was a extended family member that came and she was staying there. And she was young, so she wasn't doing maintenance. She didn't clean the gutters. The gutters got messed up and water was going in through the foundation into the basement. And that made it all moldy. It was not a flood, it was mold through the waters. The AquaGuard, that's what it's called. Then I got AquaGuard to come. They cleaned up, they got rid of all the mold, got rid of a bunch of junk I had in the basement because I'm a bit of a hoarder, threw it all out. Now that basement was clean, you could walk through it before you couldn't. Install their system. And that's when we decided now that it's a water sealed system, because they put like some plastic on the walls and all that, now we can finish the basement. And that's when me and my wife decided to finish the basement. So we had water humidity issues. Never before Mr. Ghouchani touched the home did I ever have water coming through the door and into the space.
And I believe we listened to that 20-minute or so video where you were speaking with Mr. Ghouchani's sister-in-law, and you mentioned that the property had flooded at that point in time. That was before, I guess, these other more recent giant floods, but you mentioned it flooded multiple times. Could you tell the court a little bit about that?
That was the 4 times it happened. It was the Christmas Eve one and 2 times before that and 1 time after that. And I kept telling him, kept sending him texts. There's one text where I say, hey, before you cut into the house, it looks like it's going to rain. What's going to happen? Nothing ever happened. It was just ignored.
Just for reference, I'm going to actually pull that one up. And is this the...
I don't think we tendered the other text, the one we just talked about. But,
What was that one anyway?
This is the text between...
No, the other text.
Yeah, I don't know they had a number attached to it, but let's give it a number if you want to tender it, since we've all read it.
I'm sorry, Judge, I'll have to go back to my list of exhibits. And just for ease of reference, Your Honor, could I move to admit that as P200?
As long as you don't have anything already at P200.
The last was
183 is the last one.
I don't, Your Honor.
So we'll go to 200. So P200 was that text about, hey, swing on by and check out the pooling. And nope, I'm far, take pictures.
And I'm going to show you this correspondence right now. Is this a true and accurate set of correspondence between you and Mr. Ghouchani?
Yeah, this was the 3rd flooding. When I sent them multiple videos, the court has already seen some of those videos. The kitchen is going to flood, so you should send somebody immediately and also to clean the kitchen. It's going to rain all day, like I told you yesterday.
And just to continue on with the text a little bit, you actually sent me, what is that next image?
That's the video of the actual flooding as it was happening. And all the drywall, that drywall at one point, one of the other pictures you can see there's a hole because I put my fingers against it slightly and it just crumbled through my fingers because it was saturated in water.
And that was one of the videos we actually, Mr. Oldham shared a few minutes ago.
Correct. And this is in the kitchen, not in the basement, in the kitchen.
And here you also discussed about, once again, it's sort of the TARP issue. And what was Mr. Ghouchani's response?
So this is another issue. This is another text. It was at a different time. His solutions were just half solutions. Just get a tarp, just get a cheap tarp. And we had already went through the tarp discussion. And as I said, it's not a tarp issue. The rains on the floor, that's supposed to be rain on the top level and any pools on the side, and then it drips slowly. Finishing the roof is really the only thing I can think of. As Darius, he designed it. My whole issue was, if all of this had been caused by the improper design from the beginning, his response was LOL. I mean, and at this point, he thinks that he's taking responsibility. It's not Darius, it's not my workers, it's me. He's right, it's him. And that's why he's responsible for this.
And is this another true and accurate exchange of text between you and Mr. Ghouchani?
This is true and accurate, and there's been no alterations to this text.
Your Honor, the prior set, I'll mark as P201. I'd move to admit that.
Any objection?
No objection.
And this one I'll mark as P202, and I'll also move to admit this.
Just like to get them.
Yeah, you haven't seen these before?
No, sir, but that's, I mean, that's okay. He's authenticated them and I can ask him questions about them,
Okay.
but I don't think so. They're not exhibits that were ever provided.
I'll email these to you.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Now I know what it feels like to testify all day.
Yeah.
And I am,
Right out of YSL casting, different role. Except you're remembering things, unlike most of those witnesses.
Well, at least I am also not high. I'll tell you.
Yeah, that's right. You're not baked and you're remembering things.
One thing you mentioned is sort of in passing, I just want to make sure the court made note of it, is Mr. Oldham was talking about how, you're still staying in this property and, do you feel comfortable staying in this property? There needs to be mold remediation. Why hasn't there been this remediation that needs to be done?
I don't have the money. I can't afford it. And not only that, if I do it now, and what needs to happen first is I need to get a real engineer, a real company to go out here and do a proper water management plan in the perimeter of my home. Probably going to end up having to tear up the very nice driveway that I have so that it doesn't happen again. Because if I fix it today, if I had fixed it the first time, I would have to fix it 6 times. It's flooded multiple times since it's happened. So we need to address the problem at the root.
And Your Honor, I think I said 10 minutes and I think that's it for me.
All right, any recross?
Okay, yeah, so you said you got to get a real engineer out there to, what does that mean? To fix your problem now, your water management problem?
It means I need to get a professional. I made a mistake and I hired Ghouchani Homes to do the job, and he's not even licensed now that I know. So I need to get somebody that knows what they're doing.
Okay, so like your guy that put in the driveway for you, the $70,000 guy?
No. He lays concrete and puts driveways. He's not a water engineer, sir. I think I've said that multiple times.
You have.
All right, when you did your work on your basement, did you get a permit for that work, any of that work that you did?
No, you got me. You're gonna turn me into the city?
I just asked you a question, sir. So, okay, thanks for answering that. All right, so on your P200 that Mr. Hadari showed you, and it said, you're talking about all this water you were concerned about ponding on your property, or puddling, I think you said, but maybe it was ponding, I don't know. And Mr. Ghouchani couldn't come by. He said, swing by, you wanted him to swing by and check. And he said, just take some pictures. Did you take any pictures?
I'm sure I did. I don't remember. You want me to look back? My phone might still have those pictures. I can try.
Sure, I would love to see those pictures, actually. I don't think that's any evidence that you provided.
I mean, just to be clear, those text messages that we just provided.
No, I'm not talking about the text messages. We're talking about the pictures with this problem that you had.
Hold on. Can you pull up that text again? See if I can get back to those dates.
September 14th, 2020.
Can you read me the text? I was going to search by what the text.
I mean, isn't it fair to say that if those actually were issues that why didn't you provide those as exhibits? You were aware, were you not, that we were going to have a trial on this where you're going to be explaining to the court exactly what was going on your property? You came up with 175 plus exhibits. Why didn't you include those pictures?
Okay, so let me answer. The reason I didn't include those pictures is because here today, we're here for a damages hearing. I do know that you keep going on red herrings throughout the entire presentation, but this is why, and I am presenting this to rebut the red herrings that you have brought up to distract from the fact that it was shoddy work. So that is why, because I didn't want to go into irrelevant stuff. It is damages. Damages is numbers. These are the numbers. I have a lot of other evidence of issues with the build, but I didn't think it was important to bring it up at this stage when the only thing that matters are numbers.
Okay, so the numbers that do matter, we've already been through, have we not? We've been through those numbers. And so what is your testimony at this point for the court as to what the number was that you agreed with Ghouchani Homes for the work that was done plus any changes? What was that number?
The number that I agree that Ghouchani Home deserves for the work that they did is 0. Absolutely nothing. They did work They're not licensed contractors. The work they did was improper. The work they did needs to be rectified. It does not meet the standards of the contract that we signed. So even the additions and the changes and all that, it doesn't change the fact that it was not done properly. I am living there because I'm stuck there, not because I couldn't even sell the home. If I was to sell the home, it's another very important point. If I was to sell the home, we pass inspection now. But if to sell it, somebody needs to come do a new inspection. Then they're going to notice that the first inspector missed the staircase. So now they're going to have to redo the staircase. If I do an inspection, then they're going to notice that the utility closet that he built, he actually, the video reminded me of this. He didn't do an exhaust pipe for the gases of the furnace and the water heater. So to do that, we would have had to make holes through my child's bedroom and my bedroom and create I think it's called a chase, and completely destroy the aesthetic. So what I ended up having to do is buy a more expensive water tank and a motor that pushes the air to the side, because he never even thought about that, because he doesn't know what he's doing, because he's not licensed. And the only thing he does is he takes a cut out of other people's labor. A general contractor makes money out of other people's labor because they add value. Ghouchani Homes detracts value.
Okay, can you tell me where in the contract that it was supposed to be a gas water heater? I think that's what you're saying now, right? Was that part of that original $276,000, or was that part of the $26,000 worth of changes, or was it part of the loft? I mean, where would we find that if we were trying to figure out where that went wrong?
Because when you build a home and it comes with a water heater, you need to, there's in the contract, you can read the contract, page 1 through page 5 in its entirety. I think it's 14 font. You will not find that. I also expected the electricity to be plugged in. And I also expected the water from the sinks to flow into the drain. Those are just things that are implied.
So you're saying it was implied in the contract whether that you were going to use a gas water heater?
That's why he ran gas lines to it.
Don't you have a gas furnace?
I had a gas furnace. I have a gas water heater. I have gas fireplaces. I don't like electric because it's not that reliable. And also my panel would not support. I'm maxed out on the panel. I would not be able to support an electric water heater. That's the fix. That's not what we asked.
Hey, so let me ask you that. I will ask you this question just because I find it interesting, you being an officer of the court and all. So do you have any concerns about misrepresenting? I know you said that you relied on Mr. Ghouchani to tell you to put in a different number to get your permit with the city of Smyrna. But do you have any concerns about that? Have you done anything to correct that permit application with the city of Smyrna?
I don't see the relevance, but it's not that I have concerns because I'm an officer of the court. I have concerns because I am me. And yes, I have concerns. And now I went with what he told me. And now I do believe there was a lot of issues with the permits that were submitted, because after the fact, and again, I didn't bring this up because it has nothing to do with damages, but he provided plumber, electrician, and I forget the other trade that requires licensing and it requires an affidavit. And I gave him the affidavits. They gave me the affidavits back, notarized, to later realize none of those affidavits are actually the people that did the work. Those licenses are other people. The P&R plumbing, which I brought back because I thought he was legit, not his license. The electrician, not his license. None of these people were doing the work. You said, well, he's not a GC, but his cousin is. You know what? I am a lawyer. But I couldn't come say, yes, I'll represent you in this murder case. I'm not a lawyer, but my friend is. He's going to let me borrow his license. There is a reason why we're licensed. So things like this don't happen.
Okay, well, you're a lawyer and you don't seem to understand the relevance of a lot of things in this proceeding. But do you understand that credibility of witnesses is relevant in a proceeding, even if it's just for damages?
Yes, absolutely. It's always credible.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Hadari, anything else? Like one question or zero? Those are your two options, one or zero.
Your Honor.
Okay.
Because we were talking about licensure, and this is another interesting point. Mr. Ghouchani represented the Darius character as being an architect. Did you ever find out that he is not in fact an architect?
I did not find out for certain that he's an architect, but I don't think he is. Maybe they had him here as a witness. You can ask him when he takes the stand, but I don't think he's. educated in anything other than he bought a software where he can draw things.
No further questions.
All right, thank you. Long time on the stand. You can step down.
Thank you.
Well, I had hoped we'd get through more. I didn't help things by having this thing come up right after lunch today. So I apologize that you all were stuck for a bit, but we're not done. In fact, there hasn't even been a presentation from the defense. And while liability has already been determined, damages haven't. And so Mr. Oldham has a full opportunity to make a presentation. And plaintiff hasn't rested yet. I know we still need to hear about attorney's fees. So we'll do that. What I'm going to need both sides to do is send Ms. Niles an email with your best estimate of how much time you'll need, Mr. Hadari, to wrap up. I get the sense that will be short. And then Mr. Oldham, your best sense of how much time you'll need. And if you confer a little bit about who you plan to call, because I assume that would inform Mr. Hadari as to whether he's going to present any rebuttal, because he'll have the opportunity to do that. I know you've referred to some things as rebuttal, but they're really your presentation. It may rebut what came during plaintiff's presentation, but I view this as at most a three-phase. We're having the plaintiff's presentation, then we'll have the defense, and if there's rebuttal, you'll follow. So that'll help me and Ms. Niles find a third window of time so that we can continue to hear about damages in the saga of, is it 925? 925 Lake Court.
45.
45. All right. 945 Lake Court, right off South Cobb. Mr. Hadari, anything else right now?
I appreciate the court's time. I'm sorry we have to come back again.
It's all right. I'll be in better health next time. Mr. Oldham, anything else?
No, Judge, thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe I'll be excused, John.
If your lawyer's leaving, you can leave.
And thank you for taking care of Taylor. Appreciate it.
I bumped into him on my way up here, and he seemed to be doing okay. I asked if you were in trouble, and he said no.
All right. Thank you.